Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the main event of 2023. I could not be more excited about this. I've been looking forward to this for almost all year, really, since 2022 when we last did this. And before we start, let's get some applause in here for 2023, the year that was a nightmare. But I will give all praise, all hail to you, the chat, the fans, the viewers. Thank you guys for a fantastic year. Coming in here every Friday evening with us, enjoying these books, and also roasting and laughing at a lot of these books with the three of us and multiple other guests that we've had on the show. But it would not be as fun, and we cannot seriously do it without you guys. And so truly, it means a lot to all of us here that you guys would join us. So whether you are here tonight live or whether you are rewatching this, welcome. And we're going to go over the rules here in just a moment. But tonight should be packed with a lot of fun stuff. First off, we're going to go through some maybe some potential show and tell. We've got some, we're basically going to go back into 2022 and look at our best and worst, or actually just our best books of 2022. We will then make our predictions as to what each other will have for our top books and for worst and best. And then we will get to the main event of the evening, which is listing out all of our worst books and all of our best books for 2023. And the rules are fairly simple. It's basically any book that was published through mainstream direct market publishers. So like your Marvels, your DCs, Image, Dark Horse, Boom, stuff like that. We do not have any crowd-funded books that I know of, unless you guys have any. So
nope,
I didn't cheat.
Okay, because it would be very easy to put some of our top and maybe some of our worst books with some crowd-funded books. So
yeah.
But before we get started, Drew Dolan, good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. And what are you looking forward to tonight? Are there any surprises that you were hoping to see?
I just want to have a good time. I just want to laugh, chill. I just want to have a good time. You know, it's the holidays. It's the for me at least the end of a crazy week. You know, wrapping things up. Just want to relax, enjoy a nice chilled adult beverage, some good friends, most of us at least, and and just have some laughs and just some good oh my god, I'm not drunk already.
Sipping on Grandpa's cough medicine.
Yeah. Some good predictions.
Nice. Yeah, man. No, I guarantee we will have a ton of fun tonight with some great company. And Kyle, how about yourself? Is there anything tonight you're looking forward to? Welcome to the stream. We've already got some people in the chat hailing you and your takes, which is whew.
Hey, when you're right, you're right. It's not being right all the time.
I don't get it, but hey.
It's a curse. It's a curse.
It's
my cross to bear. But no, I'm excited. I can't wait to prove you wrong. I'm sure your top 10 is garbage. So
get off the cross. We need the wood, right? That's all I got to say.
So I'm only upset that I couldn't put more Jim Lee books in my top 10.
Of course.
I got 9, but I just couldn't.
Just your number 1. You just couldn't put it. Or is it like 1 through 9?
Oh, that was easy. Oh no, it was 1 through 9. Obviously, I couldn't.
Did Jim Lee even have 10 books out this year?
Probably 10 variants, but
maybe
that counts. I put all of his covers as my top 10.
Huh. Interesting.
So,
all right.
It took me no time at all.
Quite a low bar.
It was just which one was better than the other. I'm like, God, he's just firing on all cylinders, and I want to give him the praise he deserves. And
Well, for some reason, we've got our main man, Derpy. Derpy, great to see you. Thank you for being here. Happy 2023 and Merry Christmas. He says, howdy, gents, and hail to the chat. Hope we all have a jolly good time roasting and gushing about the comics of 2023. Also, praise Kyle. I never thought I'd hear it, but you are their holy,
Smart man.
their whole praise Kyle. You heard it first.
Hey, someone's doing
So-
the Lord's work out there, and I got to do it. And
like
I will
you
do
said,
it.
you're cross to bear.
Yeah. But no, hey,
we also-
happy Festivus Eve.
That's
So-
true. Yeah, happy Festivus.
Mhm.
And I think maybe not next week, or maybe it is next week. We may have to do the airing of grievances. So, we'll see.
Yeah, that may be a thing.
Rudy says, hey, y'all. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday to you as well, Rudy. So yeah, let's get started with some show and tell. So Kyle, you got some. Well, Drew, I'd love to hear your story because you ordered a Christmas gift for yourself, but unfortunately, it didn't really come through.
Yeah, I did. I was very, very disappointed because I was looking forward to rereading this. So, because I remember this came out when I was still in the military. Brad Meltzer had done a run on the Justice League, and they had done recently done a collection of it, this whole thing, a hardcover edition. I think it was probably last year or so they had done this. And Aaron had mentioned on a previous show that how much he enjoyed it. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll give it like a third chance, second or third chance by this point. And I found a copy on eBay. They're not cheap because they're out of print now. I found one for $50. Bought it. I bought this last Friday. It just now showed up this Friday. And I see the package in my mailbox, and I'm like, I feel it. I'm like, this doesn't feel like a hardcover because it was only printed as a hardcover. And I open it, and sure enough, it's a Justice League collection, but it's not the Brad Meltzer hardcover edition. It is the Justice League Corporate Maneuvers.
Oh
25
my god!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, ouch.
So
Yeah.
what's the next course of action? You said you've left a scathing review.
Oh,
of course,
so bear in mind, I had just finished running a 10K at the gym, so my adrenaline was pretty high.
wow. Okay.
And I was pretty hungry. So with both, I'm pretty pissed. So I left a pretty scathing review on their eBay channel, and then it told me to correct it. And like, hey, you can't put insults in here. It's like, oh, fix it again. Put insults in here. Like 2 or 3 corrections
This
before
dumb
I
idiot.
accept it. Yeah.
No racial slurs.
We try to refrain from any hate crimes being committed in the comments in the reviews.
Yeah. So I left them a pretty scathing review.
Pretty. So what about the book though? Because I think you can go to eBay and say he needs to either reimburse me, I'll send him the book back, reimburse me, or he needs to send me the actual product. Right?
Yeah,
Like
I have no problem. I was gonna they haven't responded yet, but I'll tell them it's like, if you want to send me that hardcover, overnight it, all is forgiven. I'll take down the negative review.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that happens. I think I've only had to deal with that one time where it's like the completely wrong thing, and the guy didn't even respond back, and so I was like, okay, I got totally scammed here. Had to open a case through eBay. I got refunded, thankfully, but yeah, man, it's scary. You never know out there. So.
Yeah, it's true.
But which brings me to Kyle, that I hope you didn't get scammed, because this would be a pretty expensive scam if that were the case. So,
Oh, you're telling me.
yeah, which you haven't even opened yet. But
I haven't. I got 2 packages I haven't opened.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, sir. Whenever you're ready, you can pop those boys open. And while you're actually opening those, I will say hail and welcome to our man Scott McKenzie. Semper Fi, brother. You are now a YouTube member, and you get access to a ton of great perks, some behind-the-scenes content, some videos, some personal videos of just me talking about some weekly schedules and some video updates and stuff like that, some tabletop gaming with Warhammer, and you will also get access to member live streams whenever we get a chance to do those. So, Scott, thank you so much, brother, and hail to you, and Merry Christmas to you as well. I met Scott at a fan meetup when we went to Dallas, I think it was,
Oh,
and he gave me a challenge coin that was super dope. Yeah, so
very nice.
yeah, so I appreciate it, Scott. Good to see you.
So this was from somebody here, expertly packaged, by the way.
Somebody here.
Yeah, this was from Max.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you already got it?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I
I
told
haven't
them
got
to
anything.
not give it to you until after Christmas.
Hey, but I already got them.
Oh, you bastard.
Look at these. Art of Tim. These are signed.
Oh,
So both signed.
Bro.
They are, I would say, X-rated, but
Yeah, it's like I can't open these up on. I'm assuming, knowing him, I'm like,
no. I would actually put a triple X rating on those bad boys. There is full insertion. So
he's known for that.
yeah. Lots of fluids, lots of detail.
Oh,
The men and women are, I mean, gorgeous, but it is very graphic. So
this
I
one
have the red one. So the one that you're looking at currently, that's the one that I have.
I can show.
Whew. All right, let me make it big screen, full screen. Oh, yeah, buddy.
That
Very
This is-
his fantasy stuff is just gorgeous.
oh,
yeah,
unbelievable.
amazing.
Well, Merry Christmas,
Oh,
Happy New
thank
Year,
you.
Happy
Man,
birthday.
this is too nice. I don't deserve it.
No, you don't.
Oh, are you kidding
No,
me?
I don't. I don't. This is
Drew,
too nice.
Drew's should also be coming as well. Drew's is actually personalized. His will actually say to Drew, which is pretty cool.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Drew's or his. You also got. Well, I won't tell you what you got. You also got some Tim Vigil stuff. So. But yeah, no, he was at LA Comic Con, and he was also at, there was like a Southern California, LA, like tiny little hotel. I mean, it was one room, and it was in like a conference room of a hotel off the side of the road. Like it was tiny, but it was strictly for big money spenders. It had nothing but Golden Age and original art. That was the like Comic Con. But he was at both of those, and so I was able to get some stuff. But I'm glad that we were able to send those out. But
that's amazing. Yeah, very well packaged. So thank you very much. This is absolutely awesome,
dude. You're so welcome. I'm a little pissed though, because I explicitly told the UPS guy, don't deliver these before Christmas. He doesn't deserve them before Christmas.
I don't deserve them, period.
Afterwards.
So just go ahead and lose them.
Yeah.
Return them to you.
Yeah. But
that's awesome.
But now you've got a big boy coming up.
Now this is a big boy here. That's what I think it is. It's actually pretty topical, actually, also.
Oh.
From this.
Topical for 2023 or for Tim Vigil?
Oh, yeah.
Or for
topical for 2023, and actually within the last, I would say, this person's has been talked about pretty recently.
Is it a page from Tim Sheridan's Green Lantern?
Oh yeah, that's gotta be worth some money. At least $2-3, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
At least far. My goal was to have it worth far less by the time it got here from what I paid for it.
Hey, he's got endless residuals. You know, he's got a
yeah. Or it's a page from what was his name? It's maybe a book from Glenn O'Leary's collection, because he's very topical. I don't know if Glenn does illustrations, but
neither do I.
Ooh. This is even better. one of the main reasons I got this is that I can look at it and always be reminded that no matter how shitty my life gets, it will never be this bad.
Oh wow. Okay.
Um,
That is quite the inspiration there.
yeah, I needed it because I'm like, man, I really need something here to be like, you'll never be this big of a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, but
Oh my god.
and you may be a total fucking asshole, but this can't top it.
Oh, is it the Miles Morales talking down to Peter Parker on the rooftop from Gang War Part 1?
Oh, yeah.
If any of those, were
No,
for
it's
sale-
Miles Morales sang by Odin's Fade, and spray painting and graffitiing everything on Asgard. Yeah, that's a really
Was
good
that-
page.
Was that this year? No, that wasn't this year. That was last year, wasn't it?
You know what? I know it had to have been last year, or else I
Yeah.
would have put it on my list this
Yeah.
year.
Oh,
for- yeah. There's no way we would have missed that.
Oh,
Can you see it yet, or is it still?
it was pretty well packaged.
So what's the personal significance here? Because you said this will be a reminder to you. Yeah.
Yeah, this will be a reminder to always be like, my life really isn't that bad. This was a key moment in this series where it takes a real turn, and it's also reminded me close of another story that I liked growing up as a kid that this kind of panel reminded me of. But it's from an amazing artist. It's from the page is inked by Ryan Stegman.
Whoa.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Written
That's-
by
Written by
Okay.
Donny Cates.
Donnie Cates.
Oh,
is it from Vanish? From Vanish.
interesting.
It is from Vanish. It is. This is when we
Wow.
find out that the main character is basically probably in a mental asylum with an opioid addiction, and his life is going to shit.
Wow.
You bastard! You got the page. That's awesome.
I cannot believe that. I mean, it's freaking beautiful, man. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
man, does that comic book page have some real significance to it now, boy?
I
gotta
tell
send
you,
that
it was
to-
Wow.
topical.
You gotta send that- you gotta send that to Aaron. That is true.
Yeah, I
Wow.
told you it was topical. It's
That's
ripped right out of
incredible.
the headlines.
I will say there was a Vanish page, a cover, like a Vanish cover from the Stegman himself. I think it's the one where he's in the throne and he's got the eye, like the eye glowies kind of going
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
I had my finger on it. Wow. Gorgeous, man.
Oh, so wait a minute. So you got the pencils and the ink page?
And the inks.
What?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So so wait a minute. I thought Stegman did the pencils and the ink.
No, he did the inks. I'm trying to think of who did the
Was
pencil.
it Ivan Coelho?
Well, this artist, this has Stegman's Stegosaurus signature on it.
Hmm.
He would have done them.
Here.
Oh, wait. No, you know what? Maybe he would have done them separately to make some more money. So
Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
hold on a second.
So
What-
is one the original and one is a print?
No, they're both. So this one is the straight up pencils, just the pencils
Whoa,
and the layout,
yeah.
and this one is the legit ink.
So
Whoa.
he probably did them. He probably did the blue lines and printed them out and did the pencils. Then printed out another one, the blue lines, did the inks over it. Or he probably did them separately just to make more money.
I mean, it worked.
Yeah, it did.
Definitely.
Yeah. So what issue number was that, Kyle?
This is
it number
issue
6?
5,
Five.
page 6.
Okay.
Issue 5.
Hey, well, guess what? You are now a proud owner of One of One. And that's
One of
the
One.
coolest thing you can always say about original art is
Yeah.
One of One. The
The
only
only one.
copy. Yeah.
I got them both.
Oh, Stegman was the penciler. J.P. Mayer was the inker.
JP Mayer. Okay.
J.P. Mayer did those inks. So you got both.
The
Yeah.
fact that you got a Ryan Stegman illustration, like he penciled that for the
Yeah.
amount of money that you paid, steal, bro. Absolute steal.
three
So-
hundo for this. 3 hundo.
Oh,
For,
pff,
for both pages or just that one?
No, for both.
Oh my dude, that is a fucking steal any day of the week. Holy crap.
Yeah.
all
When I
day.
saw it, I'm like,
All
oh my god! And the significance of this to be like, this is the rise and fall of somebody, and it's like, my life will never be this bad, and I can look and be like, man, I got it. I
And-
gots to have it.
Just the the fact that it's the self-insertion, right?
Yes.
It's the full. It is everything that Glenn O'Leary was like. Yeah, these writers really write about themselves, don't they?
and now we really know, like, this is no hyperbole. This is literally how his life was. We were
Oh,
just
boy.
assuming it was this bad. It's like,
Right.
no, it really was this bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If not worse in some
Oh,
cases.
It's not worse. So I'm like,
Yeah.
you know what? This is kind of fun. This is a little time capsule I get to have.
Yeah. And I mean, not just to mention how beautiful it is. Like you
Oh, it's
just
gorgeous.
regardless of the cultural significance, it's still just like an amazing piece. So
Yeah.
that's awesome.
But this
Very,
reminds me of an
very cool.
Elseworlds story called The Golden Age I read
Mm.
as a kid. And
Mhm. Did you get one of those pages too?
oh god, I wish. Jesus. And I just realized this is on Ryan Stegman's like own board here. Like that's his.
It's got his own
Oh.
name on it.
It's got his own name on it. It's got his own
Oh.
signature on it.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Nice, man. Yeah, that is history right there.
But in that story, you find out that Our Man, when he's slowly starting to realize he's an addict, you see some him going crazy with his pills, and it's like at that point, it's
Yeah.
like that's what this up here reminded me of, like just seeing
Yeah.
the pills start falling. It's like,
Is this foreshadowing as to Vanish being on any of our lists this evening?
No.
No.
Didn't quite
Sorry,
make
but
it.
no. Yeah, didn't quite almost.
Yep.
Yeah.
didn't quite
Yeah.
make it, but I'm glad I can own a piece of history here, and so I'm
Dude,
gonna proudly display it
absolutely.
at some point. So
You got to steal, my man.
And
yeah,
that's your first. I think Kyle, that's your first time you've owned interior art originals, right?
correct. This is my first. I
That's
don't know
cool.
it. This is the only one that I.
Oh,
That I
Virgin Blood, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, welcome.
It's just
Very
it's
nice.
Just started. It's just started.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Oh, now
I
the
know.
addiction. Now
Yep.
it begins. Can't
Well,
wait.
trust me, I was looking at more on there. I'm like, damn.
It's dangerous.
I've got
So
several up my wall right over here. So yeah.
Wouldn't be a proper stream without our main chatters. MG and JK are both in the house. Welcome, my brothers.
Cheers.
MG says Vanish started good, then took a giant shit.
That's fair.
I really enjoyed issue 1 and 2.
Yeah,
And then
we did too. We loved it. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
And then
it just
About-
kind of
that issue, it
got predictable, and then also kind of got a little a little
too real.
yeah,
I
a
don't
little
know if I want to read.
too-
I don't know if I want to read this. This
Right.
guy,
right.
like, oh,
And then it's a lot of, oh, you're a piece of shit and I'm the
Yeah.
best, and it's a lot of that, and it's like, okay, I'm
what's
done.
going on in
I'm
his
out.
real life, and it's like, we don't need to know that.
Yeah. Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah,
Well, thank you for showing that off, man, and I appreciate you sharing that, and also I'm glad that you got your gift on time. No, so now what you have to do is you have to wrap the books, the Tim Vigil books, and the OA, and you have to open them on Christmas, and then it's like truly a good Christmas
okay.
gift. So
I do. Damn.
so before we get into our worst and best of the year, why don't we take a look at last year's pick? So what we did on the Comics Elite channel is we actually had Carrie on with us,
Mhm.
and Carrie gave her like best anime picks, which was kind of cool. It was like a different, viewpoint. She also gave some of her, floppy, favorite floppy issues as well. But last year we strictly did our best. So we only did the top 10 of our best, and then some honorable mentions. But let me just read through. What I'll do is I'll read through mine real quick just to kind of, give us an idea. Gunslinger Spawn at number 10. Monster Kill Squad, the Bad Idea book. Oh, so this is the one, Batman Joker Deadly Duo was at number 8. This was only one
Dang.
issue.
Wow.
We
Yeah.
only had one issue that year. Barbaric Axe to Grind, which was should not have put that there.
Uh-huh.
Echolands, Ice Cream Man, I couldn't decide. Orphan and the Five Beast, which, speaking of original art, you
Hey,
guys saw that I have a piece of original art from this artist,
from the man.
from the man. Sumerian, Death Dealer. Oh, Death Dealer. I can't believe that's number 3. That's so sad. Do a Power Bomb. We may see Daniel Warren Johnson on our list this year. And then,
Ooh.
wow, Batman's Superman World's Finest at number 10. Whew.
Or number 1.
For Turd Burglar. Yeah, at number 1,
Yeah.
nonetheless. Turd Burglar, Little Monsters. That was the vampire one, yeah?
Yep.
Pentagram of Horror, Strange
Ooh.
Academy Finals, A Town Called Terror,
Mm.
Gunslinger at number 6, Gunslinger Spawn.
Yeah.
Oh, Animal Castle came out last year. That's right. Okay.
It's great.
Do a Power Bomb, Mark Miller, King of Spies, right here at number 3.
Yeah.
Batman, Superman, and then Ice Cream Man at number 1.
Still holds up.
Damn. Well, we
Yeah.
may see Ice Cream Man on your list this year, eh?
Maybe.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Was it as good? What were the issues this year? Because I remember there was one issue last year that was like your favorite issue of all time.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
But
It may show up. It may be an honorable mention. I don't know.
all right. What's up, Harley? Semper Fi, brother. Great to see you. And for Dolan's top 10, Gunslinger. Looks like we were on the same page with Gunslinger there.
Yep.
Red Man. Was that the kaiju one?
Yes,
Was that
it was.
Okay.
I fucking love, because like typically I hate kaiju comics because typically they're pretty damn boring. That one, he made it a fun read every single issue. I loved it.
Yeah. Ice Cream Man significantly lower than Kyle at number 8. Oh, Superman 78. Okay. All right. The first volume 1.
Yep.
Nottingham volume 2. That was actually, I was rereading that. And Mad Cave actually published something else with Nottingham recently. And that I really liked that series. I think it doesn't get enough credit, but
No, it doesn't.
Agreed.
Strange Academy Finals, King of Spies, Mark Miller,
Loved it.
Batman, Superman, World's Finest, Pentagram of Horror, and wow, Do a Power Bomb, Daniel Warren Johnson at your number 1. I forgot about that.
I loved it. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Still is. Holds up.
Oh yeah. I do need to go back and reread it. So
Same.
we will see. I have so for this evening, for those of you watching, we will do something very similar where we're going to go through each one of our picks for the worst. So this is our worst Excel sheet, and this is our best. And so what you'll notice is that in hot Barbie pink, Josh, our lovely good friend Josh, who you guys may see here on the channel every now and then, otherwise put so lovingly McDizzy, he gave me his top 10. Even though he wasn't able to join us tonight, he will have a top 10 and we will release that. But y'all will not believe what his number 10 is. I was greatly, his number 10 and his number 6 were deeply depressing to me. I was very surprised that they were not high.
Depressing or offensive? Is it going to piss me off?
It may make you a little bit angry. The fact that these were lower than some of the other picks on his list.
Oh boy.
So we'll see. We'll see.
Of course.
But the great thing is that Josh is not here to defend himself.
Roast them all we want. I love it.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We also have, wouldn't be a proper stream without him, Mark McGrath, who's down with the MVP. You know me, brother. Thank you for being here. And Harley Dave, dude, becoming a member this evening. Thank you so much, man. He says, "Wow, you miss a couple months and YouTube treats you like a noob." Well, welcome back as a member. Harley, I'm pretty sure you've been a member before, so welcome back. Thank you for being a member. And yeah, always love seeing your face around here, brother. Hope you're doing well. Yes, Turd Burglar is in fact Kyle.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Yeah. What's interesting is I wonder if Josh's movie takes will flow into his comic book takes. I wonder if it'll seep into like that, you know, if that will seep into his
God, I
comic
hope
book
not.
recommendation. Yeah. Or else we're in for a wild ride. But I'm thinking we will probably do the worst first.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get them out of the
because
way.
Yeah, well, it's just, you know what? Get them out of the. We have so many that I figure we can probably just like, all right, just there's just get them out there, right? Ooh, we have Etep Wokuian's The Place to Be reviews says, "Hail Drew, hail to
Hail
you,
to thee.
Drew." Yeah,
That's a name.
that is quite the name. I am so sorry if I butchered it, but yeah. The other rules that we have this evening is that last year we did the entire series, but this year what I want to do something kind of fun was that we could choose. So we could either do the entire series, or if something pissed us off or like was that great, we could do a single issue. So on our lists this evening, you will see we'll specify whether it's the series or whether it is just one issue. I mean, you could say that a lot of these series were dog crap or brilliant, but some stood out more than the rest. I'll say that. So
It's fair.
So I want to do predictions. I'm just not sure. I think for the worst. So let me go ahead and pull this up, and we'll make just real quick, kind of vague predictions. Oh, wait a second. What is what's this doing here? Batman #1 gold variant is my worst #1. Hold on, wait a second. Should that
Wow.
Oh, sorry. Is that
No, that
yeah,
should
no,
be
I
the-
think that will
No. That needs to be on your top 10.
Oh, is that the other? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you
I need to
missed.
go
Yeah,
I
you
need to
forgot.
go to the other. I need to
Yeah,
go
there
to
you
this
go.
one.
Put it there. That's where it goes.
You know what I'll
Obviously.
do? I'll just oh, hold on. I'll just copy this over
Yep.
and we'll just do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you can have that as your #1 and I'll just
Thank you.
get rid of
You
that.
got to save time any way you can.
Yeah. So Drew, do you want to give some predictions for what we think? Sorry, excuse me, for what you think my and Kyle's worst and best comics are going to be.
I have a strong feeling. I'm going to say it's not necessarily vague, but generalization. I think there's going to be a significant number of DC in our lists.
Okay.
That's my prognostication.
Any specifics? Or just just general?
Okay. Okay. I'm going to. Okay. I'll be specific. I'm willing to bet you, Alan Scott Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Tim Drake Rubbin, Batman Fortress, probably Teen Titans, Fire and Ice, Human Target, or the Batman One Bad Day books. Any of those are going to be on this list.
Interesting. Okay. All right. I definitely I have a strong suspicion that Batman One Bad Day will be on yours. Whether it's going to be honorable mention or whether it's going to be near top 10, I'm not sure, but I know that it's on there. Kyle, it's a toss up. You're a wild card. I feel like you're going to put something on the worst of list that I'm going to be like, no, come on. There's no way. But
I hope
you also
not.
have 16 honorable mentions. So
I kept going through. I'm like, well, that's a piece of shit, and that's a piece of shit. And I'm like, I'm even combining, and I'm like, this is still a piece of shit. I got
Yeah.
to put it on there.
Yeah.
And I left off a lot. I left off. I think I didn't put a single X-Men title on there just due to the fact that it's all dog shit. So like, I was like, I can't.
Now,
Can't put,
I will
okay,
say
never
this.
mind.
Yeah.
I have one.
I'll say
I have
this.
one.
As bad as the X-Men books are, none of those made my worst of the year. Because I really feel like, even though those are bad, like what DC did was significantly worse than what the X-Men books were.
It's almost kind of like a constant, like the X books are just, they're offensively boring, one, and they're so bland and dull. There's really nothing that's like laughable. It's just like, this is pathetic, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas like some of these DC books that I have on my list are laughably bad, right? They're
assassinating all
oh yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, I guess our next prediction for our worst would be what's the biggest offense? Like because I'm looking at my top 10 and I'm noticing that the theme is assassinations. So it's not like, yes, they're poorly written, but a lot of my books are because of the character just being fucked with. Do you guys feel like it's just bad writing?
Mine's
For some of
a
yours,
combination of
or-
bad writing, and it just pissed me off. Like
Yes, that's
it
a big
got
deal.
a negative response from me to where I want to punch a fucking wall.
That
was a lot of things.
Yeah. Drew, are you looking at yours right now, trying to
Yeah,
determine?
yeah, it's like I would say. I mean, for me, it's a combination. I mean, there's going to be a lot of bad writing, I guarantee you. But the ones,
Oh yeah,
the very few that have both bad writing, character assassinating, and art, those are the cherries on top.
oh
of this
yeah,
shit.
no, yeah, the art. My number two, the art in my number two is just a disaster. And what's sad is that I do have a, because I'm looking at my list right here. There are a few of these books on here that I would say like, I like, not that I enjoyed the art, but that the artist is like competent. Like that the artist should not get blamed for the assassination or storytelling of like these idiots. So yeah, MG just says you only need 2 on your worst, Marvel and DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, who had the most atrocities this year? Marvel or DC?
I'll say DC.
Yeah, I'm counting. I'm seeing. I think I have more DC than Marvel on my worst of the year.
You know what is going to be wild though, and you guys will not. I don't think you guys are going to guess my number 1, but my number 1 is neither a Marvel or a DC book.
Well, then you're wrong.
Oh, I think no. I know. No. I know what it is because that issue is probably on my worst of the year as well. I'm willing to bet you I know what it is.
Okay, you may have to put it in the private chat, and I can confirm or deny.
Right.
But I will say, everything else is Marvel or DC. Yeah, the 9 or 2 through 10 are all Marvel and DC, but my number 1 is not.
Okay, I put it in the chat.
Of those 2.
I forgot about that book.
I will confirm. Yes. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
That is you forgot about that book?
Yeah,
oh my god. Do I have words? So I felt so bad because when I was going over it, I think I was still processing, so I was still so angry. And Kyle, I think it was Drew, I think you were at a convention. So it was just Kyle and I doing the stream, and poor Kyle had to just hear me go through this comic book and just seethe over just like the absolute cruelty and absurdity and just like disaster that this comic book was.
It was brave. It was brave for what it did.
It was stunning. It was brave to put that out and think that it wouldn't cause riots in the streets of comic book fans. All right, so I mean, in terms of any other predictions, do you guys have anything else? Because if not, we'll just get right into it.
No, that's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm expecting craziness. Apparently.
Oh yeah, it'll be quite something. So I'm gonna say for the sake of time, I will just say my honorable mentions. We won't we'll pick a few out that we want to stick on maybe, but I will just say them, and then as we discuss them, I'll type them into the thing. I have 10 honorable mentions. So here we go. Here are our worst comic books of 2023. All of these have been read. The rules are that they have to be from, direct market publishing through like Diamond or something. They can't be crowdfunded, and they can either be full series or single issue books. My honorable mentions are White Widow, the new champion of Shazam issue number 4. That specific issue where they mentioned that the villains in the comic book series were internet online trolls, and I'm pretty sure they mentioned Gary. So that was great. Exterminators, where the piss baby, piss boy comment came from. Bloodline, Daughter of Blade. Teeny Howard, or no, not Teeny Howard. The other one. Danny Lore. Need I say anything else? Yeah.
Yep.
Bishop War College. Hey.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Bishop War College. Hey, what's interesting? Let's make all the X-Men black. That's Bishop War College. Rogan Gambit. I mean, of course. How could you?
That first issue. God damn it.
Kyle, you're gonna like this one. Alien Annual number 1. The issue where it was no dialogue and the art was shit.
Dog shit.
There's nothing good about that comic book. This is a random one. Scotch McTiernan's Holiday Party number 1. You want to see a terribly written, cynical piece of shit from Hollywood writers that think that they are better than you? Read that one. Ghost Rider Annual, where Ghost Rider was only in how do we count? Like 8 panels? 6
Something
panels?
like that, yeah.
In the entire book. And then the last one is White Savior number 1, if you guys remember that one. So, oh man. So as I write these out, now did you hear any that are on your lists?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We may have some crossover then.
We got crossover. I had Bishop War College on my honorable mention. I'm surprised White Widow wasn't on your top 10, to be honest with you.
Ooh, yeah. That actually yesterday.
That was easy for me. That was a no fucking brainer.
Dude, yesterday I moved it off my top 10 because I put something else in front of it. So, but yeah, no, White Widow. I mean, that with the my likes and my dislikes and my these are cutesy wootsies and farmers markets, and it's like, kill me, absolutely kill me. Okay, this does not want to copy, so I'm just gonna do that. All right. Well, I am typing these bad boys in. Kyle, do you want to give us your honorable mentions? You have 16, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
Boy.
I'll make it quick.
Oh no, hey, I don't mind. I just mentioned all mine. So
and most of these are not single issues. Most of these are like the
entire series. Yeah.
I have
That's
Batman 89 Echoes.
Oh yeah, that issue
yes.
What was that one?
That was the number 1 issue. That was where Bruce Wayne's living in the forest as Firefly, like a gun nut.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yes. Next is Ultimate Invasion.
Oh, where nothing happened. Yeah.
Nothing happens. Next is Predator Wolverine. Predator Wolverine. Is
wow.
Fucking dog shit. It's terrible. It's awful. I have now this. I was this was in my top 10, and I kept moving it, and I have Tom King's Wonder Woman run on there.
No,
honorable
no,
mention.
no. There's absolutely no way that's an dishonorable mention.
I know.
Yeah, and you were getting mad at me that White Widows those
I
are
know.
not
feel the same.
terrible whatsoever.
The new Punisher series out right now.
Ooh, the
That's down
Punisher.
here. The Punisher.
The
the Reprimander.
Oh,
the Reprimander. So this is okay. So this is Punisher. Yeah, we'll call him Reprimander.
Yep.
I don't even don't judge my spelling. Sorry. Yeah, this isn't the Jason Aaron run Punisher. This is
Although that is bad too, but
yeah. Okay.
that is significantly worse. Jason Aaron
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
yes, it is. Next, I have the Dark Crisis. Dark Crisis in general. Dark Crisis was awful.
The event, Dark Crisis event.
The event. I have
Okay.
2 events on here actually.
I've got 2
I
as
know
well.
what's your other one. Yeah, for
Yep.
sure.
Next is Invincible Iron Man.
What
Now
you don't like your Tony Stark waking up in a pile of his own vomit in an
And I woke
alleyway?
up in a pile of garbage.
Changing
No.
his last name to Emma Frost's last name.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Next is Cosmic Ghost Rider.
Oh, Stephanie Williams.
Yeah, that came out.
Yeah.
Yes, that came out the same week as the Rogue Gambit #1 issue.
Yeah.
That's
'Cause
right.
Cal and I reviewed both of those that same week. We're like, oh my god, you're talking about a shitty double whammy.
Oh my god, that's right.
Just completely cocking Cosmic the character. It's like, oh my god, what a fucking joke.
Oh yeah. Lazarus Planet. Yeah, I remember that bad boy.
Next
that wasn't
is
bad.
no, Lazarus Planet wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Next is She-Hulk. All of She-Hulk.
Not just the Rainbow Rowell
That one too.
Book
But
one.
you have to encompass all of She-Hulk because it's all
And that was all Rainbow Ruel. That was all hers. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Man, yeah, that whole series, huh?
Yeah. Next is Superman Space Age.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That
Those
may
were
or may not show up on my list too.
We were ripping that fucking book.
Yeah.
We were.
It was
Probably.
a thick book, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, Squarebound. Yeah.
Yeah. Next, I have Bishop War College.
Hey, there it is. All right. And that's what it's like. It's a nuisance. It's not good enough to be in my top 10, but it's still so dumb that it has to be a dishonorable mention.
Yep. Next, I wanted to put this in my top 10, but
watch it. You already got me started with Wonder Woman.
You're gonna think this needs to be in the top 10, and it's Silver Surfer Ghost Light.
Oh, nice.
Silver. Well, considering that I made a 15-minute video about why this book is so shit.
I know.
I will have words about this later.
It is nigh unforgivable for just existing.
Yes.
Yeah. Next is the new Creep Show series. It's and multiple series. The other number 1 and 2, and then this number 1 and number 2, and the one that just came out this week are fucking awful.
Yeah.
Next, I have Batman One Bad Day Bane.
Ooh, okay.
Just the one. Okay.
Just the one. It's like I could have gone to literally every single one almost. That one specifically, I remember just cucking Bane completely.
One of the coolest Batman villains ever. Yeah.
Next, I have Batman Fortress.
Good call.
There it is.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I have The Human Target issues 10 through 12.
Oh, so specifically 10 through 12.
Well, all of it, but 10, 11, and 12 came out this year, so that's the only ones that can shit on.
Okay. I'll just say Human Target then.
Yeah.
Remind me again what your ones before Predator versus Wolverine were. Sorry, I didn't put those down.
Predator versus Wolverine. I had Ultimate Invasion.
Invasion.
Yep.
Okay.
And then Batman 89 Echoes.
That's right. Batman 89 Echoes. Echo.
Echoes.
Whew, man. That's quite the dishonorable mentions list, my man. I think you've covered like Ultimate Invasion. I totally forgot about just because everyone praised it for such a long time. So
Yeah, and it's a whole nothing burger. You completely like forget that it even existed. And trust me,
absolutely
this
nothing.
list I whittled down. I even had more, but then I was like, okay, this is getting kind of ridiculous.
That's right. That's right. Is there anything you want to talk about specifically on the fact that you put Predator versus Wolverine in there makes me laugh so much because we know that Wes loves that book.
Yes, he does.
I don't know
So
why. I don't know how anybody could. The
He
book is
fights me
fucking terrible.
every Saturday on that Barry Windsor Smith Wolverine scene. Just how
Fucking
much he-
awful. That was one of the worst things to exist.
he liked that issue.
yes.
Yeah, unreal.
It's unforgivable. It's
I
awful.
love Wes, but
This
that's
series
that's a
doesn't need
bad
to
take.
exist. Just
No.
fucking get rid of it. Just go
Not
away.
at all.
It's not fun. It's not exciting. It's not like it's not fun, campy, stupid either. It's just dumb and pointless.
And it's not even like like give us like action packed like Wolverine and Predator just ripping each other in half. At least give us some like cool action with some good art. No,
It's some
they won't even
maybe
do that.
consistent art, something like that. Too.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe consistent, but
I
it's,
know it's asking a lot
yeah.
these days, but Jesus.
It is. Don't open up with one cool page and then be like, and we're gonna hard cut to some dog shit. It's like, no, that's the story I want.
Yeah, right. It's like the one thing we're actually asking for. They only give us like a little bit because they don't actually
Have a story. Yeah.
have a story. Rogue and Gambit, Alien Annual. So I remember how much that issue pissed you off. So I'm wondering if that's going to be in your top 10 or not, because I'm surprised that it's not in your honorable mentions.
What? Alien Annual?
Alien Annual #1. So
well, spoiler alert, I have Aliens in there as my worst of the year, so I just encompassed all of the aliens right now.
all right, that's fair then. That's fair.
Because it's all
yeah, because-
terrible. It's all awful. And so I'm like, do I point out one issue? There is one single issue that is my #1 that has pissed me off beyond belief.
Because I was going to say they've already done like multiple different Alien series. So I guess you could just kind of umbrella them and just say, yeah, all of this is just god awful.
That's kind of what I did.
Holiday Party. All right. Dolan. Let's hear him, my man. Let's
I've
get
got
what
8. I've got 8 runner-ups.
8. Okay.
Yes, I've got 8.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Before we get to your 8, I do want to give a huge shout out to our man Michael Salo for $27.99 Canadian. Is that Canadian money?
I think so. Yeah.
So it's
Canadian
Monopoly money?
pesos?
Not real?
So it's a loony. Canadian loonies.
That's about right.
Michael, dude, thank you so much for this. You are too kind. He says, "Sup guys and Merry Christmas, everyone." Just being an absolute bro. Thank you for the $27.99, Michael. Greatly appreciate it. And here's to you, my man. Happy Merry Christmas and happy 2023. Happy New Year.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
All right. Sorry, Drew. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Mhm.
Michael has been a long time supporter of the channel and of the show. I appreciate his take. So I appreciate the support and the donations, brother. All right, Drew. Whenever you're ready. And you know what? Hey, the fact you've got 8, that's because I think I had 10. So the fact that you were able to whittle it down to 8, that's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like what really offended me the most, you know, and what could I remember that offended me the most, and so I was able to get down to 8 honorable mentions.
Yeah.
So and some are more general than others. So like so for example, I've got 2 events on here for my runner-up.
Okay.
First one is Dark Web. That whole event, Dark Web. I talk about a complete grift and rip off of Inferno, the laziest rip off of Inferno, the stupidest. That deserves every bit of heckling.
So dumb.
Yep.
My next event I had was Night Terrors. Just because several factors for this. One, because I just at hearing at that Comic Pro Summit how Josh Williamson was pretty much like a hooker at a bar, pretty much laying into Sean just how awesome Night Terrors was, how much he wants to invest in it for hours on end, just how awesome it is. And then it turns out to be just this shit event where it's just incredibly boring, stupid. The side quests, you want to call them, sucked. So a little behind the scenes info, the Comics Elite Whatnot warehouse, they've got 4 long boxes filled of unsold Night Terrors variants. Just completely unsold.
Wow.
Yeah, this was a shit event. It sucked on every single level.
No, those are all mine. I haven't picked them up yet.
Kyle would buy all of the variant covers. That
You'll
does
see.
track.
When I buy an island with him, you'll see. You'll be like, damn, he was right.
Okay, yeah. When that actually happens, we will see.
We will, because you won't be seeing me anymore. I'll be gone.
Oh yeah, you will not be on this show anymore.
Nope.
Or you'll be completely bankrupt and you won't be on the show either because you won't have a home.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding.
Damn.
But
airing of grievances.
Hey, I mean, we're seeing it with the creators. They're out there begging for money every single day because they anyway.
Comics are booming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but comics are booming, right? It is unfortunate. I would never wish that on anyone, but unfortunately, that is the nature of our industry right now.
Dunking on the chest.
I can make. What's up?
Dunking on the chest, but can you pay my rent, please?
Yep.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Screw F the fans. You guys are a bunch of Nazis. But seriously, buy my book because I can't. I need to pay for healthcare because my job doesn't do that. Yeah. So, yeah, I am. I'm surprised that Night Terrors came out in the summer, right? And it was a horror event. Like, come on, DC. What are you guys thinking?
And it interrupted their flow of the new, like with their relaunches. The Dawn of the DC, like it's interrupted every title for this crap, and it built a lot of momentum, which was unfortunate.
And like you said, the fact that it was at that comic book retailer summit that people were preaching about it, like it's so funny.
Yeah.
I do want to. This will be most likely what happens to you, Kyle, is that you'll be exiled for your bad takes.
Wow. We'll see. Keep laughing. Keep laughing.
Yeah, one of these days. One of these days.
Yeah.
All right, Drew. What else you got? Dark Web, Night Terrors.
All right, I've got for my worst individual comics, I have Tales from Nottingham, number 6.
Oh, I know who wrote that one.
Yes, you did. Yes, that I wanted to rip that in half because honestly, it was the first time reading any issue from Nottingham series. This one where I wanted to fucking rip it in half because even if you didn't look at who wrote it, when you read from one of the characters who they are and how they talk about themselves, like I know this motherfucker wrote it, and sure enough, it was them. And yeah, it was the worst comic of the series, and just took me completely out of the comic.
Yeah. It's like an obsessive compulsion. They literally cannot help themselves from writing that into the comic. It is so pathetic. So, but yes, I know exactly which one you're talking about. What do you got next?
No, my next individual issue is Spawn Unwanted Violence, number 1.
Oh, so low. So low.
Yes, I found much more worser stuff. for my top 10.
Oh.
No. There's nothing much more worse than this piece of shit. So I think there were 2 issues. Is it just number 1 then?
Just number 1.
Yeah, I didn't read number 2. I couldn't get myself to go through with that again. But all right, okay. At least it's on here. You know what? At least it's on here. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Next runner-up is Superman Space Age. This series, the whole series itself was just one fucking bad idea. It was terrible. It was stupid. Completely wrote Superman out of character, made him a chump. But hey, what do you expect? Can't expect more from Mark Russell. That's what he specializes in.
Didn't he also write that like Mars series that you read, Kyle? That was just
Kyle's favorite series of the year.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, was it Mars Traveling to Mars? Travelers to Mars, where it's just a guy
from Mars.
Yeah, on a spaceship being a jackass. Yeah.
So dumb. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far.
All right, 3 more. I've got Super Surfer Ghostlight, my next one.
Hey, there it is.
Yeah.
Surfer Ghostlight. Very nice. And that was issue 1 or the whole series?
That's the whole series. That's just the whole series. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Power of Jazz.
Yeah.
Power of Jazz. Black Girl Magic. Power of Jazz Magic.
Power of Jazz Magic. Yep.
Next one I got is White Widow. Just the series itself.
Yeah.
It's only been what 2, 3 issues right now. The whole thing is fucking terrible.
Yeah. Considering it's only. Right. Yeah. Considering it's only 2 issues, and in those 2 issues, they've done,
Nothing.
I mean, F all with the character. If anything, it's actually.
We made a list of what White Widow likes, Max. We've made a very comprehensive list.
Oh,
I needed to know.
Yeah. No, you're actually very. Yeah. We did need to know. Yeah, that's very true. So, yeah, the White Widow series is, like you said, it's only been out for 2 issues, and yet what's so funny about that is it came out 2 months ago, and I was already coming up with my list. And so, sure enough, I'm thinking, okay, Marvel really can't produce anything that I'm gonna have to put on my list, right? But sure enough, nope. They were like, the year's not over. We still have another month, and they put out White Widow. Thanks, Marvel.
Never count them out.
Yeah. And your last dishonorable mention for 2023
is going to be The Exterminators.
All right. Very well.
You want to talk about a series from beginning to end it's one of those things where it's like, I want to say I can't believe this got published, but in today's Marvel, I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It is fucking stupid beyond belief, this whole series. From page 1 to the last page. Yeah. And, the unfortunate thing is that I loved the art. I think the ladies were drawn beautifully. They were voluptuous. They were sexy. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. In 2023 Marvel, they were beautiful. They were actually drawn to have like very pretty features and cute outfits and like all this stuff. But the dialogue that spewed from their mouth holes was just the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. It was so vapid and just unappealing. It was a lot of it, and a big portion of it, dialogue no one would say out loud in person to another human being.
Never, unless that is what. Who was it? One of the Stephanies. Unless that's how she actually talks to her friends.
If that's how she talks, I want nothing to do with her at all.
No. Hey, sluts. Hey, whores. What's up? So who are we banging tonight? This piss baby over here? Uh-oh, vampires interrupted our roller skating rink dance party.
Let's go. Come on. Woo!
Yeah. Wild, man. Wild. All right. Well, now let's get to our top, our bottom 10, our worst to top 10.
They're bottoms. They're definitely bottoms.
Oh, they are bottoms.
They're bottom bitches. Yeah.
So my number 10 is one that we have already mentioned already. I have made a video about this that you guys can go onto the channel and watch right now. But this made my top 10 because I'm a huge Silver Surfer fan. And the most atrocious thing about this series was the artwork. The artwork was heinous. It looked like someone just with a random pen and paper just started trying to draw for the first time. Terrible. And not to mention the story was just an absolute disgrace to the original Stan Lee comic back in 1964, I think it was, where they actually introduced the character of Ghostlight that sacrificed himself, and then to bring him back for like
that was actual issue of Silver Surfer that did it.
Yeah, so sorry. So the initial issue was in Silver Surfer that brought the character of Ghostlight.
Okay.
But I think his name was Al something.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had a great send off. He sacrificed himself to allow Surfer to defeat this villain. It was like a really heroic ending to the book, and then they brought him back for like no reason in this modern.
Well, you know why?
Well, yeah, we know why, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
So
It's about time.
The only reason why they brought him back.
Yeah, because of his external features that
Correct.
Yeah, that make him, instead of creating a new character that Silver Surfer could interact with. Yeah. So
Yep.
Yeah, they are power bottoms. They are. You know what? Actually, the thing, juicy dumpers, dump trucks are a good thing. These are just dumpster fires. They're not juicy dumpers, unfortunately.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't in the Exterminators issue, that like the first or second page, didn't Dazzler wear a pair of like booty shorts that said like juicy dumper, like juicy or something like that on it?
You know what? I wouldn't doubt it. That would actually sounds pretty par for the course with that book. So
yeah, I'd allow it.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, like I said, the art there's a reason why I made my dishonorable mentions and not my top 10, because that art saved a lot of that book's ill will.
That's why it's in my honorable mention, top 10.
Oh, well, I was gonna say, yeah, give us your number 10 for your for Turd Burglar's worst of 2023.
I have Tim Drake, Robin.
So low, Kyle. So low.
Whew.
Yeah.
Tim Drake Robin?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. The whole series, eh?
Duh. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I know there's the one issue where they go out to dinner with the parents, and that one.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I know. It's trust me, it's up here. It's living rent free, but
yeah, the whole restaurant burns to the ground, and Tim doesn't even do a thing. Never mind. We'll talk about it.
Doesn't do a thing. He just leaves and then comes back for no reason. Yep. Oh yeah. I know.
Oh
yeah,
man,
it's all off. I know it's low, but trust me, the stuff above.
Okay, so already Wonder Woman and Tim Drake Robin are lower than your White Widow, than White Widow series, if you have it on here, which I'm appalled at. But
You're
appalled.
Tim Drake Robin also, we can't forget issue 1 with Twinkle Toes, where
Twinkle Toes.
Bernard spooks him and he's like, ooh.
arguably the worst page from all of DC Comics, if not Big 2 this year.
And what's so sad, hail to you, my man. What's going on, Josh? We've got and by the way, Josh, we've got your top 10 list of the best comics right here. Hope you don't mind a hot, bright Barbie pink for your profile here. Sorry, what were you saying earlier? My bad.
Not me.
I think we were talking about Riley Rossimo's art on that page.
Oh, I just said it's arguably the worst page from the Big 2 this year, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah. Especially considering that Chuck Dixon had an entire series of Tim Drake that was badass and awesome.
And we're getting an omnibus finally this upcoming year of this whole run.
Good.
Yeah.
It deserves it.
Yes.
I will be buying.
Yeah.
Any other reason for? I mean, does it need any other reasons?
No.
All right.
No.
Drew Dolan, number 10.
So this is a generalization. This is the whole series. Maybe a shot. This probably be the shocker for both of you guys. I'm going to have Batman, the main series Batman.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I honestly, I really had to think about this. That I really truly believe this is the worst run Batman has been in 25 years. Probably almost 20 years since Brian Azzarello and Edward Rizzo were on it after Jim Lee's attempt at Batman. It's just, I don't want to say it's unreadable, but it's just stupid. Everything that Chip Zdarsky has done from the escaping from space back to Earth to now, every issue has just been stupid and just a complete, I don't want to say nothing burger, but just not what I want in a Batman series.
That's totally understandable. I mean, it's kind of like, Silver Surfer Ghostlight. I could have put it in my honorable mentions, but because it's such a character assassination of a character that I really love and that has been done very well before, that's why it's in my top 10. So I think that's kind of what you're saying about Batman, potentially, that it is such a great character. He's had so many amazing runs that to see him kind of assassinated like this, it's unreadable. It makes it into the top 10.
Yeah, and he's got villains, stories, and events like that. The whole Gotham War, Gang War, whatever it was, that could have been in my honorable mentions. Because that event sucked ass. That quote unquote event. But every issue, I'm just shaking my head, just like, what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah,
it's just we haven't resolved any of the problems that we need to fix with Batman. He needs to be back in the mansion. He needs his money back. Alfred needs to come back. And he just fucking
needs his hand. He needs his hand.
He needs his hand. Yeah.
I have no hand. Yeah. And you're gonna need it. No. And like Brian said, I cannot disagree with you. These are all extremely good points. With all of these things stripped from Batman, he's not Batman at that point.
No.
If he doesn't have the connection to the Batcave or any of his tech or his money or his family or Alfred, who is he? He's just some weird bat guy.
He is Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver. Congratulations. You made him a psychopath. Bravo.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. You know what? Good choice. That's a good pick. I respect that. I respect that a lot. You guys are gonna fucking love my number 9. Does anyone know of the character Lobo?
Oh,
Ghouls just want to have fun.
Wow.
Number 1 came out this year, and at first I thought nothing of it, and I just said, whatever, fuck it, it's so dumb. But then I reread it and I showed you guys. And what they do to Lobo in that, and it's just a short story. In that,
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the short stories in that book were just dumb, but that one in particular is unforgivable. I truly don't know who else has made the main man so awful and insufferable, other than Fire and Ice.
Colin Bunn. Oh,
yeah, maybe.
Colin Bunn in the New 52 when they made him the soy boy. He made him like a very thin.
Oh, yeah, Lipstick Lobo. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just don't want to have fun. It was fun, and you don't want to have fun.
Ooh, you know what? For that, I'm going to skip over your number 9. You don't even get a number 9. I'm just going straight to Drew.
Fine.
So yeah, Ghouls just want to have fun. If you guys have not read that one in the chat, there's just, I can't even describe the amount of face palming. I think I legitimately got Aaron mad. Like when I showed Aaron that, I think he legitimately was angry. So. Kyle, what is your number 9?
I have the DC event
Oh,
Night Terrors.
Oh,
Knight
Terrors.
Terrors. It takes
Wow.
skill to fuck up, I don't know, what, 30 issues? Not a
no,
single
it was
one?
no, it was like over. No, it was like no,
Yeah.
it was over 40.
It was-
We did the math. It was over
Wow.
40.
I think every one of them was absolute dog shit. There may have been one that may have been there was one that was decent. It was kind of creepy. I think I remember. But it takes true skill to have an event and everyone forget about it / not give a shit and mean nothing and have a horrible villain. Just literally be nothing. That
Oh.
takes massive skill. Like you can't even accidentally get something right.
That you happened upon like, oh, I kind of wrote a cool story.
Yeah, or maybe we there's a decent villain here. It's like, no, you can't even get that right.
No.
You have a Freddy Krueger blueprint and you fuck it up to where it's worse than Freddy's nightmares.
That is how it
Oof.
was pitched. A Nightmare on Elm Street in the DC universe, and it didn't even come fucking close.
Not even
No,
close.
no. What? But you guys didn't like the gun bat? The bat gun? The gun that was a giant revolver
or Joker working in
barrel?
an office.
Yeah,
Oh,
Joker in an office. That
God.
was so hysterically funny.
Oh, that's right. Because what's
Yeah.
Joker's worst fear? Corporate, corporate business
America.
offices, America, capitalism.
Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I wanted to put this higher.
Wow, higher, huh? Okay.
There's some that have. This was stupid, but there were very few that actually like pissed me off,
Hmm.
other than the Joker one. But yeah, some of these
Hmm.
up higher, they were really angering.
Oof. All right. That's fair. The reason why I don't have Night Terrors on either my top 10 or my honorable mentions is because I did not read it. I just didn't even,
Oh.
I was like, you know what? Not even worth my time. I'm not going to read it. So, but
Hmm.
yeah. So thankfully you guys did so that we can put it on
Yeah.
our list.
Mhm.
Cheers. Speaking of cheers, Dolan, what you got for your number 9?
Number
9.
999 is Batman Fortress.
Nice.
Mm.
That's where
Remind me again of this series. Who were the creators for this one? What was the storyline?
This was written by the guy who did the screenplay for Book of Eli, and
Yep.
he was the
Oh.
one who did the first issue, effectively, which Batman was watching the guys breaking into the storefronts, and just Batman's just letting them do it. They've got insurance. I couldn't stop
Yep.
them.
it's justified.
right.
They're okay.
Yeah, and then on top of
Oh.
that, the writer he doubles down on that on Twitter. Yep, I'm dunking I'm dunking and pissing off the Chuds with this page. It's like, dude,
Oh.
yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, because you don't fucking get Batman. That's why. It's just so funny when you compare that bullshit page to the Dark Knight Returns, what Frank Miller did with people who were breaking into stuff and everything. It's like, okay, we got a guy over here, legend, who gets Batman, a jackass over here who doesn't, who's just trying to dunk on Chuds. Congratulations.
Yeah. When your entire creative process is trying to own and dunk on half of your reader audience, like literally 50% of your reader audience, maybe more, who knows? Yeah, you're worthless. Get out of comics. You shouldn't be writing. Like,
And that's all he's done. As far as I know, this is the only thing he's done with comics in DC,
no,
and rightfully so.
dumb. Yeah.
It
Oh
only
yeah.
goes
And
downhill from there.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because
it's like-
you had Aqualad killing people on an island just because he felt like it. And then
Yeah, because some guys found out he was gay or something on the
Yeah.
beach with his boyfriend.
Yeah.
So he ends up killing some
Murdering them.
dudes because yeah.
How much more can my eyes roll in the back of my head? It's like, yeah, it's like one atrocity after the next. It's like, okay, first you character assassinate Batman because that's not who he is. But then on top of that, you're also trying to do so to make a political statement only to dunk on Chud. So it's like you're just digging yourself a deeper hole. So
Yeah.
Is this who it is?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
He who shall not be named.
He who shall not be named. What is? Let me verify my list real quick. This this one this one has become increasingly popular as time goes on. Not because of now there was a video attached to this issue that came out. The video was pandering and nonsensical and dumb, but once the comic book itself came out, I was willing to judge it solely off of its status and its talent level and its actual substance, and I found it lacking. Alan Scott, Green Lantern, is my number.
Oh, this is kind of low. I'm surprised it's not higher.
It is. It
Yeah.
is low. It is very low, and I recognize that. But when I was looking at all the other stuff that I had, I was like, "This is much worser." Which is not. I know it's not a word, but it's more worser.
This is
than
it's
all
from the
the other.
vocabulary of Sean. It's much more worser. There we go.
much more worser. Yeah. So, I feel like we'll see this again on both of y'all's lists, but I had to put it out in the world because it needs to be addressed. But
Speak truth
yeah,
to power. Speak truth to
speak
power.
truth.
Yeah.
This is my truth. Okay.
Yeah, it's your truth.
So, my
for you.
truth is that Alan Scott Green Lantern is not a superhero book, nor is it a romance book. It doesn't know what it wants to be. If anything, it just wants to own the chuds, and it does a poor job of all of those things. So it doesn't deserve your time or money or effort. So yeah, the biggest thing that was my biggest issue with the book is that Alan Scott, Hero, the original Green Lantern, would not sacrifice himself for the other members of his military unit, and would give up precious information in order to go on a honeymoon with his boyfriend. I was like, that's not Alan Scott. I'm sorry, but you don't understand the character. You just don't, fundamentally. So yeah. Turd Burglar.
Yeah.
What you got? What you got
All
for us?
right. This one maybe sparked some controversy. Maybe.
We always
Oh.
love those.
Yeah. I'm putting at my number 8, Junkyard Joe.
Oh, that's right.
You know,
Fuck
I
this series.
remember.
Fuck
You
this
know,
series.
I wouldn't argue against that because it's real. It's the whole series. I see it as cheap emotional manipulation. It's just
Yes.
that's what I see it as.
Oh
All it
my
is.
Gosh.
Fucking bait and switch. I don't care. I mean, yeah, Gary Frank, you can say his art's amazing, and it is. But when you're bait and switch, when you were first introduced to this character in Geiger, and such a fucking cool looking character and a badass, and it's like, I need to know about this character. And when it was announced, I was so excited. And he's just a mopey fucking robot who's cleaning up a house and sweeping up floors. It's just like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, I don't even know what this is. And it's like, no, don't you feel bad that he has like emotion and like he was like taken advantage of during Vietnam? So something maybe.
And you're like,
I don't know. It's like, no.
It's
I want to see
third
him
rate-
punch something.
It's a third rate short circuit, Chappie, or name whatever else robot with emotions.
Wally.
That,
Yes,
Yeah.
Bicentennial Man.
there you go.
Literally anything, and it's just like, god damn. And that you're introduced to that horrible family, and I want them all to die.
Yes.
Like Junkyard Joe. I'm like, oh, he's gonna kill these kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, he's gonna punch all these kids in the face and kill them. No,
Gonna kill these kids.
Yeah,
You know what? It's not super controversial to me because I understand your reasoning for it, and I couldn't read it after issue 2, but I do know that this will get a lot of people upset because I do know a lot of people that really like the.
I'm
Junkyard
sure they
Joe.
do. And trust me,
Yeah.
I have like the comic book day, like when it got the posters got sent out, they sent out free posters. I have the poster for this series, the issue.
Oh
1.
wow!
Giant poster. Like, I was so excited for this series. And oh my god, it is just terrible.
Well, remember issue 1? I was like stoked for issue 1 because we got the backstory of Junkyard Joe, and he's like in Vietnam, and you get that one image of the dude who gets shot through the head, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh my God, Gary Frank is just killing it on art. He's doing great. But then after that, it's just steady decline.
Hey, remember this guy who wrote him as a fucking Sunday morning cartoon in a fucking newspaper? It's like, oh yeah, thanks. This is great. I want to know more about this guy.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not turning out unlike Geiger, who's just a mopey, whiny bitch also. So it's all seems
dude, I took Geiger after Geiger this past Geiger issue. I took it off my pull list. I said, "Nah, I'm done." If they're not going to talk about the Las Vegas factions, if they're just going to follow this nothing burger of a character, okay, I'm so done. So his design is gorgeous.
great, cool. I love it.
No depth. There's nothing there. It's just
Nope.
okay. Thanks for nothing. So yeah, no, I pulled Geiger off my list, and until they do something cool with Ghost Machine, I'll wait. But we'll see.
Yep.
Dolan, you're number 8.
My number 8 is the Human Target.
Ah,
Oh, there it is.
so high, so high.
So high.
It's not low.
It's not low.
So those 3 issues, 10, 11, and 12, those did it for you.
It did it for me, and just the whole series in itself, just the constant character assassinating of Fire and Ice, just the whole Justice League. What he did to the entire Justice League is insulting. And especially just the Human Target himself, just how he just more or less accepted it and took it. At the end, it's like, fuck this. I want no part of this series and Tom King's sweetness.
Oh yeah, didn't he do something? Didn't he do something to Guy Gardner?
Yeah, multiple times. Yeah,
He
in this
killed
series,
him.
multiple times. Yeah,
That's right. Yeah, that's right. He killed him, cucked him, everything that you could do
Yeah.
to Guy Gardner. He just
And of
did
course,
all.
he was a manipulative, abusive asshole. It's like,
That's right.
okay,
Ugh.
thank you.
It's like, yeah, we get it. Okay.
Yep.
Let's see. All right. Well, that's fair. That's fair. It is fairly high, though. I figured it'd be maybe honorable mention, but
like I said,
another
the
one.
more we progress or regress, if you will, just it's the more
Yep.
pissed off I got reading these.
Okay. I will admit I did not actually read The Human Target. The art looked gorgeous, but I was just like, Tom King, nah, I'm good.
It's just I feel so bad for the artists because they're stuck with him, and I could never ever get anything signed by these guys that Tom King wrote. Never.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. Tom King, Tom Taylor, both Toms off my list. Yeah. So
Yeah, forever. Off my list.
say again.
Forever off my list.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So my number 7 is actually a single issue. I mean, I guess I could put the entire series, but the first 2 issues. Well, no, sorry, excuse me. The first issue, I was there for it. I gave it a shot, and I actually praised it on one of my live streams way back when it first initially started, exactly a year ago. And I said, you know what? I liked it. It wasn't too bad. And then I read issue 2, and I was like, fuck this piece of shit. It is garbage. And then we got to issue number 12, and the Punisher became the most cucked simp. He became the most worthless piece of shit. His
is this the
ex-wife-
Aaron run or is this the new Punisher?
This is Punisher issue number 12. The Jason
Okay.
Aaron
A
Punisher
run.
number 12.
Okay.
All right.
So this is the last issue in the run where Punisher is chained up. He's, relegated to the basement of Avengers Mansion or whatever. The Avengers give him a struggle session where they lecture him one by one. Read the comic, guys. By the way, read the comic, and I am not joking. They lecture him one by one, and they're like, "Oh, you're better than this." Blah 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 blah. And then at the very end, his wife comes in, and she tells him she's divorced him. She's sold all his assets, so his weaponry, his houses, the property. She's taken all of that money and taken all the divorce money and is leaving him for, to go, be with all these other guys and all this with all this money and whatnot. It was the degradation of one of my favorite Marvel characters in the entire Marvel universe. For what? To just to make him a bitch.
Rightfully so.
so so Punisher number 12 is my number 7.
That's a good one.
That's a good one, right? Thank you. I
That's a good
appreciate
one.
it. It should, I mean, it should be higher, but considering the other ones that I've got too, it's like, oh no, we've still got more to go. But
That's fair.
all right. Your number 7.
Yeah, this one was a last minute addition here on the list. And I was like,
Oh.
I felt when it came out, you keep reading it, I'm like, why are they doing this to this character? Like, why do this? And I still don't have an answer, but it's the Mary Jane and Black Cat series.
Oh my god. So high. So high. Whoa.
I went back and I was going through and just looking at all this I'm just like, man, I remember reading this. I'm like, this is really fucking stupid. I'm like, why does this exist? And I kept seeing it every month. I'm like, why? And I'd go back and look at it. I'm just like, oh my God, like, why? How dare you do this to Mary Jane? Like, I cannot believe you had the audacity to do this to this character. And Black Cat completely out of character in this. And it's like, and you team these two up, and you have the balls to have Mary Jane talk shit about Peter the whole time. And I couldn't believe that this existed. And they were okay. And they're just like, oh yeah, we have these strong kick-ass girls who go down to hell and go after something and give her jackpot powers. And it was just like, I can't even believe this is real. This is a thing.
It was super odd, right? Because all of these like things in the city were coming to life, very much like Inferno, because it was part of the dark web thing. So they're like fighting off a water tower, but she has these like jackpot constructs, like a Green Lantern construct, right?
Yep.
It sounds like a fever dream.
Yeah, yes.
You're just like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah, I had it in my honorable mentions, but I took it out because I was just like, it doesn't even deserve to be there. But wow, so high, very high.
Yeah, I was going back through, and I'm like, this really should be up higher in my list, just due to the fact of what they did to Mary Jane and how horrible they wrote Black Cat, and just them shitting on Peter also at the same time. It was just like worst time. This just came out at a horrible time in comics, and I think that's kind of what played a part in it as well. Everything going on at that time, it was just like, man, this couldn't have come out at a worse time. And
that's fair. I need to go back and reread it now, because I remember, like I said, I had it on my dishonorable mentions, but now I actually need to go back and reread it, see if it was truly that bad. But
it is.
Oh man. Dolan, do you have one that's going to surprise me for your number 7?
Let's I don't know. It's Fire and Ice, Welcome to Smallville.
So low.
Oh.
So low.
Whoa.
What are you thinking?
I've got no
first. Are you looking at it upside down?
No, I got
that 7 needs to be a 1, Drew.
As Sean would say, I got much more worse.
That's impossible.
Yes,
that's not true. It's impossible.
Don't your feelings, you know it to be true.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
Oh,
that's a bigger
wow.
surprise to me than Mary Jane and Black Cat.
Thank
So
you.
low.
Damn.
Oh. All right, let's hear it. Why is it so low? Why is it
Why
your
is it
number
only
7?
Jesus?
Well, one, because we all know it's bad. Two, it's complete character assassination of
Yeah.
every single legacy character in this series. Everyone from, like I said, Fire and Ice to the Kents to anyone in the Justice League to Lobo and to Jimmy Olsen and to anyone else in the town of Smallville. It is every single person is written completely out of character and put into the voice of the writer.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can't argue with any of those things you said, and I will echo those things a lot later in the stream because it is not even close to number 7 for me.
Same.
But hey, that's fair. You have much more worser stuff. So
I don't see how, but all right.
Because you also have to think about how shitty that art is. It's like on top of the nonsensical storytelling. You have bad
We're gonna have a drag show, and
Yeah.
Mrs. Kent's gonna be all for it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the matriarch, like the motherly Ma Kent, like who lives in conservative, out in the middle of nowhere farmland, Kansas. You're telling me she's the progressive liberal? It's like, okay, yeah, no, sure. Yeah. All right. Well, Fire and Ice at number 7. Whew. Wow, that's a doozy.
Wow.
At least it's on your list, though. That's good.
That is true.
It's a doozy. JK, don't you worry, my man.
Oh,
Don't you
worry.
Oh,
Come on. You don't think you think we wouldn't mention Hot Girl
come
on our
on.
list?
This isn't some ragtag put together show where we don't know what we're doing.
No.
Come
We've
on.
been just for the sake of like giving chat a peek behind the curtain. I've been talking behind the scenes with Drew and Kyle and even Josh for probably the past 3 weeks about our lists. Like we have taken this very seriously and have put a lot of time and effort into these bad boys. So
Oh yeah. I took days off
come on, I
work.
mean, come on, we're not
Yeah.
we're not CBR, we're not Games Radar, we're not Bleeding Cool. We actually put time and effort into our lists, right?
Yeah, we just don't
Well, you
copy
know-
and paste what the best solicitations were for the month as our great as our top 10.
Yeah. You know what is funny though is once we're done with our best of the 2023, we will go and we'll read that Games Radar article. And we'll
please.
just
Oh,
we'll
man.
just roast it. So
Rightfully so.
oh, absolutely. So my number 6. Ooh, this might actually be low. This might be controversial.
Uh-oh.
How do you intro? I know. You know what? 2 words. Moon Baby. Ghost Rider
Oh,
number
so
20.
low.
So low. It is very low. I
Whoa.
agree. This was like
Wow.
so mean-spirited and like just awful and poorly written. And of course, it's like the issue that they're making Talia the new boss bitch, right? They're gonna make her the new Ghost Rider. And this was really the issue that we got to see. Like, oh my god, Talia is like a despicable person.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ghost Rider in general has not been a great series overall, but issue 20 was really where we got like, oh my god, this is terrible.
Yeah. Talk about fire and
tell you guys,
ice.
I mean,
Hot and
it
cold.
started off strong, and then
Yeah.
it just really turned to shit
It
after like
is
the 6
just
or
a
7th
roller
issue.
coaster.
Yeah.
It is up and down. It'll be like really good, and then it's like, wait, now you guys are riding motorcycles that are all branded with your insignias on them, and this is real, and you guys are really doing this? Like
Yeah.
Dr. Doom's on a motorcycle. Okay, sure.
I remember watching y'all's videos last year, I think it was, when you guys were still doing best or Skip It's and Mez, and you guys were doing your videos on Comics Elite. And yeah, I vividly remember both of you guys really recommending that character exhaust or something like that. And
Yeah.
yeah, there were some really cool moments that you guys preached. But whew, man. That's, I after reading issue 20, I was stunned at how awful it was. So,
Fair.
but yeah, I know it is fairly low because we went in hardcore on that issue. I think we brought it up on one of our live streams. So.
We did.
Turd Burglar
Yeah.
at your number 6, almost to halfway.
Number 6, almost to halfway. This is I put this as a whole, all of it, the whole kit and caboodle of the Marvel Aliens series.
there it is. I knew it would be on here somewhere.
Yeah.
So
I had to.
just put Aliens.
And full disclosure, I had, instead of Mary Jane Black Cat, I had Predators, the Predator series, both of them, because they've revamped it twice. Basically the same thing as Aliens, and that has
that's right.
been just as horrible, if not worse. And I'm like, all right, so I put them both on here, but I'm like, Aliens is by far and away worse, I feel like, than what they've done with Predator, even though they're both dog shit. So I felt like, all right, let's just put Aliens on there. So all of these are unreadable. Like, do not waste your time with any of these issues. They are absolutely awful. No, I don't even know why you call it Aliens. There's nothing here. Even when you have strong female character whose mom is on board a spacecraft, gets pregnant, dies, and now she has to save the universe, and she knows how to kill xenomorphs because she's amazing. I just, that's wash, rinse, repeat, and then you have a team of synthetics that fight xenomorphs. It doesn't make any sense. This is all awful.
Yeah.
All of it's terrible.
And they're all revamps. They're all number ones, or they're all like a new series of a number one of a series that got canceled. They don't do anything new or interesting. They don't introduce new concepts or new character. Well,
it's
they
just
introduce
random female character
but
by herself who saves the day and knows how to fight aliens.
Yeah. It's so, like, there are some that are super generic and boring. There are some that are just offensively bad and poorly articulated and poorly drawn. Like, there hasn't been an Alien series since actually James Stokoe's Alien Dead Orbit that's really caught my attention. So
yeah, there's no horror at all. They have lost that. The art direction, everything is terrible, and then you just have, even the last issue that just came out, you have strong female character who decides to go on her own, fight xenomorphs, and like shoot it in the head, and know how to already like fight all of them and start talking shit to them right out of the gate. And it's just like, fuck do we go from here? Like, they're not scary. They're not menacing. What's the point?
There's no buildup of any tension. There's no buildup of any like, like the first Alien film had like Ridley Scott really knew how to do shadows and like dark, like everything was dark and gritty. Yeah. It was like the perfect Warhammer 40K movie. And in all of these panels, everything's bright. Everything just looks like, there's no atmosphere. There's no like interesting colors or interesting inking or illustrations. It's all just, it's a cartoon alien, so
it's a joke. Everything is a joke.
Yeah. I don't have anything else to say. I put Alien Annual #1 on my honorable mention because that was just a joke, but yeah, Kyle has legitimately read every Alien book, and there's not one good one.
Not one.
Dolan, are you gonna put are you gonna put another series that needs to be higher on your list, but you're gonna put lower?
I think this one will not be on either of your lists.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
It's probably one of those where it's like, I forgot about that. Teen Titans by Tom Taylor.
Teen Titans, you said?
Teen Titans. Okay.
Teen Titans.
Teen Titans. I don't even remember reading this one because it said Tom Taylor, and I said nope.
Well, there you go. This kicked off right after with Dark Crisis on Infinite Earth's 0 Hour Final Crises.
Yeah.
Dark Knights Metal, Houses of Dark Knights. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
it's
yeah.
become a story of nothing. We're gonna fight deforestation. We're the new Justice League. We're gonna go down to South America and fight.
Oh yeah.
It's literally like the first 2 issues. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here? You guys are the new
Yeah.
Justice League, and this is what you guys are doing. This is your big injustice, the big supervillain evil you're gonna fight. Okay, congratulations.
Ooh. Drew. Nightwing may be worse than Titans. Do you agree with that?
That is tough because that's tough. Because right now it's just gotten stupid with the whole pirate storyline. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
what the fuck are we even doing? But
Yeah.
this, it's like, bear in mind, there was no Justice League. The Justice League broke up for reasons after
Mm.
Dark Crisis. No valid reason was
Reasons.
given, right, Kyle?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Correct.
That you need to take a break. It's like, okay, why?
Yeah. Why?
But yeah, no reason. And we want to push the Teen Titans. Okay. So that means they're going to be fighting all the big supervillains. No, we're going to be fighting capitalism. We're going to be fighting the people who tear down the forests. You know, it's like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? And it's not even Titans Academy. Titans Academy.
Oh God. Yeah. Start on Titans Academy.
Yeah.
God.
This is just, it's like, this is your Justice League, and they're doing fucking nothing in this series.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Real quick hello to My Nerdy Home. Hello, Steph. I thought you were seeing Aquaman tonight, but instead you chose to hang out with us. I'm
Or you're
honored.
just that bored during the film.
I was gonna say maybe you're
Or,
watching
yeah.
it.
maybe Aquaman's so bad that you're like, you know what, this is way more entertaining. So in that case, I'm honored. Thank you, Steph. Good to see you. We love you, and we hope you're doing well. I totally forgot about the Marvel Planet of the Apes limited series. I didn't even read that trash, but do you remember that one?
No,
Drew?
and neither did I. But when I read the solicitation that pretty much they were picking up, like, I guess before or during the virus outbreak of the first film, I'm like, who cares? I couldn't
Yeah.
care less. That movie came out almost 20 years ago at this point. Who cares? And then just now they're like, you know what? Let's go back to the original 60s series. Let's go back to that time frame. It's like, okay, we
Yeah.
can try that, but this is a franchise now at this point where it's like, does anyone really care about Planet of the Apes?
Mm, no.
You're going to get a small fraction of people who probably do, but not a lot.
Unless it's got Caesar in it, like unless it's got Andy Serkis as Caesar, I pretty much don't think anyone wants anything to do with Planet of the Apes. But this is funny.
Charlton
Fiend
Heston's
Machine
character,
says-
after that.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Choosing a Tom Taylor book is like choosing where do you want to be kicked. I think I would say choosing a
Yeah.
Tom Taylor book is like getting kicked in the. Choosing a Tom Taylor book is getting kicked in the head. Choosing a Tom King book is getting kicked in the nuts. Both suck. Both are not fun.
Or being cucked, as I would equate that to Tom King.
Which is why I said nuts, because whoever reads those books is most likely getting their nuts taken away from them.
Yep.
So.
Doesn't have any. Yeah.
Yeah, or just doesn't have any to begin with.
Yep.
This one's going to be real quick because we've already talked about this one. But Tim Drake Rubbin,
So low.
so low.
Yeah.
No,
All right,
this
Mr.
is-
Fire and Ice, take it
This
easy.
is my yeah. Hey, hang on a second. This is my top 5, my man. This is high. And yeah, no, Tim Drake Robin was an absolute disgrace for the character. Bad art, bad storytelling. He lives on a boat, like a shitty boat in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Twinkle Toes, and of course the infamous issue where he lets civilian innocents die in a burning building because he wants to go talk to Bernard out on the street corner for reasons.
Correct.
Fuck off with this book. This was awful. Uh, I was like, do I put just that issue, the one where they're at the restaurant, because it was that bad? But and then I thought about it, and I was like, nah,
Mm,
the whole series. Why not? Why not throw it on
fair.
there? So,
I agree.
so yeah, that's pretty much all I got for Tim Drake. Rubbin. We're now into the top 5 for Turd Burglar.
Ooh.
What's it gonna be, my man? Top
All
5.
right,
baby.
top 5. Here we go. The Separator.
Yeah.
Alan Scott, Green Lantern.
Wow,
so
that's
low.
a good. No, I think that's pretty good.
I
I
think it's
mean,
right where it needs to be.
mine's, if his is low, mine is super low then.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a good start to your top 5. I respect it.
Yeah, I think
Reasons.
it what else needs to be said? We've roasted this book. Everybody's roasted this book. I mean,
Yeah.
it honestly uh Green Lantern was one of my favorite characters growing up, and there's just always something cool about Alan Scott specifically that I always liked. I mean, is it kind of hokey and stupid? Yeah, it's Golden Age. Yeah, it's he looks kind of stupid, but like I just like that character, and just to see him destroyed like this issue by issue, like it's sad, really, and
Yeah.
it's like that's what you think this character is it's pretty awful.
Yeah.
And then to blame fans and to come after them for not wanting to get it and saying you're homophobic if you don't read this book, it's something else.
Yeah, the selling strategy. The selling strategy alone could put this book on our top 10, right? But then
Yep.
the fact that it was also just a poorly written book is like, well, of course it's gonna be up here, you know.
Yeah, you know it's bad, and yet you have to you have to go to those tactics in order to quote unquote sell your book, thinking
Yeah.
that's going to work.
Oh yeah,
I
because if you
can't
knew it
believe
was good. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No,
cut you
it's fine. Yeah, exactly. If you know it's good, you let it speak for itself. Word of
Yeah.
mouth, it's going to have legs. It's going to take off,
Yeah.
and it's like
When-
it's dog shit.
Wouldn't that be the biggest fucking like the biggest dunk you could think of? Is you don't say a word. You put out your Alan Scott Green Lantern book and you don't say anything. You just drop it. And then people start reading it and they're like, damn, this is really good. Like, hey, it's got like, it goes in his relationship a little bit, but like, it's a good superhero comic. And Tim Sheridan's just sitting back going like, you like that? I've got a issue 2 coming out next month. Hell yeah, let's do it. You know, that would be the true dunk. But instead, it's, hey, to own the chuds, buy my comic. And it's like, oh,
Yeah.
God, this is
Hey,
so
who else
dumb.
can we destroy and tarnish the reputation of a character just
Yeah.
because and have this revisionist history?
Yeah.
You know, let's shit on every Golden Age hero while we're at it. Too.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, they are only on issue 2. Wait, maybe we're speaking a little too early. Maybe issue
Yeah.
3, they will bring in some more Golden Age heroes. We'll see.
Oh God.
All right, that's a good start to your top 5, but we are at Dolan's top 5 now. Bottom top 5, power bottom 5.
Power bottom
What you-
5, right?
Power bottom 5. What you got for us, my man?
I got just generalization. I got the Punisher by Jason Aaron.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice. That's a good one. Punisher. Yeah, we'll just put series.
Because I love the Punisher. I love Frank Castle.
Yeah.
And what Jason Aaron did, I don't give a shit if he were to come out and say, "Oh, this was Marvel's idea." I don't give a shit. If they did it, you fucking wrote it. You took the job, so F you. And what you did from as far back, I personally cannot get out of my mind turning him into a murdering Kevin McAllister in that one issue.
Oh, dude,
I-
issue 2.
Yeah.
Putting the Captain America mask on his face, turning him into a murdering
Oh.
Kevin McAllister. Fuck you, Jason Aaron, for what you
He's-
did to Frank
yeah.
Castle.
He's in the principal's office with the Captain America shirt on, and they've got the books, like all of his like journals, and he's like drawing like skeletons and people killing each other and stuff. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is so pathetic. But yeah.
Yep.
And then the
thought
last
it was-
issue was just the capper with his
Ugh.
wife, or I'm sorry, ex-wife now. But she
Yeah,
did-
right. Yeah.
it is beyond infuriating, and just I really truly hope that enough voices have gone to Jason Aaron and told him, hey, what you did was fucking stupid and don't ever do it again.
Just needed more hands fisting. You needed the hands and the fist. The hands
Yep.
fisting.
Well, you have the
Right.
hand and the fist.
The-
Yeah.
this-
Yeah.
If you've
what
ever
you need.
chipped Darcy about the hand that's fisting, the fisting of the hand.
Yeah.
The fist.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what's so funny is when we talk about the Jason Aaron Punisher run, we're so upset with the character assassination and the poor writing and the pandering nature. Because if you guys remember, also in issue 2, I think it was that old woman who's talking to Frank. She's like, "You are the weapon, right? Or you are the beast," and she's
Yeah.
like, do you know Beast, what country in all of our globe, in all of our universe, has the most killings in the entire world? And he's like, I don't know. And she's like, America. And I was like,
Wrong guess.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Go fuck your, yeah. It's like
Yeah.
wrong
Er,
again.
Sorry, buddy. You could look at the top 10. I guarantee top 20 most what is it, like homicidal rates in like
Yeah.
different countries around the world, and America wouldn't even be close.
You mean to tell me China with like over 1 billion people, they're not going to be the number one, or India, they're not going to
Yeah,
be up there,
dude.
or Africa?
Right, or any of the Middle Eastern countries? Yeah, no,
Yep.
it was so stuff like
Exclude
that we mention, and we don't even remember like all this bad shit, but it started with the Punisher logo. Remember when that
Yeah.
first dropped and it was
Yeah,
like,
oh,
Yeah. The
Oh.
Mandalorian logo ripped it off.
yeah, what is this? And they're like, oh, it's a ancient Chinese demon symbol that, I was like, no.
It means white devil. It's like, oh,
Yeah, they give them swords. They give them swords because those are less lethal, because no one kills people with swords,
Yeah, because guns are bad, okay?
and swords
Yeah.
are good. What?
Yep.
So you could arguably say that swords do way more bleed damage, and make people suffer more. I don't know, but
You can make the argument that I would say more people died by sword under Genghis Khan than people have died by guns. I would make that argument.
under Trump, no, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
Am I right? Yeah.
Am I right, Jason Aaron? Ugh. Which is, it's so sad because Jason Aaron's Thor run, hit 1 through 25 of that Thor run, to me is one of my favorite Thor runs. Of course, much farther behind Walt Simonson's run and J. Michael Straczynski's run and stuff like that. But still, I love the 3 Thors of young Thor, superhero Thor, and King Thor. We get introduced to Gore the God Butcher. Like, Jason Aaron is capable of writing something good, but man, he just shit the bed on Punisher. That's for sure. So,
Yeah.
But maybe that's my hot take, is that I liked his Thor run. I don't know.
But then again, at the same time, bear in mind, some of these names we're going to be bringing up: Jason Aaron, Tom King, Tom Taylor. These 3, the triumvirate of character assassination.
Yeah.
These 3, they have. I don't want to insult fans, but they've got their diehards who will just read whatever they put out and don't think critically about what they're reading. They just read it, consume product, onto the next one.
You know what I think too is they haven't read a lot of like earlier comics, right? Or maybe they like started reading comics during the pandemic and they've got really super excited about the hobby, and so they've really only read Tom King and Tom Taylor stuff, and so they don't realize what's being done to some of these characters. I don't know, but I guess we'll move on right into our number 4. You guys are gonna. I don't think you guys are gonna like me for this one. This one's low. I think
Watch
it's
it.
considerably low. Watch it. But it's from our favorite Jadzia Axelrod. It's Hawk
Woo!
Girl. The entire series.
Whoa.
Oh, low.
Whoa.
So low, yeah. But considering that Turd Burglar here has not mentioned White Widow, and we're now into our top 4, that's way too high. At least, I mean, it's a shit book, but I don't know if it's top 4. Whew.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
What should we say about Hawk Girl? I mean,
It's
The
not about Hot Girl.
it's not about Hawk Girl. It's about Galaxy, which is Jadzia's own self-insert.
And on top
Shocking.
of that, this isn't even a correct representation of Hot Girl. It's another character assassination.
No, it's another character assassination. It's so nonsensical. We don't have a clear villain. We don't have a clear motivation for either the villain or for Hawk Girl. The only motivation that we get when Hawk Girl is fighting that big owl thing, she's like, oh, Carter Hall, you dated a white woman and not me. And, don't tell me who I am because I know who I am and I'm a woman. It's like, what? It's just so, yes,
Whatever.
it's so stunning and brave and so out of character. And it doesn't make sense at all. Oh, we also have her fighting for Black Lives Matter in the protest scene in issue
Yep.
1. We have in issue 3 or 4, the Dyke shirt,
That was my favorite.
we have a fun loving talking dog, corgi to be exact. Everyone's gay. Just everyone's gay.
Yeah.
Like,
The entire city.
remember
is
when
gay.
No, that's my life. That's all I run into are gay people.
yeah, remember
Everyone
when
in Indiana?
Supergirl
Yeah. Am I right?
Yep.
Am I right? Yeah. So I think the reason why it's not in like my top 2, I will say that the artist is extremely talented. So unfortunately, the artist got themselves attached to a writer who is neither competent, intelligent, respectful to characters, or just good or talented at their job whatsoever. So it's really sad to see the artist suffer for that. But
Fair.
and this is fair, JK. Multiple series on our lists, whether it's Fire and Ice, whether it's Hawk Girl, whether it's Wonder Woman, multiple women, comic book readers that have been comic book readers for years, have said they hate these books, and yet they're the target demographic. So, oh well.
So
They need to be
say.
speaking up more. They need to be more vocal about how shit-tacular these books are.
Absolutely, I agree, Drew. I totally agree. We can only speak so much before people are just saying, "Oh, well, you're just misogynist." It's like, oh, well, actually, listen to the women who read these books, and
Yeah, because I want a well-written female character. Yet you're right. I'm a misogynist. Correct.
yeah, correct. Speaking of misogynist, Turd Burglar, I'm gonna say it's either White Widow. What haven't we covered? Hawk Girl, Fire and Ice. Ooh, I don't know what, or maybe Exterminators. So a bunch of female-led books. So perfect.
All right. Are you ready? This is. I'm going to talk about controversy.
Oh,
This.
whoa! Watch it.
Oh,
All right. Are we ready?
I don't know. Am I?
Oh, I have Hot Girl as my.
There we go. Very nice. Great minds think alike.
Yep. You summed it up perfectly. I don't think I really need to add anything. Bravo.
Very well. Well, thank you, sir.
You're
I think that's a good spot. It's right where it needs to be.
Exactly.
That's right, JK. I appreciate your input, and I love that you are outspoken about this kind of stuff, because women have been written well for decades, and yet for some reason the comic book industry thinks otherwise. So
Yeah.
Yeah, just look at the Brian Bolin and all the Brian Bolin Wonder Woman stuff. Look at all the Chris Claremont wonderful, beautiful women that he wrote with his X-Men series. I read a thread on Twitter the other day how someone argued the fact that Storm was a more well thought out and developed character than Wonder Woman, and it was fascinating. I loved it. Storm is a beautiful, wonderful character that has led the X-Men multiple times. So
Into the ground. You're right. Nah, I'm kidding.
Anyway, before we get canceled,
I know. Never mind. She's stunning and brave and wonderful and great.
and wonderful, and she's everything. And yes, please, mommy, step on me, mommy. Dolan, do you also have a female-led comic book for your number 4? Do you also have a female-led comic book for your number 4?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Number 4 for me. Actually, yes.
Oh, okay. Let's keep the ball rolling then.
Yeah, so this may be low for you guys, but I got Wonder Woman, the new series by Tom King.
Wow.
Wonder Woman. I had her in my dishonorable mentions. So
I respect this a lot, Drew. The fact that you have it in your top 5, Kyle Turd Burglar over here, it's a disgrace. That's not even in your top 10.
I didn't want to give it the satisfaction.
No, it needs to be called out for its bullshit, man.
You have to. That's the whole point of these books.
No, I'm not giving Tom King the time.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Please, Drew, please elaborate. Anything else you'd like to say?
You've got a character here who he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, by saying she's for peace, but at the same time she's not afraid of destroying a tank with American soldiers on it with a fucking smile on her face. It's ridiculous. And then the sheer notion look, if you're watching this and you're a fan of this, think about this for a second. All right. The first issue, you have an Amazonian woman in a bar fight. She kills 20 humans in this bar, 10 to 20 people.
Yep.
And the American government, rightfully so, kicks out the Amazonians from the United States, rightfully so. And on top of that, these Amazonians are like, no, we're not leaving, we're not going. It's like, okay, step back for a second. You mean to tell me you Amazonians, you're from Paradise Island in the United States, but you're being extradited back to Paradise Island. It's in the name, Paradise Island. And you don't want to go back to Paradise Island? That is fucking stupid. That is ridiculous. And on top of that, you've got these people, and Wonder Woman killing more American soldiers with glee. And the emotional manipulation as well with the kid who has cancer, but maybe gay at the same time. It's like, fuck you, Tom King. This whole series is bullshit. It's angering.
Hey, gay people can get cancer too, all right?
Yeah.
It's the absolute, like, it's the weirdness of Tom King wanting to be this like male feminist white knight in the book. That's the thing that for me makes this just so insufferable. So I agree with what you had to say, Drew. Absolutely. Having it at your number 4 is very fair, but I will echo your sentiments and put Wonder Woman as my number 3 because I also hate this series. It is, and so and actually I meant to put this on my number 3. So Wonder Woman also includes Wonder Woman issue 800, where we are introduced to Trinity. Do you guys remember that one? Where Trinity shows up and fucking just is the most worthless, condescending, arrogant, narcissistic. She talks down to Batman and Superman, and they're both like, oh yeah, we'll just take it because we love you, Trinity. And the readers are thinking, who the fuck is this bent, right?
Just
So
a
yeah, this
pill
includes
of a human being, just a pill of a character.
oh, awful. So this includes Wonder Woman 800, but it also includes Wonder Woman 1, which is the new series that just started. Um, it was not only just mean spirited, but cynical and just vile. Like just the shit that he was saying in there, especially with the most recent one, where he has a US Marine deal with PTSD and then self delete in the issue because he feels insecure that Wonder Woman beat him in battle. I was like, who the fuck do you think you are? Tom King is a insecure little, weirdo male feminist who wants to be
And on
stepped
top of
on
that,
by
he
mommy.
had Steve Trevor, a colonel, getting into a fight in the cafeteria with his lower ranking subordinates. It's like, what fucking fantasy land are you living in where this would happen? Never.
Yeah. He's completely done, like, in terms of he's had so many shots to write classic
Too many.
characters, too many, and just completely they're completely devoid of any substance or moral good. For the longest time, he just continually pats himself on the back. You can just tell that as he's writing this bullshit, as it's like just spewing out of him, he's like, I'm the best. I am so good. I can't wait for people to read my brilliance. It's very much like it's what dumb people think is high literature, right? Or like, stunning and brave, bold literature. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to talk about because it is uh oh, it's mean-spirited more than anything. Everything about it is just mean-spirited, trite, and asinine. So those were the other
Emotional manipulation after this last issue.
yeah, very much so. Very emotionally manipulative for sure.
The laziest of emotional manipulation.
Yeah. So for all those reasons and more, that's my number 3. And once again, the art is beautiful. The art is better than any one of these books. The art alone could potentially be on a top 10 list of a best book.
Daniel Sampry, Clay Mann, Greg Smallwood, 3 brilliant, terrific artists wasted under Tom King.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
And you know what? I guarantee you, if the art was shitty in these Tom King books, I don't think Tom King would get the praise that he like. I think people would start to wake up and they'd be like, why do I not like this book as much? Because he's being lifted up by the artwork in these books.
Yeah, I liken it, what you just said. I liken it to, I keep meaning to say, related to this movie scene for the longest time. It's like that scene in the movie Step Brothers. It's where Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly, they're in the job interview wearing tuxedos, and with Seth Rogen. Seth Rogen's like, I like the tuxedos you guys are wearing. This is great. You're downplaying the formality. All right, let's just do this. Let's get you hired. And then John C. Reilly lets out this long fart, and then Seth Rogen's like, yeah, you had ketchup and some onions. Yeah, now that I think about it, after smelling this, after thinking about it, yeah, these suits, this is not going to work. It's like Tom King is that fart. His storyline is that long fart. And it's like, you know what? No, it's a bad taste in here. Not going to happen. Yeah, you're out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. I would maybe say that like, yeah, I totally understand what you're trying to say. But I'm waiting for people to finally just be like, man, this is shitty. This is really, not only is it like actually poorly done, like there's not a lot of substance to it. He's not as talented as he thinks he is. But it's also just, it's really like, it's disgusting the type of writing that he especially with the Wonder Woman, like military stuff and the weird, like I said, the weird male feminist fantasy, mommy fantasy that he wants. It's kind of like, Oh, it's a degradation fantasy that he wants to be degraded by strong, like, big women. It's
The
an
Peggy
odd fetish, but yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry you have to follow that one, Kyle, because we just kind of thrashed Wonder Woman into the ground. But
It's fair.
do you want to give us your third turd burglar pick for 2023?
All right. Yeah, you've been waiting for it. You've been waiting for it. Here it is. White Widow.
Ah, wow, so
pretty
high.
Yeah. that's
So high.
Why isn't it higher on your fucking list? This thing is fucking dog shit. Come on now.
It's funny. It's funny.
It's
how
not
bad it is.
funny.
It like Wonder Woman doesn't make me laugh. Every time I get angry when I read
White
Wonder
Widow makes you laugh. Are you fucking kidding me? No,
because
it doesn't.
it's so dumb. It's like a cutesy wootsy. I like lettuce.
That's
I
not
like
funny.
onions.
When we were roasting this book, you weren't laughing.
Internally,
laughing.
I was.
You were crying because it's so bad.
Ugh. It
You're
is.
like, why
It
am I
is that
wasting
bad.
my
though.
time? It is
It
that
really
bad.
is that bad. Yeah.
All of it's bad. The art is dog shit. The
Mhm.
story isn't a story.
No.
It's just somebody's
No,
likes and
no.
dislikes and going to a farmer's market.
Yeah.
And their house they're going to get kicked out of their HOA because they're communist or whatever. It's like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on. They don't know either because this is a day in the life of these writers.
Yeah.
That's all this is. Hey, I went to the farmer's market over the weekend. Hey, that's great. Put that in the book.
Yeah.
But nothing happened. Yeah, go. Put that in the book.
Yeah. You can't forget issue 1. Arguably, I think issue 1 is much worse on
It
a
is. It's the worst.
on a
It
scale of
assassinated
like
Captain
yeah,
America. I mean,
Yes.
it's awful.
yeah. Issue 2 made me laugh because it's like, are we fucking at a farmer's market right now?
Stop it.
But
Stop it. It didn't make you laugh.
But issue 1, I was actually I was mad. I was like, this is bullshit. So
And it will not get better. It's only
No.
going to get
No.
worse.
The question is, do we continue to read? Like, how many issues do you give it until it's canceled?
Well, since you find it so fucking funny, you're probably going to keep reading it, right?
No. I'm not supporting this book, though.
Okay.
We're not putting our money to these books. Ooh,
no, I am not. I will continue to be on this Titanic ride all the way to the
Yeah.
bottom.
Yeah.
I have to. I got to see where it goes. I have to see how low it can go. It is
That was
almost
kind of
like Tom King. It's like I got to see how bad it can get.
yeah. I almost like it was offensive. The whole Tom King writing in self-deletion of a United States Marine into his book, that made me go like, fuck no, I'm not reading this, piece of asinine shit. Because it's like, it truly is like offensive. But but like you said, I almost have to continue reading because I'm like, what's he gonna do next? Like if he doesn't, like if he's willing to cross that line, what's he willing to do next? So I understand you reading White Widow because now you're like, I have to see what happens.
Yeah, and just like the thing with Tom King, it's like the Emperor has no clothes, and you're slowly realizing he never did. He has the ability now to go back and be like, everything you've written is dog shit. Everyone before was like, well, Mr. Miracle was pretty good and the Visions was good, but he is almost so bad now, and you've almost seen that he can't write to the point where people are going back and saying, that stuff probably isn't as good as everyone thinks it is, and it's actually not. And like he has that rare ability to where it's like everything you've written is dog shit. We just were too stupid to see it at the time.
Yeah.
But White Widow is dog shit.
Yeah, no, it is pretty bad. Man, it's high though. I will say
It
it's high.
should be.
I just wish that yeah, that's tough. Because it's also like it's high, but where else would you put it?
And that's the thing. And I'm like, well, Wonder Woman was up there at first also, and I'm like, fuck, like, I mean, these are all bad. Like, I'm just like, where am I putting all of these?
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough to I mean, you broke it down to 16 dishonorable mentions. That's as close as you could get to, like,
Yep.
trying to cut it down, so that's fair. Uh, Drew is, using the restroom real quick, so, his number 3 is going to be Batman: One Bad Day, but the entire series. So that was Ra's al Ghul, that was Bane, that was Joker, or did they do a Joker
Penguin,
one?
Bane,
Penguin, yeah. Man, that's
Clayface.
high. That's so
That's
high.
high. And they were
I
bad.
mean,
I remember I thought the Clayface one wasn't that bad. I think. Is that what that I
I remember I remember
remember.
reading I remember reading Ra's al Ghul and laughing because of the dog, and
Yeah.
because Ra's al Ghul was, like, so concerned with global warming.
Yep.
Um, but I remember the art being gorgeous, like, the art was stunning in that book.
Yeah. And the art for the
Um,
most part and a lot of them were very good.
yeah.
Art was great in a
So,
lot, if not all of them. I thought the Clayface one I thought was pretty good.
yeah,
I can't remember.
huh. Um, yeah, well, all right, well, we'll have to ask Drew when he comes back because that's
Yeah.
high. That's
Like,
very
but just the fact that, like, you have the audacity to be like, all it takes is one bad day for all of these people to turn
for
into a life of crime
for every single Batman
for
villain.
every Batman villain.
They love to stroke their egos about, like, oh, Joker is just one bad day. We're all Joker, right? But
Yeah,
all it
Killing
takes is
Joke,
one.
remember? He was gonna get the
Yeah.
commissioner "Oh, remember that? Remember that? Remember Alan Moore? Remember that? We're all like
Yeah.
Alan Moore."
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, yeah, we're like Alan Moore, so we'll also write one bad days for all these characters, which in turn makes all of them way less interesting."
Yeah, and they're all kind
So,
of pusses and kind of
yeah.
bitches. It's just like, well, I had, somebody, hit my sundae ice cream cone out of my hand, and now I'm mad at Batman forever now. It's like, oh, that's what
Mm.
you came up with. Okay, got it.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Good one.
Wonderful.
One bad day, that's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
So this one, it's super high for me, but it may be controversial, because it's not my number one. But
All
it's still
right.
but it was like number 1 or 2, and I knew what my number 1 was the second I read it months ago. My number 2, coming in at
Uh,
number 2, Fire and Ice. Welcome
hey,
to Smallville. I guess I should say, because Fire and Ice, what was it, the Image comic or the Dark Horse comic?
I think it's Dark Horse, Fire and
Yeah.
Ice. Yeah,
Um,
that's my number
y
2 also, by the way.
oh, it is? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, perfect, because then we'll just talk about it at the same time.
Yep.
Wha I'm speechless when it comes to this book.
It
I
truly is
don't
a
know
sight
what.
to behold.
One of the best things that you've said in 2023 is you don't read this book. You experience it. And what more can you say about Fire and Ice: Welcome to Smallville? Um,
Yeah. It truly is something to which you can try to describe it. You can try to go through it, even panel by panel, and you could
mhm.
even break it down via word bubble, and people would still be like, "What are you talking about? Like what?"
Yo, yeah.
I mean, it's like you have to experience it. You have to try to read it and decipher it for yourself because it truly is impossible to to talk about.
It is absolutely. I agree 100% with everything you just said. It is written by like a schizophrenic.
Retard.
Yes, yeah, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
I truly have never. I think it was issue number 3. And I remember texting you guys and being like, "This was the worst comic book, not the worst book of the series, not the worst series. This was the worst comic book I have ever read in my life. It
Mhm.
was so jarringly unreadable. The art is god awful. It's done by crayons.
Yeah.
The story is incomprehensible and nonsensical. Like you said, even if you break it down bubble by bubble, panel by panel, it makes no GD sense.
Mhm.
So you have the art, terrible. Story, nonsensical. Characters are atrocious. There's no complexity to them. There's nothing interesting about them. They are
Nothing likable,
they're
nothing
they're so
redeeming.
unlikable. They're deplorable.
Mhm.
Everything about this book is truly awful.
The
I
covers are
can't think of
bad. Everything sucks.
yeah.
Honestly,
It is truly I feel now that I'm talking about it, I feel bad not putting it as my number one.
I
But
did have it at my number one, but I went back. I'm like, no, this book
ooh,
truly upset me, like at a personal level, and
yeah,
like
yeah.
this Fire and Ice series truly is something else. It really is unlike anything. And Drew and I have read for a while there so many indie books that shouldn't exist. They're
Mm,
that bad.
yeah.
It's like that's understandable because they're indie books, they're put together with God knows what, and it's somebody that wants to just tell a story and put it out there. It's like, okay, I don't expect anything out of this. At least when you're reading a DC book, recognizable characters in a familiar setting that people know. You hear Smallville, it's like, oh, okay, I know where that's at. Superman, the Kents, whatever. It's like, okay, I understand that. And then you read this and you see it, and it's like, what the hell is even that? Like, you're just, it's
What the
just,
hell is even that?
yeah, yeah. You're just at a loss for words. It's like, I can't even believe this is real life. This is real. This exists, and it's not some parallel universe where I'm being punked.
This exists in our timeline. As much as we would not like it to be, it is real and it is
Mhm.
terrifying. I do like that though. It should be called Fire and Ice. Welcome to Smallville. What the hell is even that? That should be the tagline because it's perfect.
Yeah,
Everything that happens, you go, what the hell is even that?
yeah,
On everything.
yeah. That's every page. You just turn it
Yeah,
and you're like,
every page trying to
"Huh?
decipher what the hell
Like,
what the
did I
hell
get
is
hit in the head? Like, am I having a concussion? Like,
even
am I having a stroke right now?"
Yeah. Oh, it's awful. It's
Yeah.
awful.
Mhm.
Drew, I noticed that Fire and Ice has not been mentioned in oh yeah, or sorry, excuse me. It has been mentioned as your number 7. So
Which is wrong.
wow. Okay, so apparently you have two things that are much more worser. So
Yeah.
shoot. Well, I think Kyle and I have dug this thing its grave and truly sent it to hell. So I'll do that there. So Drew, why don't you give us your number 2?
My number
Well,
two.
oh, you know what? Actually, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
My number two was Alan Scott Green Lantern. Just the whole series.
Wow.
Damn. Woo.
Very high.
Mm.
All right, so give us your reason. Yeah, because this is super interesting. It's on all of our lists. At least it made it to all of our top 10s. My
Rightfully so.
number 8, Turds is at number 5, and Drew, you've got it at number 2. So
I'll
yeah,
gladly
Pacific-
explain.
okay.
So,
please do.
growing up, I remember the first time I was exposed to Alan Scott. No pun intended. Well, pun intended. It was through Zero Hour, and I learned about him with the JSA from Zero Hour, and I thought he was so cool in Zero Hour. He looked so cool, and then I started exploring more about the JSA when I was younger, and like I saw the cool costume he had. He was different from the other Green Lanterns, and I'm like, this is pretty awesome. And then growing up, our mom would go, or when our mom was going to school, we would go to the library with her, and I would always check out these superhero encyclopedia books and learn about all these cool Golden Age characters. And I learned about Alan Scott from this huge encyclopedia. And I'm like, oh my God, he was a train conductor, caught in a train accident, and like this lamp saved his life, become the Green Lantern. Like, this is awesome. This is cool. And then you see what has happened to this character, like not including the Earth 2 shit, but like completely retconning him being straight. Like a guy who was a hero who had kids, who was married and had kids, and was living a lie his whole time to his wife and everything. I'm like, okay, that's bad, but I'll regretfully kind of sort of not really go for it. But then you have this shit-tacular series on top of it, turning him pretty much into a selfish asshole in this. Yeah. And on top of that, I mean, just the gay conversion therapy at Arkham, and the making out with his boyfriend in public, you know, on a ship with other soldiers. It's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? No one would ever do this shit, even back in the 40s. This is ridiculous. Yeah. And it comes across as just an unrealistic. I mean, it's a fantasy. It's a gay fantasy that is beyond the realms of realistic in any way, shape, or form. Like, this is bullshit, and it is just there for back padding. That's all this is there for. And they took the character Alan Scott and made him just a tool for that. And I hate it. I utterly despise it.
Yeah, it's like it's worse than pandering.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, the book is just one whole pander session, because it's a character assassination because of the pandering. You know what I mean? Like, it's making Alan Scott this selfish idiot, because obviously, like you said, Drew, he would know better than to do that in front of multiple people. Now, of course, during that time, the things that were done with conversion therapy was awful. You know, no one condones that type of stuff to, you know, during that period of time. But how he wrote it into the book was just it was so manipulative to the reader. It was emotionally manipulative to the reader. He's trying to get a lot of sympathy and a lot of victim points for Alan Scott, who's supposed to be our hero.
Yes.
His actions are selfish and self-centered and narcissistic, and
these are actions of a villain. This is what this is the origin of a villain here, and that's not Alan Scott.
Yeah.
Well, I can't argue with that. I can't argue with your logic, Drew. I agree with everything you said. However, I guess it just didn't hit me as hard because, though I love Green Lantern, you know, Punisher, Ghost Rider, these guys they're above that one, because Punisher and Ghost Rider developed my childhood, you know, in the 90s. But number 2, I can't argue with that. It is high, but for your reasoning, I can't argue with it. Before we get to our number 1, this is a great point, JK. She says, I can't believe Teenie Howard hasn't made the list. But then Fiend says, that would actually require someone to read a Teenie Howard book. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't think I read a single Teenie Howard book this entire year, because it's all Catwoman stuff, right?
Basically, and Harley Quinn, I think.
Yeah. And we gave up on both of those series months ago.
I gave up on Harley Quinn a long time ago.
So, Raphael, these are our top 10 worst of the year, and we will be moving on to our best just after this. So as you guys alluded to earlier, my number 1 was not a DC or Marvel book. It is an Image comic, and I never ever thought that this would have been the case, but it takes the cake. I went off for probably about an hour for that live stream that we talked about this book months ago, and it still makes me angry to this day. It is vile, disgusting, hate-filled, and divisive. And that's the biggest thing. It is divisive. It pits people against each other when the medium of comic books should be bringing people together. The stories of superheroes, the stories of inspiring people, bringing people optimistic hope, and being a light into the world. This book just completely pulls the opposite and divides people, makes people hate each other, creates division and hatred. This was Spawn: Unwanted Violence, issue number 1. I know it's kind of like most people will say, what the hell is Spawn: Unwanted Violence number 1? It's such a random book. And it is. I totally agree. It's super random. Most people didn't even recognize. Most people didn't even realize it was on the shelves that week.
That's what
And
we
then,
do. That's what we do here. We read all
Yeah,
that
and
stuff.
that's our purpose. That's why we're here. Is to like we read the stuff that people normally wouldn't even recognize, and if it's good, it's good, and if it's bad, it's bad. But this was one that, to this day, I still think it was probably one of the most poorly written and just politically divisive books I've ever read. Um, I won't get into it, but I will say that the subject matter is Black Lives Matter, and the impact that it made. That will be that's all I need to say. You guys can read it for yourselves if you want to, but I would encourage you not to, because it will make you very, very angry. Whereas like Fire and Ice: Welcome to Smallville is truly the worst comic book I've ever read, but Spawn: Unwanted Violence was the worst of this year because of how because of truly how vile and cruel is another good word I would use for it. So, but I don't want to, like I said, you guys can watch the hour-long talk that we went through it panel by panel. Poor Kyle had to sit through me just, talking about how shitty it was, but he's a trooper. But speaking of Kyle and Turd Burglar, we're down here number 1. Worst comic book of 2023. It's not Wonder Woman.
It's
not Fire and Ice.
No.
It's not White Widow. We've already mentioned Hawk Girl.
Yeah.
Junkyard Joe I didn't see that one coming, but yeah.
I guess.
Drew, you got a guess?
Let me look at this list real quick.
Fancy a guess.
I'm gonna see Wonder Woman.
No, because Wonder Woman's in his dishonorable.
Oh, it is? Oh, shit, there it is.
Ooh, Fiend. Actually, this could be a very big possibility.
Or he could just say Batman in general, the Batman main series. That's number 1.
Yeah, because I know you have that as your number 10, Drew. So yeah. Oh, that's good. I didn't even remember ASM. Yeah.
Okay.
Turd.
Okay.
It's all you.
It is talking about evil, cruel, vile, pure vitriol that is spit out of this fucking book. It is Ghost Rider issue 20.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Oh, I should
have. Fucking book. It's somebody who has just had a child, and what this character spits out.
Yeah.
And equates to childbirth, giving birth, anything. It's go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Fuck this book. Fuck this writer. I don't care if the character's, she's edgy and no, fuck that shit. No, there is no coming back from this.
Nope.
Irredeemable at this point. I want nothing to do with it. I want nothing to do with that character.
But this is going to be the new Ghost Rider, Kyle. Whoops. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah. It's basically ever since she came around, it was and she's going to take over. And it's this is who you want to take over.
Yeah. I fully endorse you putting this as your number one, especially like you said, what Talia says about having children and about motherhood and about families.
Yep.
Like, and this probably hits way harder for you as a brand new father.
Yeah.
Bringing life into the world
Yeah.
is probably one of the most selfless things you can do.
And
Um,
wonderful and just absolute joy.
yeah,
And it's just like to have a woman say that,
yeah.
I just I want nothing to do with you. You were less than
Also,
nothing.
yeah, yeah, and also the implication that she's supposed to be the hero.
Right.
You know,
And you're supposed to
if
be on
she,
her side.
yeah, if she were written as the villain, I'd be like, oh my god, that's a great villain. You
Yes, I
would, you
cannot
would,
wait for the penance stare onto that
ye-
bitch.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, Ghost Rider just choke slams and then just
Yep.
gives her a penance stare. Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, we're supposed to be rooting for the insufferable things that this woman says.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm recognizing, yeah, that Turd Burglar and I have like, so number two, we both put Fire and Ice, but our number ones are ones that like, oh, just really like, like made us fucking
Yeah. And
angry.
and you could make an argument for it's like I get that one too.
Yeah,
That hits home to me also being a
sure. Yeah,
prior law enforcement. I completely understand.
yeah,
I just like I forgot that book like happened because it was
yeah.
just one of those that Ghost Rider. This was so recent. I'm just like
Hmm.
that still resonates with me.
For
When did
sure.
Spawn Unwanted? When did that come out?
Dude, that came out like at the beginning of the year, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's like
Because
going
when I
back to
remember looking
January,
back,
February.
yeah,
It's like damn.
yeah, it was back there.
Yeah.
But you bet your ass I was not going to forget that shit. So I was like, nope. However, I did not read issue number two because I was like, I don't need to. I already read issue number one. I did my service to humanity.
Yep.
Um, great pick for your number one.
Thank you.
I should have seen it coming. Damn. I knew you were gonna, I knew it was up there. I just, yeah, totally forgot. Dolan. All right, let's see here. Dolan, what don't you have?
Hmm.
I actually don't see, do I see Ghost Rider on yours?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. But oh, you know what? Yeah, so Fire and Ice. Sorry. I need to
Hmm.
switch this. I need to make this a 7. Batman, Fortress, Human Target, Wonder Woman.
He
Oh,
does
you know
not
what?
have White Widow on there. No, he
He
does. It's
also
honorable mention.
he doesn't have Hawk Girl.
He does not have Hot
It's
Girl.
for sure gonna be
Yeah,
Hawk Girl.
has to be
That's what
Hot
it's
Girl.
gonna
You
be.
can't leave that off.
No, 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 no. If he does, I'm gonna leave this stream.
Yeah.
So mine is it's a bit of a cheat. It's a two-way tie for first for me. For the worst.
Oh, okay.
My two are it's Hot Girl and Tim Drake Rubbin. For my two.
Ooh. Okay. Tim Drake Robin. Wow, so you equated both of these as a number one. These are great though.
I mean, reading both of these. Granted, these came out separately, in time, and I had the exact same emotional response reading both series, where it's like, I want no part of these fucking characters because these are not these characters, especially Tim Drake Robin, because I had been there from the very beginning with Tim Drake, even before he was Robin, earning his place to be Robin, proving his right to be Robin. And this is not Tim Drake. And the art by Riley Rossmo did not help either.
No, it did not. No.
And the sheer fact, you have Tim Drake, arguably, this is a character who, if you think about all the way his publication history up till recently, which I hope you don't remember recently, but he was Robin, earned his place to become Robin. Then he became Red Robin, which was even more fucking badass. That was when Bruce Wayne died. He became Red Robin. He was traveling across the globe trying to find Bruce Wayne, believing he was alive, trying to find him. It was amazing. And then eventually there's the battle for the cowl. When he tried to be Batman, he was trying one of the tryouts. He was trying one of the people to be him, and now he's just back to being Robin, which I think he should be Red Robin, but that's my opinion in the Red Robin costume from Kingdom Come. But seeing him take this huge regressive slide back to this, it's a fucking joke. They've turned him into a punchline of a character. It angers me thinking about this. And honestly, as soon as the omnibus comes out from Robin, I'm going to do whatever I can to find Chuck Dixon, and I'm going to have him say, "Fuck Megan Fitzmartin," sign it in the very beginning of the book. Love, Chuck Dixon. And yeah, I just
damn,
because she completely destroyed Tim Drake, and she did it with a fucking smile on her face. She can go fuck herself.
Yeah. Because I remember we watched that interview, and she couldn't have been happier to talk about.
Living on a boat herself.
Yeah. Hey, talk about self-inserts, right? But no, these creators aren't self-inserting themselves into these characters. Oh, man. Get out of town. And then, I mean, do we even need to say anything more about Hawk Girl?
No, it's almost the exact same experience with Tim Drake. Both shit-tacular.
Both shit-tacular. Well, there you have it, guys. That is the first half of our best of 2023. These are our best of the worst for 2023. Here are the official rulings. We have thought about these for the past few weeks, really trying to nail down our lists. And here you guys have it. I'll most likely take a picture of this and put this up on Twitter and YouTube and stuff so you guys can have it. And so next we need to get into our best of 2023. But before we do that, I do want to ask, one of our good friends here on the channel, I do want to ask them what they think about these lists and get their input. And thankfully, he just popped into the green room. That is the man, the myth, the legend himself, McDizzy Joshua M. McDonald.
Tis I, McDonald. Well, I need to see the list again real quick.
Well, I want to introduce you. You're our honored guest for the evening. And we thought we were going to make fun of you behind your back, but turns out we'll get to make fun of you to your face tonight, which is
to my face. That's fine. Look, I spent the past year shitting on Kyle, so it's only due justice.
Yeah, it's only fair.
Turnabout's fair play.
Yeah.
First of all, I got to look at Dolan's list, and let's look at his honorable mentions real quick. Okay, whatever.
His honorable mentions are fine, but the fact that he's got Fire and Ice at number 7, it's so low.
What's going on? And the fact that you have Hawk Girl and Tim Drake Robin tied for first, I mean, bigot. But it should have just been 1, 2, 3, like Fire and Ice, Hawk Girl, Tim Drake Robin, and then do whatever you want. Alan Scott, Green Lantern, sure. It's all super gay.
Yeah, I'm noticing that a lot of these are actually, you know what? I may add Dolan's is not as misogynistic and bigoted because my top 5 are all either women or feminine men. So Fire and Ice, Wonder Woman, Hawk Girl, and Tim Drake are all pretty much just women.
I guess aside from Spawn, I don't know if I see a woman in your top 5, Max.
Oh, actually that's true because they're all women.
Yeah.
DJ Smith says the GOAT is here. He is here.
Right, he's here.
Hell yeah. I'm stoked to have you on, man. Yeah, because we were, I said at the beginning of the stream, we won't be able to have him on, but we've got his list, so we'll get to make fun of him. But the fact that you'll be able to give us your dumb reasonings for why these books are in your, best of the top 10, hey, even better. So we'll get to hear from the horse's mouth.
That's right. It's embarrassed myself even worse.
Even more. All right, so here is our best list. McDizzy, while you give your honorable mentions, just give your honorable mentions, maybe like a sentence or two about why you have them there. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then I'll come back. I'll give mine, and then we'll get into our top 10.
Okay. Oh wait, is there like a? Am I supposed to be typing into something?
No, sorry. Actually, that's next year. What we may do is maybe we can make a Google Doc, and that way everyone can type or something.
Okay.
The other thing is, if you'll notice, Turd Burglar already has his number 1 slotted as the Batman number 1 gold variant. So just in case you're wondering, that's we just wanted to make sure everyone was aware. That's
Nobody beats it.
So we're redoing the worst of the list. That's so he already showed his hand.
It's the best.
Oh
of
yes,
the best.
yeah, no.
Best of
so
the best.
So Kyle actually thought this was the best list. So now he thinks that this is the worst list.
Oh no! There's
Makes
nothing
sense.
better than gold. There's nothing better than gold. So
Gold.
All right, I shall return, but I'm listening in my little earpiece here, so I'll still be able to hear what you're saying.
Awesome.
Damn.
Well, I'm going to shock Max because I did change my list up a little bit from when I sent it to him earlier today. But looking at my honorable mentions, I've actually got 4. And I'll start with, I guess, the one that like barely made the list, and it's the Mighty Barbarians. And it is what's his name? I can't think of the writer's name now. Morici. So he came in, he wrote the Mighty Barbarians, and it's not like the best thing in the world, but it is a fun book that kind of pulls different characters from lore, puts them together on like an Avengers type team fighting like way back in time. So if you get a chance to check it out, it's high action, nothing too crazy. It doesn't focus too much on politics and just gets into a fun kind of romp story. So that is one of my honorable mentions. I also have Ambassadors on my list for honorable mentions.
Whoa.
And
whoa.
Whoa, because whoa that it's not in the top 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing, and look, this is just my opinion on the Ambassadors. You do yourself a disservice when you start your run with Frank Quitely on art and then move on to other artists, because to me every issue after that wasn't nearly as good.
Whoa, no.
Wait a second.
I would not agree with that.
But hold on. In my opinion, look, but this is me, and I will say that I think Frank Quitely, while I don't think the aesthetic of his art, the way it looks, is the best, I think he is one of the best storytellers. And I didn't feel that a lot of the issues that came after the first issue carried the same weight that his art brought to the table. And that's just my opinion. I will also say the fact that you kind of get that repetition of here's a new ambassador, here's a new ambassador, here's a new ambassador, here's a new ambassador. Okay, we're going to kind of like bring the story together for roughly 2 issues. If they would have had more time, I probably would have liked it a little better. I thought it all came together a little fast and ended a little fast. The fact that they beat the villain with 1 punch, I was like, okay, like to me, it felt like a letdown. So those aspects play into it.
Okay.
Interesting. Interesting. Go what?
We into something.
I know it's just wait till we actually get to my top 10 list.
Oh god.
Oh Jesus.
Another one on my honorable mentions is The Madness by J. Michael Straczynski and ACO. It is a brutal superhero story. I wouldn't call the lead a superhero, more of an anti-hero. But it's someone that's not afraid to dismember people. And it's a little cliche, but it's just super high action. And ACO's art for me is what really kind of bumped it into that list for me.
I haven't read it.
You should check it out. It's not. It needs more. They're trying to do a lot in a very few issues.
What's that AWA book?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Josh, just remember, so as I was listening, you were like, defending yourself against the ambassadors and saying, well, in my opinion, no need to say in my opinion, just tell these guys to go fuck themselves and say, no, you're wrong. That's how this stream works. You just say, no, you're wrong. because they switched the art midway through the series, and it wasn't as good as Frank Quietly.
It's not even that they switched the art midway through the series. Every issue has a different artist. You're constantly getting which it works in some ways and doesn't work in some ways for me.
No.
You're forgetting my first one that I mentioned, which was the Mighty Barbarians.
That's right. That was the one I couldn't remember. Thank you.
And this is where I'm really about to do the hot take. My fourth honorable mention is Transformers.
What the fucking fuck?
Whoa.
You've got to be kidding me.
Wait.
Oh,
okay,
Jesus
wait.
Christ.
So should we just get rid of him now? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I think-
We invited
all right.
him way too early onto this stream.
Wow.
You guys have been streaming for almost 3 hours. I've got to catch up. Okay.
Dude, the art alone shouldn't even touch your honorable mentions.
Yeah.
Look, the art's fine. Here's the thing. It's
Fine.
only three. It's only 3 issues so far. The second issue had some low points. And I've never been like the craziest Transformers fan. So the fact that it's even considered like one of the top books for me for the year, I think is saying something. But it's not a bad book. I just want to see where it goes. I'm only 3 issues in, and who knows? It could. I don't want it to, but it could stumble and fall for these last 3 issues. And then we also know that Daniel Warren Johnson's gone after the 6th issue. So,
but we have to put the books that we've gotten so far. That's what we're judging on. Sure, everyone knows that once Daniel Warren Johnson is off Transformers, no one's going to read the series. That's a given. But for the 3 issues that we've been given so far, are arguably some of the best action and illustrations we've seen all year.
I would say you get better action in the Madness, Ambassadors, and Mighty Barbarians.
With the illustrations or just the action? Just like how the
actions. I would say action. It depends on your taste on illustration. You know, I'm not saying it's a bad book. I'm just saying we've only gotten 3 issues. I thought issue 1 was a solid to strong start. Issue 2 kind of stumbled a little bit. Issue 3 picked it up, but it's still not for me something that like drive home a top 10. I think you guys have some recency bias. I'm just saying.
No. Hey, believe me, we were the first ones to argue when we read issue 2. We were like, "Fuck, this is going in the wrong direction." Even we criticized issue number 2 because we were not very happy with what was being done to the female character. So,
to your argument, that would put it at a 66%.
We had criticisms about the character, but the book itself, one of my favorite panels in the entire series is when you get Optimus talking to Spike about their homeworld. And it's that full page panel layout of their homeworld, and Optimus has just like stepped on that little deer and everything, and he realizes how fragile life is on planet Earth. It is so impactful. It's so meaningful. It's so beautifully drawn. And that's all in issue 2. So that completely overshadows the dumb dialogue from that stupid, insufferable chick. So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to get on a tangent on your honorable mention for your information as well to Kyle and Drew and to chat. Josh's number 10 was going to be Transformers. So the fact that you moved it down since I talked to you is unreasonable.
The real question is, what moved into my top 10?
Oh, geez.
I don't even care anymore because Transformers isn't your number 10.
The compromised list now.
Yeah.
It's totally compromised. Oh boy. All right. All right. I'll go through these really quickly. Green Lantern War Journal has been fantastic. I've enjoyed it a ton, but it hasn't been something that I would like actively. I don't know. It's not. I don't know. It's not something that I can officially say it's in my top 10. But the artwork is fantastic. John Stewart is great. I love his depiction. And it's a really great storyline, so I'm enjoying it so far. Gunslinger, issue number 19 is Brett Booth at his finest. I don't think I've seen Brett Booth like this in years. Like interiors, exteriors, like the cover, everything that Brett Booth does in issue number 19 is perfect. Don't read it. There's no reason to
That
read.
was that was the issue where it opens with the huge gaping wound in the yes.
Hell yeah. You don't need to read the series. You don't need to read any of the thing. You don't need, just buy issue 19. Thank me later. Just if you're an artist and if you're an art snob, issue 19 is all you need to buy. And it's Brett Booth's best work ever. It was gorgeous. This one was just kind of a fun, like short little mini series, Avengers War Across Time. Nothing to write home about, but hey, I needed to fill my list of honorable mentions, so why not? And the final one is not from Marvel or DC, but the continuation of one of my favorite series of all time, Battle Chasers, from the incredible Joe Mad. So some really cool variant covers, fairly okay story, and the interiors weren't bad. So yeah, I've got Battle Chasers. Those are my honorable mentions because I have way better stuff in my top 10 to include Transformers.
Fair.
Mr. Turd Burglar, what you got for our honorable mentions?
Apparently a fucking million honorable mentions because he can't edit himself.
Well, I was gonna say I
did.
haven't edited this down yet, but for his worst, he had 16, so I kind of prepared for whatever was going to come next.
I have 9.
9.
I took out a few.
Okay.
So I'll start off with the current Incredible Hulk run by Philip Kennedy Johnson and Nick Klein.
All right.
It's fun. The art is fantastic, and
art.
the horror aspect. This latest issue was fucking awesome. It was so fun. I had a great time. So it's still good until it's not. I don't know about that female character. She's still a little. I don't know about it, but it's enough there to keep me interested from where it was to where it's at now. So I still like it. Next, I have Superman 78, The Metal Curtain.
Very, very good choice. Very good choice.
I just have a lot of fun reading the book. The art is fantastic. So I have fun time reading it, and it's firing on all cylinders right now. So next, a little bit of controversy, but I like it purely for the art alone, and I am excited to see where it goes. It's Blood Commandment.
Oh no.
Curveball. Did not see that coming.
Art is just absolutely fantastic, and there is a story there. I don't know where it's going to go. It could completely shit the bed, but I'm still interested in it, and it's very intriguing.
You know what this is? This is going to be like that series that you recommended last year, the Something Men, where you're like, this is high art. This is
I said it, 20th Century Men. Issue 1, I said it could be something. It could. It turned out it wasn't.
That's what you're saying about Netflix pitch the book about Blood Commandment. You're like, this could be something, and it's like, but it's not.
But it's more than one issue in. It at least has 2 issues in, and it's still interesting, and the art is fantastic. You can't deny that. Exactly.
It's fine.
It's fine. You liar. Next, I have Venom Lethal Protector 2.
Oh, no. As an honorable mention?
Yeah.
David Michelini and Fareed Karami on... And Silver Sable. Oh, I'm way more mad at this list than you're worth.
Jesus. Get off your high horse.
You just don't recognize good art.
Don't you dare.
You have great taste in your worst books, but you don't have good taste in your best.
Yeah, that's it.
It's an honorable mention. Oh.
Yep. I will mention the art and how fantastic it is. And it is fantastic art. There's no denying it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I begrudgingly ask what your next one is.
It is Miracle Man: The Silver Age.
Hey, nice.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Love the series. Again, big Miracle Man fan. So it's
We
fantastic.
should be
It
doing our
really is.
little Miracle Man review, hopefully in January.
Yeah.
Kyle, we have a request from our very own X-ray girl. She doesn't want turds on the stream. And with your last pick, I agree. I don't want your turd picks on the screen either.
Oh, so you think Venom Lethal Protector 2 is turd, so you're going to get rid of it?
No, you're the turd who's trying to put Venom Lethal Protector in the
God.
honorable mentions.
Okay.
If anything, Miracle Man is a turd. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Jesus. Wow. I will leave the stream at that point.
No, I'm just being spicy.
I know.
Josh has got me all fired up.
Next, I have Green Lantern War Journal.
There we go.
That you're allowing. Okay, great. I'm glad.
Well, yeah, because it's on mine, so
So it's
mine is the
okay.
definitive list.
Okay. Yeah, like you said, it's good. It's not, anything like it's not fantastically amazing, but it's
Sure.
serviceable. It's good.
Yeah.
So it does its thing. As far as Green Lantern go, it's been the best in a long time. So
Oh yeah, absolutely.
next, I debated about putting it in my top, but I just don't think only a couple issues of it, and it were the last two. I'm putting Playthings from Black Caravan on there.
Oh, I think I remember that one.
Yeah. Those are the
Very,
last-
very briefly, but
Very briefly, the art is it's true. I mean, the series is truly haunting. It really is something else.
yeah.
John Clark, Travis Williamson on the art. It's a series that it really is wild. So I felt like I had to put it on here. Next, I have Spider-Man: The Lost Hunt.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
That was a fun
The Lost Cunt.
series.
I mean, the Lost
Yeah,
Hunt.
The Lost Cunt.
Yeah.
Hunt.
I mean, yes.
Hunt.
Yeah.
Hunt.
Hunt.
Hunt. Yeah, it was just a fun series. I enjoyed reading. The art was fantastic. Brian
Oh,
Brown
so good.
covers were great.
Oh, beautiful.
And the last one, because of recent bullshit, I had to put it down here. Batman Superman World's Finest.
Wow.
I had to move it because he can go fuck himself. I had to.
Wow.
I can't give it to him. I can't do it.
Holy shit.
I didn't want to
Wow.
leave it off entirely.
Kyle, I will say this. I understand where you're coming from.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely understand. I just never thought that I would see it drop so low.
It was hard.
Did you read
it
his
was tough.
Facebook? You read all his Facebook posts and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh man. Yeah, let me tell you that. Can't do it. Yeah. But I couldn't in good conscience. It's still a great book. Art is still fantastic, but it's like I got to give it its due.
Yeah.
But what an asshole. I mean, Jesus.
Wow. Yeah. And that, no, like you said, that must have been like recent. Like you must have edited that this week.
Oh yeah, I did this week. Yeah.
Wow.
So
That's heavy.
that's my honorable mention list.
Whew. All right. You know what? Surprisingly, I understand your choice for Batman Superman more than I understand your choice for Venom Lethal Protector.
Jesus, the story's not that great in Venom Lethal Protector.
It's way better than anything we've been getting recently, and this just complete totally makes sense. It's sad to see, but it's shocking, but at the same time, it's like, no, I understand why. He's got perfect reasons.
Yeah.
All right, man, that was a roller coaster of emotions. All right. See, it's honestly though, it seems like Chad is with you on your last pick. Like it seems like Chad is very much in agreement. So
it hurts.
Yeah. Oh, dude, no one. It hurts no one more than guys like us who read it every single month. You know.
Yeah.
who love these characters. But
Mhm.
Drew, are you going to break my heart as well?
Yeah, so I'm going to pick up where Kyle left off. I'm going to have Batman Superman World's Finest as well in my honorable mentions.
Whoa! Oh my god!
Yeah, it dropped. It
Yo!
really did after
Wow!
what he said. Well, and on top of that, look, okay, taking into the whole past year with the series, Dan Mora didn't do the art in all the issues. And there were some issues
Yeah.
there that weren't, I mean, they were good, but they weren't great. And I
Yeah.
understand, like, they were kind of like filler, let's move this along. Come on.
Those
But,
fillers were.
Yeah. But yeah, recent events with Mark Waid, it's like, damn it. This is getting bumped down.
Yeah. Wow. Never thought we'd see the day. It was so high. It was your number one last year, wasn't it?
I
Hold on,
think so,
let me double check. Oh no, sorry. It was your number 3 last year.
Number 3, yeah.
It was my number 1 last year. So Carrie and I had that as number 1. You had that as number 3, and Turd Burglar had that as number 2. Fuck.
Whoa.
Mm.
Whew. All right. Josh wasn't born yet. He wasn't introduced to our streams yet.
No.
So
Sorry.
But-
That's back when I had no life because of my work schedule.
that's right. That's right.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Dolan, give us some more.
Another one that you guys mentioned, Green Lantern War Journal. That's another one.
Mhm.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. In this most recent issue that came out, I flipping loved it. I think it was the best issue of the series so far.
Oh, nice. I need
Yeah.
to read it. I still haven't read this week's books.
Yeah, it is really, really damn good. And yeah, I can't wait to see where it goes to next.
Yeah.
And after that, I'll second what Kyle said, Miracle Man, the Silver Age. That's
Whoa. Oh, dude, I thought that was going to be like high in your top.
Yeah, I
10.
did
You're
too.
such a.
it would be, but the problem with it is it's been the release schedule of this. It has been
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
sporadic anymore that
Very.
I don't even know when it's coming out anymore. I really
I don't either.
And the other thing is, maybe Josh has more insight into it than I do, but I really think Marvel had an idea of what they wanted to do with Miracle Man, but then they just kind of lost track of what to do with Miracle Man. They just kind of maybe ditched it.
Possibly. I don't have too much of a scoop on Marvel comics. You did kind of mention something though that I'm curious to see how it plays into like my ranking, and if it plays into y'all's rankings. You mentioned the release schedule, and I told Max earlier that some of these books I hadn't really read in a while, so I reread them, and reading them in one sitting, like 6, 7, 8 issues at once, changed the impact it had on me reading it.
Mm.
So it's almost like a opposite effect of you with Miracle Man. But
I will say there is a book on my top 10 list that I think reads better as a trade, that I don't necessarily prefer it in single issue, but that it would cohesively fit better as a trade, which is why I'm waiting to buy I'm not buying the singles. I'm going to wait till the trade. So yeah, I agree with you, Josh. All that being said, but Dolan, what else we got?
We got Superman 78, The Steel Curtain.
Nice, excellent.
It's been good. It's only been 2 issues so far, but it's been good. It hasn't really been that great yet. But Cal and I know we've seen the pages of issue 3, and oh my god, yeah, it's going to get great. And but it's not out yet, so I can't really put it up there yet. But yeah. Let's do next.
It's fun. It's super simple and just downright fun.
Yeah. So. And next one I've got is Avengers War Across Time. That's another one.
All right.
I thoroughly enjoyed that. That was arguably, in my opinion, the best Avengers series out last year. Or this year.
Oh, yeah. By a long shot.
Wasn't even close.
Yeah.
And next one I've got is so these ones I believe have not shown up on any of the lists yet, but I'll go ahead and Strange Academy Finals. The last.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I know that was higher on your list last year. I forgot that those issues even came out this year.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it was like the last 3 or 4 issues that came out this year.
Okay.
Yeah, they were really good. It was a solid conclusion, you know. And
Yeah, that was your for reference. That was your number 5 last year. So there you go. Wow, much gooder stuff then. Apparently,
yeah, absolutely. As Sean would say, much more gooder stuff.
much more gooder.
More
stuff,
gooder.
yeah.
Next one I've got is Nightclub from Mark Miller.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. It was just
Yeah.
it was a fun series. Wasn't great, wasn't bad. It was just fun. And I hope the next arc gets better.
Agreed. I was gonna say I toyed with that, putting it on my honorable mentions, and just something about it. To me, I feel like it's the weakest of Miller's books that came out this year.
Yes.
Not bad, just the weakest.
Yeah.
And it's funny because like the weakest of one of his books is like the best at Marvel right now, or so it's like very
absolutely.
high
I
up
mean,
on-
the one thing you're going to notice with my list is that it's completely lacking a lot of big two. Part of that's
yeah.
because I didn't bother
Mine
reading
too.
it because I was pissed off. Like I was done reading their books.
For sure, man. Understandable. I think you got 4 more. Yeah.
Oh, I have 3 left. I got 3 more.
Oh, 3. Okay.
I got Little Monsters, my next one.
Ah, very well.
Yeah,
Vampire Children. Yeah.
Yeah, Vampire Children. It had a decent ending. It wasn't great. It ended. Yeah. Nothing really. It wasn't really a memorable ending.
That's a bummer.
And next one I got is Shazam from
Oh, okay, yeah. No, that's actually I probably should have put that on. If nothing else, but for the Dan Mora art alone.
yes.
Yeah.
And this last one, this may shock some people. Deceased War of the Undead Gods.
That's fair. You got to give him his. I don't think he wrote it, but you
yeah.
got to give him. I don't know if I want to give him credit, but the series was fun.
Yeah,
He
and that
definitely
issue-
did not
That
write
issue
that.
with Lobo was the shot in the arm it needed.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That issue was so fucking great. I loved it.
art was awesome. Seeing Spectre just fucking
Mm.
like it was fun. It was cool.
Even more reason why to prove that Tom Taylor did not write that book whatsoever.
Yeah.
Or at least he put his name on it or did something. But yeah,
Yeah,
that book
I
was
really
way
think Ben
too fun.
Abernathy wrote it. I truly think Ben wrote it and just kind of had Tom fill it in.
It fits his style of writing so much more than Tom Taylor's. So, all right, we're into our top 10 now. So, Josh, I don't know if you were kind of watching us earlier, but we just go one by one, mention all our top 10s, and then we'll go through it. But, since we know that it's not World's.
Even my top 10 has altered a little bit, so just get ready.
Oh,
Although
okay.
the one book you gave me shit about is still in the same place. So for me,
okay, all right. At least that's good, though. Okay.
yeah. So for me, my number 10 is actually going to be World's Finest. And look, so this is what I'm going to say about this book is I went back and forth on whether to include it in the top 10, honorable mentions, included it all, because I greatly dislike how Mark Waid came out and said what he said on Facebook, kind of made comments to fans, made comments grouping readers into certain subgroups, I guess you could say. But what I will say is, and I completely agree with what Drew said, some of the issues that have come out in this year have been kind of like filler issues, different artists, it hasn't been as strong. But I feel like month after month, we still said, if you want a guide for how to write superhero comics for the big two, this should be your example. This should be what you turn to. This should be what you look at. And I think the fact that we're saying that, I still have to give it some type of credence and some type of recognition. So I just dropped it to number 10 and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I fully respect that. And I think that's something that we can say is that, like, regardless of whether this book ends up in our top 10 or our honorable mentions, or like Wes, who's like completely stopped pulling it at all. It's regardless, I respect those decisions of everyone because the book speaks for itself on talent alone with Dan Mora's art and the writing of how these characters have been, told in this epic story. Um, but it is getting increasingly more difficult to separate art from artist. And we've seen that more recently within the past 2 weeks, with the current trend on online discourse. And that's really sad to see. So I shouldn't even call it discourse. It's more like just bickering and tantrums. So
Yeah.
But yeah, number 10, Batman Superman World's Finest. That's fair. That's fair. For me, Silver Surfer Rebirth Legacy. Like I said,
Predictable.
I know. Like I said, in the worst one, I put Silver Surfer Ghostlight as my number 10. Silver Surfer is like one of my favorite Marvel characters of all time. And to have Ron Lim and Ron Mars back on the book is a lot of fun. This isn't anything that's going to break the comic book industry. It's nothing that's going to save the comic book industry. It's just a damn good superhero, fun, well-told story. Characters sound like they have always sounded. The story is a galactic kind of epic opera. It's just everything you want from a Silver Surfer book. And and I enjoy it. And I'm surprised that we're getting it in 2023. So that is my number 10. Turd Burglar, what you got for us?
I have the Ambassadors.
Oh, okay. Ass adores.
Ass adores.
For all the reasons that Josh kind of highlighted earlier.
Yeah. And you'll notice I almost have all of his books on my top 10 list because he is just he is what comics needs right now. He is somebody that just understands the medium. He understands how to tell a story. He understands how to pace a story. He understands what his fans want. Yeah. And he is somebody that I don't know anything about his political beliefs, nor do I give a shit what his political beliefs are. And he doesn't give a shit what you think about his political beliefs or anything. Yeah. He just wants to tell you stories, and he just wants to have fun. You could tell he has fun in all of his stories, and they're all very different. And
he doesn't have to do this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No need to. And yet he's putting out just banger after banger after banger. It's like,
dude,
even his misses are great. It's just like, God, man, like you're just too good. So I got to give him his praise.
Mark Miller dialogue is just chef's kiss. Like I could read his dialogue like anywhere in any book. How he writes characters are so well thought out, and they're just so interesting. I love and each character is so unique. Whether it's Ambassadors, whether it's Prodigy, Icarus Society, whether it's Magic Order, name any book, and each one of these characters are individualistic and very unique. And you can tell that he puts a lot of thought, and he has a ton of fun writing the characters. You may see one of his books very high up on my list a little bit later, but not the one that you're thinking of. So,
all right.
Dolan, do we have another Mark Miller?
Yeah, actually, it's just like Kyle's. It's the Ambassadors, my number 10.
Wow, look at that. All right. Well, there you go. Do you want to? Wow.
Sharing answers. That's gay.
What else can you say about the book? Anything else that we haven't hit?
I will agree with what Josh said. How they defeat the enemy in that final issue is pretty quick and weak. It was what it was. But on the other hand, I did enjoy the different flavor of artists in each issue. And I thought Travis Chare's art in his issue, holy fuck, that was nuts. Mm-hmm. And I think it took him 3 years to do that issue, some ridiculous time frame to do his comic, which was beyond ludicrous. But it looked beautiful. I love the characters; they're all unique. I especially love the ambassador for Australia. I thought he was the best, and I love the twist with him at the final issue.
Yep.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it from beginning to end. It was a solid read.
Love it. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Joshy Poo.
Oh shit,
You're
we're
up, my
back to
man.
me.
Yeah,
Uh,
back to you.
Yeah, my number 9, I think, is gonna get some hemming and hawing. But if you haven't read it,
Oh.
you need to. My number 9 is actually gonna be Local Man by Tim Seeley.
Oh Jesus, predictable.
Sealy. Okay.
So look, I'm not the biggest Tim Seeley fan. I've kind of discussed multiple times. I think his writing is average at best. I do think this is some of the best writing he's had. And what I like about it is it kind of takes this idea or this trope of someone that is a celebrity or has become something of themselves, and then goes back to their small hometown. But instead of being a celebrity or maybe like an athlete, it's someone that was a hero. But there's also a whole other side story of, you know, what the public thinks happened with this guy when he was a hero isn't the case of what actually happened. So it's a solid book, really good storytelling, great characterization. It's got a great ensemble cast. The town feels real and lived in, and if you ever lived in a podunk small town, you recognize a lot. You recognize a lot. So yeah. And I think people
Hell yeah.
sleep on this. It's good. Like, you got your main story, and then at the end of each issue, you have a little like 4 or 5 page backup. That's kind of like you know, like in the vein of Rob Liefeld. Like,
I think Kyle and I have agreed. Those are the best. That's the best part of the comic. When you read that '90s part of it, that's where I have the most fun reading it, because that's when I really like the character. But the other half, I'm like, it feels like I'm reading a Tom King comic, and I don't want to do that.
it's not that depressing though. It's not that like I hate my life, I hate my mom, I hate everyone around me. Like,
His parents hate him. His parents hate him.
That first issue, it felt like if you had told me Tom King wrote it, I would have believed you.
But well, no, because it's still not even as heavy-handed as what Tom King does. But you know, we're saying that his parents hate him. His parents hate the situation that they think he's created. But you also get those little bitty moments, and I can't remember what issue it's in, but like you can tell his father is just like pissed. The lead character's name is Jack. You can tell the father is just pissed at him. He doesn't want him there. He doesn't want the scrutiny that his family's going to face with him being back in town. But you know, Jack does something for him, and he like comes down. And it's the only way of saying, the dad saying like, "Hey, I'm actually glad you're here." But he just says, you know, "Thank you for taking a walk," because there's like a like police robot type thing that's following Jack. But he's like, "Thank you for taking a walk," and it's just a way of when you have fathers that aren't going to apologize or aren't going to acknowledge something, but they do it offhandedly. That's exactly what that moment was. So they don't hate him. And the mom's sweet. She's trying so hard to be endearing and loving, and you know, it's like, you're making it worse, Mom.
I will say I did not read this book, but I will say that from a lot of other comic book reviewers and a lot of comic book YouTubers, they have also praised Local Man as well. So
Chills.
And I will say I forgot about this until
Watch your
Yul
shit.
had mentioned something about it.
What
say
did a
Chills?
lot of YouTubers are recognizing it as the best book ever? No, I'm kidding.
I didn't say best book ever.
It
I
is.
think you did. I think you said that. I think,
It's
I think
over
you did.
Batman Superman World's
Guys, the only thing that is the best thing ever is Wakanda Forever.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You got to do the thing. So this one may be controversial. Controversial.
Uh-oh.
I won't talk about it too much because I know you guys most likely have it in your top 10s and we'll talk about it later. But I just thought there were much more better, gooder things. And the series is also.
Are you about to say Big Game?
No. No.
Okay. I was about to fucking riot. Carry on.
No, I didn't have Big Game in my top 10. No, I'm kidding. It's here. It's just somewhere later. But no, for my number 9, this book absolutely reads better as a trade. The single issues are great, but I think it will probably read better as a collective unit. The art is beautiful. The storytelling is fantastic, but the series is still developing. And so we're still waiting to get there. My number 9 is Sacrificers by Rick Remender.
Oh,
So I know, very low, but I mean, I love the series. I can't really say I want anything more from it. I had much more fun reading other books this year, but I recognize that Sacrificers is a very, very well written, well thought out, and very artistic, like beautifully illustrated book. And considering that the last issue is probably my favorite one of the series so far. So, but yeah. Turd Burglar.
Wow.
I'm looking at you. You're on my shit
No.
list next for number 9.
We have the same answer. I cannot believe that. I thought
Whoa,
I was
do we
I
really?
thought
Oh,
I
wow,
was going to
okay.
be the outlier
Oh,
because
Dude.
God.
Me too. I
I-
totally was like, oh my god, no. I'm shitty for putting this as low as I did, but all right, well look at that.
and because I was just like, here we go, the same fucking tropes over and over again. man. But this last issue pulled it up from the dredges. I'm like, this is actually a lot of fun, and the art throughout has been absolutely phenomenal. And yeah, I was just those couple middle issues. I'm just kind of like, I don't know. It's going to be curious to go back and read it when it's all done to
Yeah.
see how it actually is paced and if it
Mhm.
flows well. But yeah, reading it issue for issue, yeah, it's interesting.
Especially knowing the twist.
Yeah.
Going back and rereading this, knowing the twist and rereading the dialogue and thinking about what is it these characters are actually saying or doing or their motivations. Yeah. So,
Mm-hmm.
all right. Well, look at that.
Wow. I know.
I think what else did we have on our worst that was the same answer?
We had Fire and Ice.
That's what it was. Our number 2 is Fire and Ice, which is the rightful answer for our number 2, not number 7.
Yeah, Drew was like fucking that's almost as bad as his take on Lord of the Rings.
This is unacceptable. Yes, actually,
Yes,
Josh.
yeah.
Yeah.
All I'm
This
gonna
is
say is
unacceptable.
if you want a good power nap, the Lord of the Rings films are what you need.
Yeah.
You know what? Just for that, your number 9. Actually, no, your number 1 is going to be Lord of the Rings.
No, 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 for the love of God, no.
His 1, 2, and 3 would be Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go.
Fellowship, Two Towers, Return of the King.
No, oh God. Oh,
I guess begrudgingly, I will ask you what your number 9 is.
that's so depressing. My number 9 is Venom Lethal Protector Part 2.
You know what? It's low, but I'll accept it. It's better than honorable mention.
Clearly, I need to actually go read Venom Lethal Protector. I will put that out there.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
For the art
you need
alone, it's
to
amazing.
experience. Yeah.
Yeah. Fareed Karami, his art is fantastic, and how he draws Silver Sable, she is so fucking thick. I love it, and the
Ooh,
fight scenes
hell
are
yeah.
amazing. And I was talking to him on Instagram, and I told him, dude, you need to be getting more work, man. He said, I am. He said, I'm staying hush hush right now, and sure enough, he showed up in Daredevil, and was issue 4 or 5, and
Yep.
rightfully so. It well, little segue. It's a shame how we're like 4 or 5 issues into Daredevil, and we're already onto like our 3rd or 4th artist for interiors.
Yeah, that's so bad. It's
So bad. And the other
Mhm.
thing is that Fareed didn't even get to do the entire issue.
No.
He
I
only
know.
which he granted the best part of that book was his interiors because it was action packed as all hell.
Mhm.
And Daredevil looked jacked as shit. So yeah, of course that was the best part of the entire issue, but it's like you've had 4 different artists in 3 books and you can't even keep one artist on one book. You have to it's a nightmare.
4 issues. That's just like,
Yeah.
you can't believe it.
So, but hey, you know what? I'll take it. Number 9, I'll take it. You guys will see Venom Lethal Protector later, but mine is much, much higher. I wonder if it's going to be like a Death Dealer thing, like for me, where it's like I put Death Dealer super high on my list, but
And you regret it? Yeah.
No, I won't regret Venom
Yeah,
Lethal
you
Protector.
probably will.
I mean, all the positives: Silver Sable, Venom. You get Nick Fury. You get cigar smoking, fucking motherfucking like the
OG
Nick
Nick
Fury.
Fury, the true Nick Fury.
Yes, yeah.
Not doing much. You're right. Yeah.
Well, if you say motherfucking Nick Fury, I think of Sam Jackson Nick Fury. But
Mm. And you
motherfucker.
get Doom. You get Victor Von Doom. You get the Doom himself, and he's not riding a dinosaur in the Fantastic Four book,
Or a
Which is why it
motorcycle.
sucked. Yeah.
or a motorcycle. There you go, like in Ghost
And
Rider.
not talking like a jackass via Ryan North. Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Not my doom.
Hashtag not my
Hashtag
Doom.
not my doom.
Mick Dizzy is now up at number 8.
Number 8. So my number 8 is actually Sacrificers.
Okay, all right. Well, all right. So we're kind of all on the same
right.
page there then.
Here's what I'll say about Sacrificers. I think the writing is really good. I think the surprise of this book did a lot for me because it was one of those that I judged hard by the cover and what it looked like and looked like it was going to show. But Rick Remender's a solid writer, and this is one of those things where I start looking at technical level and what I think is technically really, really good versus enjoyment, and I think this is technically good and I do enjoy it. But as Kyle mentioned, I think issues 2 and 3 kind of dip a little bit. They kind of slog a little bit. I think you get the nice kind of like, I don't want to say shock ending, but the grasp of the end of the first issue. The 4th issue, I think, is where you had the big turnaround. But the amount of world building that he does, the way that the characters emote, the humanity that they're able to bring to these characters, I think they're all really strong attributes to this book. So if you're like me and your first thoughts were like, well, this looks fucking weird, I'm not touching it, you should touch it.
Touch
like
it hard.
Touch the little birdie.
Oh no. Dude, you hit the nail on the head. His characters are so emotive. I feel more for that little pigeon boy in that series than any of the vapid, vacuous characters in DC or Marvel stuff.
Yep.
And then the expression of the Cenobite character in the most recent issue of the pigeon, who is just like, he has been so he's so disheveled, and he's had such a difficult life, and you can just see he is so fed up with her shit in that issue. The art and the emotions in these characters are just beautiful. So sorry, I just had to add on to what you
no, you're all good, brother.
Kyle's gonna hate me for this one. And that's okay, because
if you say Ice Cream Man, I will fuck you up. God damn it.
Last year's Ice Cream Man issues, I think, were better, but this year was still good. I have to put it at number 8, which is still not bad.
No,
it's still not
bad.
It's
wrong.
not.
I mean, hey, at least it's in your top 10.
See, exactly. You had to put World's Finest in your honorable mentions, which, granted, I understand.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. But Venom Lethal Protector, also an honorable mention. So
rightfully
Ice Cream
so.
Man has been such a great series. It continues to produce every single time that it's out. And Maxwell, I think, what is it? Something Maxwell
Prince.
Yep.
Yes. What he's doing with this series is truly unlike any other series that's out right now. It's super unique. It's fresh. It offers a little bit of levity while also talking about like really dark, disturbing subject matter. It's brilliant. I don't have as much fun with it as I do a lot of other titles, though. If we're talking about comic book day car books, like you buy the comic, you leave your LCS, and in your car, you are opening those books, Ice Cream Man is not on that list. So,
and you're wrong.
Okay.
Because you would immediately want to crash your car and kill yourself.
No, exactly. Fuck, my life sucks.
My life is terrible.
I'm a cockroach. I'm nothing more than a cockroach.
I do want to. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the Fuzzy Bumpkins one was hilarious though, and I like that issue a lot. Yeah. So, but the one where like he's in the whale,
amazing.
It was
it's fantastic.
It was good. It was good.
Absolutely amazing.
But they're better, much gooder issues. So,
The only thing I was gonna say is I've read Ice Cream Man in previous years. I think it's an excellent book. It's one of the books that I need to catch up on for this year, because I prioritize other books for the sake of knowing I was gonna have conversations about them on streams, and the already limited time that I had to read books. So that's throw that out there. So don't murder me, Kyle, when it's not on my list.
I was gonna say, so what you're saying, it's not even on your top 10.
That's why I was like, at least it's on your top 10.
You haven't
Nudge,
read it.
nudge,
That's okay. It's when you read it, you know it's great, and you refuse to give it its due. That's what's
It's
frustrating.
it's due. Watch, you're like, my number 8 is Ice Cream Man.
Obviously, my number 8 is going to be Ice Cream Man.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, your number 1 last year was Ice Cream Man.
Yeah.
But that rightfully had a place. Like the issue that covered the subject matter of what was it, like depression and self-deletion stuff, like it was so well done. But yeah. But instead of Ice Cream Man for your number 8,
this could be the exact opposite of that. It's I Hate Fairyland.
oh well, so like, okay, the goofy like Scotty
Goofy,
Young shit.
Scotty Young, funny, just it's a series that has known what it is and what it's supposed to be from the very beginning. It has not strayed one step, one iota away from what it is, and it's just silly, goofy fun. And when you can do comedy well and continue to do well, that it's a praise in my book, because I think there's nothing harder to do than comedy. And it hits it every time, and it is hysterical. It really is. And the art is fantastic. It's perfect for that book. I have a fun time every time I read it.
Haven't read it. Moving on.
Should. You need to.
No, I'm kidding.
You're wrong.
No, you actually, you have shown me a few. I think you showed me one of the issues, one of the weeks that we were doing the wrap up, and it actually looks like a lot of fun, and the art does look pretty incredible.
It is.
And to be fair, when we went to LA Comic-Con this past like 2 weekends ago or 3 weekends ago, Scotty Young had the longest line out of any creator on the floor.
It doesn't matter where you go. It does not matter. He will always have the longest line, right next to Art Term or Peach Momoko for God knows what reason. But his line is always the longest, and he has his fans, and that's fine. People love his art. Good for you. I don't care for his art, but his storytelling is really damn good. I'll say that.
Yeah. The only and the creators across from him were like that had their own booths, because like he had his own booth, and these guys had like were big names. Jason Aaron, Zeb Wells, Ryan Stegman, and Dan Slott, and they were all like right next to him.
Dan Slott.
None of them had the line that Scotty Young had, and even more so, the line that was the longest, more than any of those comic creators, was Claudio Sanchez from Coheed and Cambria, the writer of Amory Wars. So he had the longest line. The entire con, I didn't see anyone with a longer line. So
wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So Dolan, we've got your number 8 in here coming up. What you got?
Coming in hot at number 8. I think this is the first. Mine matches McDizzy's. It's the Sacrificers, number 8.
Oh, there you go. All right. So you know what? I think that is very fair. We all kind of had Sacrificers 8 or 9 right there. So I think that's a good spot to put it at. I think that's fair.
Yeah, because I think we kind of said it earlier that he really kind of spoiled it, like what's going on with the series, issues earlier on. And I really think it would have been more fun if we got to explore more individually with the characters who are being sacrificed in some of the issues, I guess, like standalone stories. And then like maybe the final issue is we find out what this is all for, what's going on with them. Like that would have been truly terrifying or creepy. But yeah, I did enjoy it. I did like the latest issue. It was really good. The one character got her rightful comeuppance. It was terrific.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
it's still a really good series.
Yeah. No, when he fucking puts her in that seat and he's like, "Give me your fear." Oh, I was all there for it. So
Yeah,
rightfully so, because like, yeah,
it really gives me a good Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory vibe when I'm reading this, and I like that.
yeah, yeah. I remember. I think we read the issue before it, and she was like, I'm gonna go off and save the world, and I was like, oh, here we go, and he destroys that shit quick. So he's my new favorite character. All right, Josh, are you gonna give us a Wakanda Forever take for your number 7?
Possibly, but I will back up why this book is in this position.
Oh boy.
So my number 7 is Nemesis Reloaded.
Oh,
Whoa!
so low.
Whoa!
I love this book. I love Nemesis as a character. The only reason it's this far down for me is I just did not connect or have really any interest at all of the story of him when he was younger. Like when we got all the stuff as him as a kid, I wanted to go back. I wanted to deal with what was happening in the present. I didn't want to deal with that at all.
Wow.
I felt because, and here's the thing, I felt like, because I think he came in issue 3 or 4 when that popped up, and I felt like we were building the story and then kind of just like segued. I'm like, you're killing the momentum for me. Just keep with the fucking momentum, because it was high octane, balls to the wall, land here. And had it been a longer run, I wouldn't have minded it as much, or had that kind of been dispersed a little more evenly throughout, I wouldn't have minded it as much. But it felt like just a big punch in the middle of the story when I wanted to keep the momentum and hit that climax. That's what she said.
Isn't this McNiven art?
No, this was Jorge Jimenez.
Yeah.
Oh, even better.
McNiven did volume 1.
That's
Which
right.
was better.
Okay, so Jimenez. Okay.
Yeah, and look, Jimenez is a great artist. I also have eye twitches when I look at his art sometimes, because it forces me to think of James Tynion's Batman, which I had to painstakingly write reviews about.
Yeah.
1,500 words on that.
It gives you flashbacks.
But yeah.
Oh.
But no, I love this book. I love this character. I love how much of a dick he is. And it's he's one of those characters that I laugh at things that are inappropriate, and I shouldn't be laughing, and it's clear I'm going to hell because I'm laughing at certain things, but it works.
He is one of the coolest villains, and you're 100% right. I root for him so much of the time, and yet you realize that the things that he's doing are just, I mean, straight to hell, right? This dude is the worst dude imaginable, and yet you're kind of like, I want to see him go through with it. I want him to like fucking do it, he's on the boat with those cops, and he's just watching the boat sink with, and you're just like, fuck, this is like, oh, it's so
fuck those
good.
cops, die, you pieces of shit. Woo!
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Oh, cops are bastards. Go down. Yeah,
right. You love to root for this vile, heinous man. It's so dark and twisted, but that's Nemesis. And I gotta say, when he showed up in Big Game, spoilers, you knew there was gonna be some, that was probably one of my favorite scenes in the whole series. But
to me, it's one of those things, like how much of the book's success is the presence of the character, and how much of it is actually the story.
Yeah. Speaking of Nemesis Reloaded, and my favorite part about Nemesis, I'm going to put Big Game. It's low. I recognize that it is low, but ever since, and I hate.
Tell me you have a small penis without telling me you have a small penis.
You want to see it? No. I will say the reason why is because ever since, I think it was Kyle, so you can blame Kyle for this. I forget if it was Kyle or if it was someone in the chat, but ever since someone said the final issue was Avengers Endgame, I reread it and I was like, oh no, it's Avengers Endgame. And from that moment, I was like, it didn't ruin the series for me, but it just gave me like, oh, this is an interesting perspective. I also think that it's difficult because I haven't read all of the other like issues in series previously. And so I think if I did do that, it would give me like Big Game would be my number one. So I need to do my due diligence and I need to do my homework of reading all the series before this so that the weight of these characters is that much more impactful. But for now, it is one of the best, if not the best, arcs of this year by far. I mean, Mark Miller is just a genius, and this was so much damn fun. Each character is unique, like I said before, and yeah, I think I did a review with Nick Weiser on his channel about it. So had a blast, but it's low. I understand. I know it's low, but
Yeah, I'm just waiting on Turd Burglar to come in and put it at number 7 as well. So Drew and I can start calling y'all retards, like the retards of the channel.
Well, yeah. I do know, Josh. I know where you're going to place that one, so I know that this probably hurts you more than anyone. But
do you? Do you?
Uh-oh.
You did pull a audible, and you did change this on me. So you put Transformers in your honorable mentions like a turd.
God.
And like turds, let's see what Turd Burglar has for his number 7. Please tell me it's the same thing so that I don't feel.
No, I actually have a brain. It would not be that.
Wow.
Number 7 for me is Little Monsters.
Oh, lame. The book that no one's really even read. Cool.
Yeah, because they don't know how great Jeff Lemire is.
Well, no one really
beautifully told vampire story, and just what these you think are kids that are living in this world, and it turns out the youngest one there is the one that has lived the longest, and the vampire that turned him has decided he is the one that is tasked with living forever and having to keep vampires alive forever, all the while not being able to speak. So it's a beautiful story, and it's absolutely fantastic in a world to which a vampire story is coming out 4 of them a week. It was something refreshing and different, and I'm just like, oh, okay, you can revamp a vampire story and tell something different. So no, it was fantastic.
Yeah, the way that you describe it actually sounds really dope, and I do need to take a look at it because that premise sounds so refreshing. Because normally, like you said, zombies, apocalypse, and vampires are so overdone in every medium. So to have an actual good vampire story is pretty rad. So
yeah, no, it's great.
Also, he mentioned Jeff Lemire, but Dustin Nguyen's art is also
it's perfect. Those two together can do no wrong.
Agreed.
Nice. Dolan, do you agree with your brother, or do you have a different number 7?
Well, mine's in my Little Monsters in my honorable mention.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. It's still really good. But my number 7 is the Magic Order, number 4.
Ah, Mark Miller strikes again.
Yep.
I'm noticing a theme of Mark Miller at all throughout our
yeah, very much so. So this is volume 2?
Yeah, volume 4. Volume 4. Magic Order,
volume 4. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah,
wow,
I started to jokingly ask how many Mark Millers are in your top 10s, and I was like, no, let's not give it away.
Yeah, because it will be a lot. So that's fair. Yeah, no, that's one that I also need to read. Like I said, I need to do my homework and my due diligence. Check out Magic Order, because when they show up in Bid Game and they're like, "We want to,"
yeah,
I won't say anymore.
How Cordelia, she has her wand right next to her.
She's like,
I would be so easy to blow his head off right now.
I will blow your brains out.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah. Speaking of blowing my brains out. Josh, you want to give us another bad take?
Oh,
this is probably going to be the hottest take out of all my takes. But what I'm going to say
that's why I said I'm going to blow my brains out on this one.
This is the one that like Max flipped out about when I sent him my list because I thought I was going to be here. But I'm going to preface this with 6 through 1 for me if I were to grade them, would be 9.5 out of 10 for every one of these books. And they're all so very different from one another in terms of their genre and themes and tones. But my number 6 is Conan the Barbarian.
Oh,
Ah,
I my fingers are
okay.
clenching up as I'm typing this.
The sphincter is clenching up.
Yes, because I'm so frustrated with this pick. But
I mean, look, this is one of those books that it's a lot of good, solid action. Like there's definitely some testosterone in this book. That's why it can't be higher on my list because I'm the bundle of sticks of the crew. It's good storytelling. It's I don't want to say fantasy because I think fantasy is the wrong thing, but it's kind of this is one of those stories that I feel like is going to be one of those epics that you're going to end up getting such a strong, consistent story over the course of 30, 40, 50, 60 issues if they can keep a solid creative team there. Yeah. But for me, this is one of those things that I would get it each week. I was excited to read it, but it wasn't like the first thing I was jumping to read. Like it wasn't at the top of my pile. I have to read this first. And even when we had the top comics of November, Drew started talking about the issue in that, and I was like, yeah, I haven't gotten to it yet. It's just one of those things. Like I really enjoy it on a technical level. I think it's incredible. I love the artwork. I love that they use actual pencils. Like to me, that just creates such an environment in the book. But it's just not one of those that I'm like, I have to sit down and read right away.
And yeah, it's understandable. I think instead of fantasy, are you looking for sword and sorcery? Is that fair to say?
No,
that it's more...
I switch it to epic, like the fact that it's kind of like how you'd look at Lord of the Rings, how you would look at the Odyssey. That I'm hoping we're gonna get just a super long form story.
That'd be cool. It's still low. It's still low for me. But you know what? It's okay because you still have some pretty good takes on here. I mean, later on, you got some good takes, I think, if you didn't change it too much. But yeah. For me, this has been a series that I've been praising for all of this evening since we've been talking about our favorite books. The art by Farid Karami is incredible. The story was so much damn fun. The characters are intelligent. They are well written. There are stakes in the book. The story is unique and fresh. Venom Lethal Protector is my... Why is it not copying? Hold on one sec. Yeah, Venom Lethal Protector is my number 6 pick. There it is. And yeah, it's a shame that it is on y'all's honorable mentions, but it is, to me, I had way too much fun reading this book. Like every week I was just smiling from ear to ear with like how great Silver Sable looked. Like, hey, we actually get like a sexy, beautiful woman who's like competent and she's not condescending. Like, oh, it was great. It was just so refreshing. And you got, classic David Michelini, who's been writing for decades. So, and the creator of, Taskmaster. So, yeah. Before we move on to Turds number 6, which may be disappointing, we've got $5 from DJ Smith, who says, Josh, this is a controversial one, but my number 1 is Alan Scott Green Lantern. I laughed, I cried, I felt seen. JK.
Hey, girl, hey. Can't wait to roll down to the hotel room with a little Polaroid.
Oh my God. The I felt seen is what does it for me. That's hilarious, DJ. And dude, DJ Smith, thank you for the $5, brother. That is super generous, very kind of you. And let's see. I don't have any like super gay Alan Scott Green Lantern clips on here. So I'll give you one of the most masculine. I'll give you the opposite and give you the most masculine thing I can think of.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What we doing live? Echoes in eternity.
Thank you, sir, for the $5. Greatly appreciate it.
It's been so amazing recently, a little segue, hearing him talk about the making of that film. And he just talks about just how much of a shit show it was producing that film and
Oh.
have a final script. And they're just kind
Yeah.
of going along, just making it up as they went. It's wild.
Oh, that's incredible, man. Whatever they did, like films like Gladiator, Lord of the Rings, these are lightning in a bottle. You know, nothing will like this will happen ever again. Maybe Gladiator, because it is one of those films. It's like, okay, this is an
Getting a
epic.
sequel, so
I
we'll
would say
see.
we're getting Gladiator.
Oh,
About.
I'm not even going to acknowledge that you said that.
This time it's personal.
Yep.
But this time it's personal. Two Gladiator, or what is it, like Too Fast, Too Furious? It's gonna be like two Gladiator.
Yeah.
Yeah, too personal. Turd Burglar is up next with his number 6. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep. I thought I was gonna have a hot take.
Oh boy.
Mine mirrors Josh's. It is Conan the Barbarian at 6.
I thought that. Gosh, dang it!
Yeah. You know, the first 4 issues I thought were fantastic. The
Yeah.
art was absolutely gorgeous. These last 2 issues, the one that just came out recently, I felt it's just the art is different. It's still fantastic. It's just a different vein. It's going in a more spiritual, weird ghost stuff. And I'm just like, I'm not really digging this. I don't know what this arc is going to be, but I'm not digging this one as much as I like the first 4 issues. So it's kind of losing that luster a little bit, but it's still fun. It's still one of the best coming out, but I'm just not having a lot of fun reading these last 2 issues, to be honest with you.
Damn. And you know what? I think we may have actually talked about it because we were afraid that this was going to have the Death Dealer curse, right?
Yeah.
Those first 4 issues of Death Dealer were fantastic. The same exact thing with Conan. First 4 issues, amazing.
Yeah.
And then just couldn't keep it going.
But when you read, I mean, like I said, I'll bring it up. I mentioned it earlier talking about Death Dealer. But when my friend Mark was talking about what their plan was for that series, it is like, what the fuck, man? It's
Conan will not be that bad. It can't be. Nothing can be that. So there's faith there.
Yeah, but so based off of the first 4 issues, though, where would you put Conan?
It would definitely be my top 3 if it was the first 4, hands down. Just due to it had everything working. Everybody was where they were supposed to be, and it cohesively they got everything right, down to the fucking lettering, and I mean everything was perfect.
Everything.
So it's hard not to put it in the top 3, but these last 2 issues, it just felt like it's missing something.
Yeah. I 100% agree with you that the last 2 issues are lacking something. It's missing that soul, or it's missing that heart. There's something there that I'm not gathering. But damn, that's low.
I know. I know.
But I mean, yeah. When Josh said, "Yeah, my number 6 is Conan the Barbarian," and I heard Kyle say something like, "Interesting," I was like, "Fucking Kyle's gonna have a 6 too." Damn it! Like I knew the way that you responded was like, "Yeah, I've got it there too." Dolan, redeem your brother and give us something good for number 6.
Well, unfortunately, I think we're gonna break your brain, Max.
Don't you fucking dare!
Conan have been number 6 because
wow.
Because look, I mean, like Kyle said, those first 3 issues, it would have been probably my number.
The first 4.
No, I've already read 6. I've already read the first 6 issues.
Yeah.
The first 6.
Yeah, the first 4 issue run though. The first 4 where they had
the first 4 issues. If it was the first 4 issues, it would be my top 2. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
Absolutely.
But after that, the next 2 issues, like, look, I I will acknowledge, and I agree, and I understand. Doug Braithwaite is a terrific artist. He is, but you have to admit his art sets a completely different tone than the original artist. It isn't that same Bronze Age feel that the artist had. It feels like it doesn't belong, which is unfortunate. But and like Kyle said earlier, like the story itself, it's turning into like kind of like a zombie story, and that's okay, but it's not exactly what I wanted in a Conan story. Especially the latest issue 6, it really is turning that way, and it's like okay, that's fine, but
it's lacking the soul that the original 4 issues have with the illustrations.
Yeah, it's lacking that fun. I would say it's lacking that fun. And in issue 5, that story I wanted, if the focus had been on the boat with Belit, how she was killed and everything, that's the story I want for 5 and 6. That's the story right there. Like I couldn't care less about the zombies. This is the story I want. I want to see them fall in love, pirating, then they're all fucking killed except for him. That's your 5 and 6. But
that should have Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. Finish.
No, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
No, you're 100% correct. If they were doing a swashbuckling tale where they're on the 7 seas, they're on the pirate ships, and they're like raiding and going through like different port towns and and fighting like on the open ocean, hell yeah, give me that story, but they gave it to us in like 3 pages and then it was done
in flashback, and it's like no, that's the story I want right there.
Especially because Belit was gorgeous, like how how they've drawn how they illustrated the Celtic woman and how they illustrated Belit were like both beautiful. So well, damn, now y'all are making me rethink where I put Conan. Damn it.
Max will be like, it's my number 1. We're like, Chud.
Chud, of course. No, you guys just don't have enough testosterone to recognize the fact that I gave Josh shit that he put Conan at number 6 and you cucks both put it at number 6 as well is unbelievable.
Who's
Not
the outlier here? You're the outlier.
5 or 7. This same across the board.
How does it feel to be wrong all the time? How does it feel?
You know what? When everyone was saying, the government's not watching you, and then the one guy was like, actually, who's the one who is right? All the people who had all the conspiracy theories, right? All those people are being proven right now. So I'm the one that's standing up in the crowd going, Conan's great.
Actually,
everyone should shut up. Anyway, we're back to our main man, the pink, beautiful, bold, stunning, and brave. What you got for we're in our top 5 now.
Yeah.
These are the best of the best.
Yeah. So for my number 5, I'm going to be honest. It was one of the books that I knew I wanted to consider for either honorable mentions or my top 10, but I went back and reread it because there were a lot of details that I couldn't remember. And rereading it all together, I had a completely different experience than when I was reading it as it was coming out monthly, and that is Phantom Road. So what I'll say about this is when I was reading it monthly, I kept thinking and describing it as a slow burn because it felt like it was taking its time. When you read these issues back to back, it's not like you're just running through story beats. But the tension that's in the book, the mystery that's in the book, I don't want to say twists, but the kind of slight turns that it'll take that you don't expect, the relationships that the characters have, the things you find out about certain characters. It's for me, it's really captivating. It's really engaging. I want to learn more. So I put it here. Also, I feel like this is just a film waiting to happen, and it could be a fucking great film.
I think Kyle and Drew, I think you guys read this one. This was not a book I read this year, but I think you guys liked the first 2 issues or so.
Yeah, we did, but I feel like I think it just maybe it got delayed, or maybe it started coming out inconsistently. That we
It
just
did.
kind of okay. There we
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Thanks
dropped.
for
I mean, we read the first three, maybe 3 or 4. I may
Yeah.
have gotten that far, and I forgot about it. But
Yeah.
I was really intrigued after they go to that. The guy goes into that gas station. He's just talking to the guy. It's like, what the hell is going on? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, you just show up and there's this dead guy in the middle of the road, and it's like, what the hell? I mean, it was very interesting. But yeah, I forgot all about it.
Maybe I need to go check it out. Honestly, I think I will most likely check out Local Man before I check out Phantom Road, though.
I would say check out Phantom Road because you can get the trade.
Oh,
There's
okay. Yeah, no, that's
5 or
smart,
6
yeah.
issues. Yeah.
That's fair.
less depressing. You'll enjoy it.
Okay.
It's
Less
It's depressing. Yeah.
I don't know about less depressing. Like it's got some questionables to like. Yeah, because Max might read it, I don't want to say too much, but
Okay. Yeah. For my number 5, this moved down heavily. I actually had with the online tantrum that has been made for the past week. I did have to edit this, and yet it still is in my top 5, which is surprising. But I don't want to. I honestly don't want to penalize Dan Mora for someone else's tantrums, right? And the way that Dan Mora draws Superman and Batman are, in my opinion, perfection. I couldn't ask for anything better. How Batman and Superman are portrayed, the stories, bringing back Kingdom Come, everything about these guys just makes me feel like this is why I got into comics, was to read superheroes, right? Caped crusaders and, hopeful, optimistic supermen flying around with, it's just the classic quintessential superhero story. It is extremely difficult for me to put this at my number 5 because of the actions and the way that the writer has been, attacking fans. But I still can't. I don't know, man. It's tough because it's like I can easily do this with Tom Taylor and Tom King, but for some reason I have such a strong connection to Superman and Batman that I just can't do it with this series. So it's like a reluctant. I don't want to put it here, but I have to because of how much I just really enjoy the series. So,
fair.
Well,
That's
reluctantly, my number 5.
fair.
And you, Conan at number 6, and you call yourself a Lord of the Rings fan? No, I'm kidding. What you got for your top 5? Number 5.
Number 5, I feel good about this choice. I have Big Game at number 5.
Okay, all right. That's a solid, super solid choice.
I think it's where it needs to be. It's right there. It's not showing off. It's not falling behind. It's right in the middle there.
Yeah.
It's fine. You're wrong, but it's fine.
Oh my god. Wait till you see where Josh has put Big Game, if it's still there or not, but we'll see.
If it's still there.
If it's
only
still
imagine
there.
where it's at.
Unless it's Alan Scott. But.
It was a fun series. I felt like he had huge aspirations, and he's pretty much stuck the landing with that. I mean, you would talk about, comparing it to Endgame. It really is 100%. It's something that in the hands of a lesser writer, in the hands of a, Jason Aaron or somebody that just wants to have a sandbox full of all your toys and they're all playing. It's like, it could have come off hokey, cheesy, like just way too much. He was able to pull that off, and I have to give him credit for doing something that ambitious and to do it well. I mean, I got to give him props for that. Now, a lot of the characters, again, I didn't read Magic Order. Wanted was kind of, I was in and out of it. Only read a few issues. Like, I didn't really have that, love for these characters to really be like, oh, I can't wait till they're back. It was just like, oh, okay. But it was still great. I gotta give him props.
That's fair. I like that pick at number 5. I think that's a solid choice. And I know that you've said that, I think you're saying before the stream that you're pretty set on your top 5,
Yeah.
confident about it. So so far that's a good start. Drew, are you gonna once again follow your brother and put big game?
Absolutely not. I'm
Oh,
gonna, this,
well, you just to make sure, you do only have 2 more picks because the
Yep.
Lord of the Rings are your 1, 2, and 3. So you really got to make these last 2
Yep.
count.
Be careful.
God, that feels so dirty. God. Number 5 is Batman the Joker Deadly Duo. Number 5.
Whoa, so
Whoa!
low.
Whoa!
So
Whoa!
Back it up. Beep, 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 beep. Back it up. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, tell me why you're wrong, please.
No, it was the first. I mean, the story wise, okay, the art is perfect. Art is absolutely
Yes.
perfect.
Yes.
But I will say the story and like the last 2 issues, mainly in the last one, it really felt like it just kind of really drug. Not necessarily drug, but like, okay, let's move it on. Let's move it on. Let's get on with it. Come on. It felt like it kind of outstayed its welcome. And it should have ended sooner than it did. But it was still good, regardless. And I'm glad they're recollecting it now in the black and whites, which is what I called for.
Mhm.
I mean, I like to think Marvel listened to me, and that's why they're doing it now. No big deal. But
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so, and rightfully so. And yeah, that shows you just how great his art is. Storytelling is really good, but like that last issue, I really felt like it should have ended much quicker than it did.
Okay.
Wow.
Ooh, number 5. Number 5. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm still trying to figure out what would be in your top 4 then at that point because oh man. All right. Yeah, if Marvel could only they listen to you on the black and white edition, which I am fully on board with. If only they could listen to our other suggestions of some of our other things that we've talked about on these streams.
That's true.
Oh man, are you gonna let me down, McDizzy, and put Batman Joker Deadly Duo as your number 4 or 5?
It's I've already given you my number 5, so it's definitely not my 5. Like, what are you smoking? No, I'll just say my number 4 is shoot first, ask questions later. I've got the Infield Gang Massacre.
I
Red
forgot
Dead
about that
Redemption.
series. Damn it!
Yeah.
Damn
So-
it!
How do you spell that?
Infield, Field, Gang Massacre. So I'm a big fan of That Texas Blood, which is written by Condon as well, and this is kind of like in the same universe but takes place in the past and history. It's a brutal book. It's an edgy book. There's a lot of grit to this book, and I don't think there are a lot of books out there that kind of carry the same kind of, I guess, grit and swagger that this has, in that way of just this, no bullshit, we're country, like, fuck you, we're gonna do what we want. And it's
nice, hell yeah.
I like
it's really damn good.
Yeah,
Yeah, Wes, I always recommend it whenever it comes out. It's a great series.
So Enfield Gang Massacre, check it out if you're not reading it. Also, if you haven't read That Texas Blood, go get it. And what I will say is Condon's getting better as a writer for comics. I feel like he's getting to where he can write tighter stories for comics and be a little more effective with the pages that he has. And you're seeing that here. So I can't wait for him to do more stuff.
That's dope.
Or play
Kyle,
Red
do
Dead
you wanna-
Redemption 2, get a better you'll get the better story.
I was gonna say, Kyle, do you want to tell him why he's wrong?
Where it was done better the first time.
One ad for a damn gun. That's all he's basing it off of.
No, it's the literal story. It's all of that, but done better. Actually, play Red Dead Redemption and play Red Dead Revolver. Any of those are better than Enfield Gang Massacre, where it was done better the first time.
Look, I don't play video games. I have other shit to do.
Well,
I have
watch.
Video
I'm
games
on
for men
YouTube
in their
then.
mom's
Do
basements.
playthroughs on YouTube. You'll watch it all. It'll be a
And
better story.
look, instead of playing video games, I bang chicks. Okay, like who's more basic?
Damn.
Yeah, I'm married
We need
with
the
a
air
child. All right.
horn. Who's getting more laid?
Right? I have proof.
Oh man.
I
Yeah, a
think it's
bunch of
mine. I don't know.
incels.
I'm assuming it's mine.
Oh well, I mean,
I don't know
if
yet.
he's yeah. I like that the counterpoint is like, oh, incels play video games in their mom's basement. I read comic books. It's like, okay, all right, bro. Yeah, no, it's hilarious because when I did see this on your list, Josh, I immediately was like, I can't wait to hear what Kyle says because I did not read this one, nor did I read that Texas Blood. But yeah, Western comics, dude, that's badass. I want more of it, but I will have to read this in the trade most likely. I'll actually read that Texas Blood first and then this one. So, because I as well bang chicks, so I do not play video games. So, Josh is like, fuck yeah, dude. Speaking of badass fucking banging chicks, killing people and doing crazy shit, Nemesis Reloaded is my number 4.
Ooh.
Once again, another Miller book. Yeah, this series has everything. Incredible art, deep character study, action packed, yeah, just insane moments where you're just like your jaw's on the floor. Nemesis Reloaded was so much damn fun, even though you're following one of the worst villains imaginable. You are seriously laughing, smiling. You're in shock half the time, and it brings you everything you want from an entertainment perspective. And you are fully encapsulated with this dude's mission. It's crazy. So yeah, it never ceased to amaze me. Number 4 for me is Nemesis Reloaded. I'm still noticing a lack of other Miller books. Are you going to change that, Kyle, or you got something else for us?
I got something else.
Ooh,
Could be a hot take. I don't know.
Lay it on
see.
us.
I have the Transformers.
I was like, the what? All right.
a
At least
hyphen.
it's not. At least it's not in your honorable mentions, like someone.
Yeah,
Actually,
I mean, it's 3 issues in. It's good. I thought issue 3 was significantly better than issue 2. I thought issue 2 was a little weak, in my opinion. Again, he's only on it for a short amount of time. However, for what has been out, it's been the shot in the arm that had Transformers has needed. I don't know where it's going to go from here. I can only assume these first 6 issues, when it's in a trade, will be great. Anything after that, who the hell knows? But
yeah.
It's still a lot of fun. I have a great time reading it. It's one of the first I read whenever it comes out. So it's obviously one of the first books I read. So yeah, it's a solid recommend. I'm having a lot of fun with it for now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. I didn't catch this earlier, so I apologize. JK, if you do watch the rest of this stream later, she says, gotta go. It's been a long day. We'll watch the rest on the rerun. So I'm so sorry I didn't see this earlier, but JK, Merry Christmas. Have a great holiday weekend. Enjoy your time with family, and we'll see you here next week for when you come back or when you're watching the rerun. So thank you again for being here. Yeah, no, I mean, I would like to see it a little bit higher, but like you said, it's only 3 issues in. I know a lot of people say that the story is fairly, it's fine. I think really what's sticking out is the art. And also Transformers, you're either like a diehard or you're someone who's never really super been into it, I feel like. So I don't know, but I guess I'll give it to you.
All right.
Thank you. Dolan, what you got? Your last one. Hey, look at that. All right.
How about that?
Yeah.
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 My number 4 is just like Kyle's, Transformers.
Wow. So low. Man.
No, I think it's just right where it's at.
Yeah. Where it needs to be.
Considering everything else that came out that's above it, but the issue 2, it was a speed bump. It was just really it because that girl, how she was talking to Cliff Jumper and everyone else.
Yeah.
I was hoping Cliff Jumper would just flicker with like his middle finger and she would just come flying
Yeah.
across the state.
Yep.
Yeah.
But he's a transformer. He's not a bot. He won't do that. Starscream would, but not Cliff Jumper. But regardless of that, issue 2 did kind of really hit the brakes to really tell more of the story, which was okay, fine. But issue 3 did pick it back up. But on the whole, number 4, fourth place is where it belongs, I would say.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, I can't give you guys too much shit for it because you guys will see where I put mine. So, and it's like it was just, it's like it's close, it's right there. But we know that Josh does not have this at his number 3, considering that he didn't even have it in his top 10.
Yeah.
So we'll give him a shot to redeem himself. We're now into the top 3. So these are your top 3 books of the entire year.
Yeah.
So these got to be spicy.
My number 3 is a book that I forgot actually came out this year until one of you guys mentioned it, and it's Batman and Joker Deadly Duo.
Oh, okay.
And I will say, as someone who is an extreme diehard fan who has spent most of my quote-unquote comics career either writing about, discussing, or covering Batman, in a lot of ways, there's stuff that I enjoy and love better than this. But at the same time, I went so long without really good Batman content that when I finally got some good Batman content that felt true to the character, was a contained story, respected the other characters outside of Batman, and really kind of grasped and understood the relationship between Batman and Joker, it worked for me. And the whole fact that in this story, well, I don't know if we should give spoilers, but I thought Joker and Batman were played off pretty damn well in this. The villain was interesting. I will agree with Drew, or I believe it was Drew that said it. The end, it kind of like it shrugged on a little bit. Probably could have ended, at least an issue earlier, and it would have been more impactful. But yeah,
I think it was a total of 7 issues, right?
Yep.
Which is, it is a little odd because it's like you kind of want to keep it maybe a 6-issue mini, keep it fairly even, but so much was wrapped up in that final issue that I really don't know if they would have been able to keep it 1 issue less. But to be fair, I think it's a good spot. I did think it was going to be higher because you are such a large Batman fan.
Well, I did have it higher in my original list.
And that is true. But yeah, like to me, this I thought that series was everything a Batman fan could have asked for. So it is interesting to see that it's a little bit lower, but that's okay.
I will also say there's a plot that is very similar to a Serenity plot. So it's got that going for it as well.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That train issue where Joker's fucking throwing people off the train and stuff, and you're like, oh, it's so good. So good. But yeah. Anyway. My number 3 is going to be the Transformers. Yeah, so like I said, it's barely a little bit higher than Turd Burglar and Dolan. I think though I'm not a huge like Transformers guy, I've never read the comics before. I watched I think 2 of the movies. I don't really know a lot of the Transformers stuff. Even some of the animated series, the episodes there, I only watched a few. So to be introduced in this fashion with Daniel Warren Johnson art, where I get to see an Optimus Prime ram his truck self into a Decepticon and then get to like freaking suplex a dude, like this is so much fun for me. The colors by Mike Spicer just pop on every single page. I love this book a lot, and that's coming from a guy who knows really nothing about Transformers. But I've been really enjoying the series, even with the gripes that I have about it. I've just been having a really, really fun time. It's a blast. For me, my top 3 are car books. So anytime I buy that book from the LCS, I get in my car and I immediately at least look at it or read it. So Turd Burglar, we are in your top 3, my man. So choose wisely.
All right. Well, I have this one flipped with you. I have Nemesis Reloaded at my number 3.
Ooh, okay. So we're neck and neck there.
Yeah.
Now, why was this just a little bit higher than Transformers?
I felt so. Volume 1 of Nemesis, I still feel like those 4 issues are damn near perfect, and I still think Steve McNiven is the better artist. Now, I do like the art; it's still amazing. But what Steve McNiven did in that first series was just absolutely amazing. But what Nemesis does, like everyone has said, it's like when you hate to love this guy, everything he says, it's like, God, you're such a fucking asshole. Like you are like, how can somebody like this, like how are you doing these things? Like how could somebody do this? How could somebody burn alive somebody in a wheelchair? Like, I mean, the shit that he does in this, it's like, oh my God, like you get somebody to crash a plane. Like,
and her backstory before getting on that plane, you're like, what the fuck, dude?
I mean, just unbelievable shit, but you buy it. And with his writing and everything that Mark does, it's fantastic. I just have a smile on my face reading Nemesis. It's such a fun character. It's seeing Batman as a true villain, basically. And I have such a great time reading it. And Nemesis Reloaded from start to finish was so much fun. It was a task that I didn't think could live up to the original, but it actually does. It is a perfect sequel to Nemesis, and seeing him again in big game, and I love that character. I can't get enough of Nemesis. So this was a solid recommend.
Maybe because I read Nemesis Reloaded before I read Nemesis, the volume 1, I may have recency bias, but I think I like Reloaded a little bit more. But I would if someone told me vice versa, I would totally like understand where they're coming from. Because that first one with McNiven is like, it's incredible, you know. He's creepy and badass all at the same time, and he's like 3,000 steps ahead of everyone else. It's insane. He always has a plan, and his concept design is really simple and awesome. Just all white with the mask. It's like, oh, so dope.
Yeah.
Drew, are you also a Nemesis Reloaded fan?
Or, that's my number 3, Nemesis Reloaded.
It really is? Okay, well, there you go. Perfect. Here, I'm just going to copy then. Wow, you guys, so diametrically opposed with your worst, but very similar with your best. That's super interesting. Huh. Yeah, Ambassadors, Nemesis, and Transformers are all the same.
Well,
and Conan, holy shit, yeah. Wow. I still can't forgive your Fire and Ice take, but that's all right.
It was one of my worst lists. It was
no. That is the worst book if it wasn't for Ghost Rider and Spawn. So Josh, numero dos.
So my final 2 is where it really comes down to the battle of what I technically think is outstanding versus what I find more enjoyable. But for number 2, I'm going to put enjoyable and go with Big Game. So Max knows what my final one is. But look, here's the thing with Big Game is when you're pulling this many characters into a story that's this large, and you managed to make it effective and good without pulling a DC or Marvel and having 40 to 60 issues because you're doing all these tie-ins and crossovers and all this other bullshit. I don't think people realize how hard that is to accomplish. To do something that's as high of a stakes as the story is, with as many characters as the story has, and to feel like you're not getting gypped almost every turn of the way within 5 issues. We'll say 6 issues because the last one was double-sized. But that's a feat. And it's something that Marvel and DC need to learn from. They need to use this as an idea of how to approach events and how to make their events successful. And I'm really curious to see what Mark Millar does going forward with these this universe of his, just because it's going to be interesting. But big game.
I'm very surprised at what you're going to put your number 1. I guarantee you most people will go, what? Yeah. So that's very interesting that you would put Big Game as your number 2. But I it's totally justified. Like within your
It's
top
money
3,
shot,
like
I
that's
just gotta snap. That's all I gotta say.
yeah.
Time
No, it
out.
was tainted love, sainted love.
I blatantly said that Local Man is the best thing that Tim Seeley has written by far on his own. So it's definitely not Money Shot.
Well, in that case, do you want me to just reveal that you put Sainted Love as your number 1?
Oh my God, I forgot about that book.
How could you
forget of all people? What are you talking about?
It is like, wasn't it Cena Grace's just like the book is just
That was Steve Orlando, wasn't it? Steve Orlando?
Maybe no, that's what it was. Yeah. I'm thinking of No, you're right. I think it was Steve Orlando. Anyway, I put it there for you, so you don't have
Thanks.
to. It's okay.
I appreciate that. Max.
I mean, your other pick is just as gay, so it's not really.
People have described my music taste sometimes as lesbian music, so we'll just,
So you're saying? So you said your top 2 was your determining pick was between entertainment and what you objectively think is better. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, on a technical level, and I will say that even my top pick is something that resonates with me emotionally. But I do think we'll get to that later. Let's hear the other number 2s.
Okay. What did I put for my number 2? Hold on, sorry. Pause. Okay, tag me back in. 2 words. Mark Silvestri. Batman and Joker, Deadly Duo is the best thing to come out of DC for the past decade, maybe. I mean, Deadly Duo, will be one of those books that's going to go down in history as Hush, Batman: The Long Night, Batman Year One. Like, I truly think that over time it will get better. And I think that right now people just kind of recognize it as like, oh yeah, it's just kind of another modern book. But I truly think that what Mark Silvestri did here, because he scripted it and he drew it and I think inked it. This dude has only gotten better with age, unlike Jim Lee. And he's still doing tons of interior work. He's going to be doing a Darkness series pretty soon with Top Cow. Like, the man is a genius. He's incredibly humble, and talent, one of the biggest talents in comics in the industry in general. And for him to do some of the two of the biggest characters in DC right now, and to nail both of them in terms of their dialogue, the story, the artwork, everything, in my opinion, was perfect in this book. I couldn't have asked for anything better from a DC Batman book. This was excellent and deserves to be at number 1, but there was just something much more gooder, if you will. So
you're seriously putting Conan at number 1?
So Kyle, Turd Burglar, what is your number 2?
Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Oh no. You may want to rethink that, bud.
I'm sure. You know what? Here's what I'm going to say. I will regret it later. But the first 4 issues The first 4 issues are perfect.
They are. They're peak
10
comic
out of
book.
10.
I give you
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
My number 2 is the same as yours. Batman Joker Deadly Duo.
very well. At least we agree on something. You know what?
Yeah.
We had such a good run there on our worsts, but our best list just
Yes.
completely devolved into something completely not. Yeah.
Yeah, this issue series when it started out, when you have Batman fail,
Mm,
like seeing him fail, seeing
yeah.
him not being able to save somebody
Yeah.
due to hubris, due to he doesn't have all the answers. When you start out a series like that, and it's like, holy shit, like there are stakes here with Batman. Like it was absolutely phenomenally told, and the art is perfect for the story that he was telling. Yeah, it will go down, I think, as one of the best Batman stories. It should ever told. It's just one of those that it should be praised, it should be celebrated, and people shouldn't forget that it exists.
Yeah.
Constantly reprint this fucking book. Like, keep pumping this out, keep putting it in the zeitgeist, let people know that it exists.
Oh, absolutely. And the more versions, the better.
Yep.
Like we should get a director's cut. We should get, like Drew said, the black and white editions, but we should also get an artist edition. We should get like in 5 years or 10 years, we should get a deluxe hardcover that has sketches, that has interviews. Like print this book as many times as possible. Soft cover, hardcover, artist edition, black and white, colored. It's yeah, all of it, and I will
Mhm.
buy all of it. So
Yeah. Yes.
but yeah, it's a good pick.
I
I'm
agree.
digging your top 5. I'm digging your top 5.
Okay.
Conan could maybe move up one, but that's fine. All right, Dolan, we're in your top 2, my man. So we now it all comes down to this. We may be able to decipher what your number 1 is based off of what you give us for your number 2.
My number 2 is Ice Cream Man.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Wow. I think I know what everyone's number 1s are at this point. But that's all right.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
why Ice Cream Man so high?
Because I mean, I've said it to Wes countless times whenever we recommend it. You never know what you're going to get with each issue, and that's what I love about the series. It's so unpredictable. I mean, it could be a truly heartfelt issue. It could be a truly mind trippy issue. It could be a very unsettling issue. It could be a horror issue. You don't know. It could be a funny issue. It's what's great about it. Each one is so different in its own way, and I enjoy that. I enjoy it not being predictable a lot of times. It's like that one issue where, I like that. And these 2 guys, they're 2 of the best storytellers right now in the biz. And I told the artist as much. I'm trying to lock him down for an interview with us, see how well that goes. So he's down for it. We're just trying to lock down a date. But yeah, if you really want to read a series that it's unpredictable, you don't know what you're going to get, but at least it's going to be great. You know that it's going to be quality. This is it, and I have fun every time I read it.
You know what I find so interesting? Josh's number 1 is by the same creators of Ice Cream Man, but it is not, in fact, Ice Cream Man, which I think is super interesting. So I wonder if Kyle has read this, which if you haven't, you're not a true Ice Cream Man fan. But okay, let's do this. Just just for fun, just for shits and gigs. Drew, I think your number 1 is going to be Big Game. Turd Burglar, it's for sure Ice Cream Man. It was last year. You're predictable, and it's going to be this year too. I mean, come on. Do we even have to guess what mine is going to be? And I know Josh's, but I'll let him say. Drew, what do you think everyone's is going to be?
I think you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah,
for all those, including mine.
Okay, Kyle, are you in agreements?
Yeah, for the most part, except mine is an actual single issue. It's not all of Ice Cream.
Pulling an audible. All right.
Yeah.
So you're
Which-
saying that you don't think Ice Cream Man as a whole is worthy of your top 10. Got it.
That's pretty much
Uh-huh.
what I heard.
Oh no,
so-
it's the greatest series ever written, but this specific
God
issue
damn.
hit home.
Aren't you like a superhero guy?
Yeah, I am. But
No.
when a story can hit me in the feels every
Hmm.
time they write it, and I'm like, holy shit, I don't even know what my life is anymore. Like,
Yeah.
it makes me contemplate everything I've ever known. You got to give it praise.
Yeah. That's a good point. Josh, do you want me to just type it out and see if the guys know what it is?
Sure.
Is it
Okay.
Art Brute?
No.
Swan Song.
I haven't read Swan Song.
Anyone? Bueller?
No.
Honestly, when Josh told me about this, I was like, "This sounds awesome. I need to go read this right now." So
Yeah, so it's W. Maxwell Prince. So he is writing this. It's in another anthology book that he's doing, and his approach with this is every issue is focusing on things that end. And there's an underlying resonance of how nothing actually does end. So like the first issue focuses on the end of the world. The second issue focuses on the end of a marriage. The third, it kind of keeps going. There's an issue that's like the end of the sidewalk, which is clearly metaphor for your path. But it's one of those things that it's written. I love comic books. I think they're a ton of fun. I think there are comic books that are great art. I would almost never consider any comic books, quote unquote, literature, as in the way that it's written, the language that's used, how the characters are portrayed, just the structure of the story itself, the structure of the sentence itself. And I feel like you get literature with how this book is written. There's so much texture to what happens in these stories, and so many little things, and the nuances, especially like if you've ever been in a long-term relationship and you read the second issue and you don't like go, okay, yeah, like definitely been there. Especially how things can fall apart, and how much they can end, and how much you can hate someone but still love them unconditionally. It's just a dynamic book with a lot of weight, but isn't too heavy. And as heavy as the subject matter can be, you also walk away feeling fulfilled. If you can write with that level of skill, like you're just a masterclass. And then the fact that you have the rotating artist, in my opinion, the worst art is the first issue. Every issue after that, like it gets better and better and better, and they play with colors a lot. There's a story where they alternate between pinks and blues. It's freaking creative. I love it, and it's a shame more people aren't talking about it.
I legitimately didn't even know that this existed until you texted it to me. It is very rare that you do get monthly floppies as like literature, like high art. W. Maxwell Prince does something that is super rare and that I'm sure that Kyle will talk about shortly, which is invoking something inside of us that we didn't even know was there in the first place, or asking questions about our own existence that we didn't ask ourselves previously. The dude is incredibly talented, and I thank him for his work on these books. I am going to read Swan Song immediately, the next chance I get, because if it's anything like Ice Cream Man, yeah, man, it sounds incredible. So I'm very much looking forward to it. And thanks to Josh for recommending it, because I would have, like I said, I would have had no idea that it existed. So yeah, it's such a cool premise, such an interesting premise to delve into. Anything else before we move on to our next number one?
Oh wait, you're the next number one. Let's just skip to Turd Burglar. I think we're good.
All I'm just gonna say is sword, sorcery, boobs, and action. I mean, what else do you want? Like, it's fucking perfect. But yeah, Turd Burglar.
Oh no.
Consistency for 4 issues, baby. Those 4 issues are fucking perfect.
Hey,
10 out of 10s every single time.
believe it or not, you get some sword, sorcery, boobs, and action in Swan Songs as well. So
Hell yeah, let's go. I love it. Yeah, no, like I said, I could talk about the those first 4 issues of Conan till I'm blue in the face, but you guys know me and you guys know my interests. Huge Lord of the Rings fan. I love the Warhammer 40K stuff. Anyone who takes the time to introduce a universe, characters, a great storyline centered around that type of atmosphere, that setting of sword and sorcery or fantasy or sci-fi, whatever it is. Grim Jim Zub is doing that right now with Conan, and and like you said, Josh, the art in this is life-giving. It is so reminiscent of 70s and 80s books that I am enthralled every single time I read one of these issues. So, you know what? I'll do this. Conan the Barbarian. Since Kyle is doing a certain issue of Ice Cream Man, I'll do Conan the Barbarian 1 through 4. So
That's fair.
all right, Ice Cream Man number, which one is it?
35.
And which issue was that? The Fluffykins?
No, this is the one that the Book of Necessary Monsters.
Oh shit! Yeah, that was really
yeah,
good. Yeah,
that's in his house writing this book, and he's slowly
Yeah.
going insane. And
Mhm.
but he's writing this book in the sense that we all have these necessary monsters that we all have to deal with. All of these things, they all mean a certain thing. And this guy is slowly realizing
It's going.
He has-
It's losing his mind.
he's losing
It's
his mind.
creepy. It's a dark comedy at the same time. When you
Yeah.
just-
Like he's delusional, thinking like this is going to be the most important book anyone will ever read in the history of any book ever written. And it's like, okay, this guy he's a little delusional, but sure.
Well, the best part is who's talking to him through the door, right?
Yes.
And then at the end of the book, we're like, "Oh, that's interesting." But yeah, no, isn't he like under the? He goes under the floorboards at one point.
Yeah, he's like
And-
in the
yeah,
of his house. He's in the bathroom. He
Yeah.
then wakes up at the bottom inside this crawl space in his house. All
yeah,
the while he's hearing his wife and his kids, and he's like, I gotta finish up so I can get to my wife and kids. And it turns out it's like we all have an issue. If you have, it's like being with family, it's like, and knowing when to separate your work and when to spend time with your family, and all of these monsters getting in the way, and describing like a song getting stuck in your head, having a bad dream, these things that suck you in, your cell phone, all of these monsters that are around you in your day-to-day life that try to take you away from what's important. And it's knowing these are necessary. You have to have these things in your life to appreciate the good that you have, which is your family. And it's like in this guy, what happens to his family as a result of his work, and thinking he's writing something so important that he
Yeah.
has to neglect everything in his life. It's just absolutely, it's poetic. It's amazing. It's like all these things that bother. It's like prescription drugs, your cell phone. Like what are these things in your life that are bothering you, taking you away from what's important? Everybody fights these different monsters in your life.
And they manifest different, like they manifest as monsters. Like in the
Yes.
book, he draws them as these creepy creatures, right?
Yeah,
So,
like
which
a
I
king
love, which is
spider,
like,
a time sucker.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
I'm going. It's like a chasm. It's just a black void. It's everything
That-
you don't know.
mm,
It's the unknown.
yes,
Everything you don't know terrifies the shit out of you because you just don't know, and you never will. You will never know everything. I mean, it's just
that was my favorite monster.
Yeah. It's just absolutely phenomenal. And
Yeah.
I a book that when you read it, it makes you stop and evaluate your life and be like, oh shit, I can see myself in that. I do
Mhm.
that. He's absolutely right here, but I'm reading a fucking comic book at the same time. It's a comic
like,
book.
You're like, I'm a piece of shit. But
Yeah, and I'm like,
I'm
holy shit.
yeah.
He just like, I mean, just opened up the back of my head into being like,
Yeah.
man, I really am a piece of shit. But I mean, it's just it does that to you. Some of these issues every now, it's like, yeah, there are some that are funny, there are some that are sad, there are some that are a telethon where a guy's probably gonna die, but nobody can do anything about it.
Hey, those Drew's favorite issue, right? The telethon.
It was.
Fuck that issue.
This guy, I honestly don't know how he's able to do what he does so well, but I can't get enough of it every time, and he is not getting the praise he deserves.
No.
Sounds like Swan Songs isn't getting the praise it deserves. Ice Cream Man sure as shit isn't getting the praise it
No.
deserves.
No.
These books are things that have to be talked about
Yeah.
because nobody else is doing this. And the fact that he is able to do this, not just in one book, multiple books, it's just this guy is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
This series will always be at my top of my list, barring anything crazy. I don't see how it couldn't be.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I'm very interested to see when this comes out in like collected editions, or because like right now the industry is in disarray. I wonder what if he were to be writing issues in like the early 90s or even like late 90s, early 2000s. I wonder if it would have the same effect, or if it would have been selling worse or less. I feel like he's not getting the due that he's deserved because of the low sales currently in the comic book industry. So
To be honest, if you were writing in the 80s or 90s, this would honestly probably be a series at Kamiko or Eclipse or Pacific.
yeah.
It wouldn't even be an Image, I think. Honestly, it would have been one of those underground, not underground, but like a lesser known indies coming out, and who knows what it would
Which is
happen to it.
Yeah, which is why I wonder if it's better that he is doing it right now. Because yeah, if it were made in the 90s, I don't think people would understand it. But the fact that he's writing it now, I think may be perfect for its time. I can't wait to see what he does next, because like you guys said, every issue you have no idea what's about to happen, and that's kind of the beauty of it. But the man is a genius. He's a family man, and he's an extremely talented writer. But you can also see that he is a very dark and disturbed soul, like us all, you know. So I can't say enough good things about the dude. At least for his talent and the way that he writes, it's impeccable. So, that's number 35. Oh, and the last thing I was going to say is the last scene at the end when you realize what has happened to the family, you know, and you're just like, what, like you said, what a poetic ending. So.
Yeah. Well, and the way he leaves it, he says, you may think that this is a problem that is just related to this author in this book. If you think that, you need to reevaluate your life, because it resonates with everybody. And that's how he leaves that book. It's like, damn.
You know, we're talking about why he's not getting more recognition, and I honestly think he writes things in such a way that I don't think a lot of people want to read this stuff and kind of face the themes and the I guess
that's fair.
You know, because it is, some of the stuff is heavier in some ways, and it's going to force you to kind of reflect on your own life and what you're looking at and how you approach things. And I don't think a lot of people want that these days. So
it's fair.
Yeah, there's like, you know, if you guys notice, my top 5 are all like fun, exciting, action-packed, escapist books. And I think that tends to be more of the larger audience of comic book readers, is something to escape. But when you read Ice Cream Man, there is no way you are escaping those thoughts. And like you said, Josh, I think that's really difficult for people to do. And I don't think a lot of people get it. You know, they'd probably read that issue and they probably wouldn't understand what it's trying to say. And so not saying that they're like, oh, we are so much more intelligent and highfalutin thinkers and all this stuff. I think that people have to be in the right mindset and they have to be in the right mental space to read what he puts down on these pages and like understand it and ask themselves those questions, because it is difficult and not everyone will take the time to do that. So, but yeah,
Mhm.
great pick from both McDizzy and Turd Burglar. So Dolan coming in hot with the big game. Now you would have actually matched Josh's pick if he had not changed his list at the last minute. So you and Josh can, I guess, gush over big game and say why it was the best series of 2023.
Yeah, I'll say this because I brought up in my worst up list 2 of some of the worst events of this past year.
Yeah.
And those events, one in particular had over 40 plus tie-in, 40 total issues involved with it. Another one had to have had at least 25.
Yeah.
And you have another one going on right now, Gang War, that's turning into a wet fart. And then you have the Gotham War, which was a complete shart. And this, I mean, big game, 4 issues. 4
Yeah.
issues. And every one was a fucking banger. I mean, people dying, main characters dying, left and right, in violent, crazy ways. And plus, for me, because I mean, you guys learned this when Nemesis Reloaded ended. For me, when that last issue, those last pages, I was like, oh my god, fuck yes! And you guys are like, specifically you, Max, you're like, who? What is this?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that shows you, like, I was a longtime reader of his titles and his characters, and I was waiting for this big payoff. Finally, we're getting it, and I was so excited for this, and that's why for me, like, this paid off in dividends for me. Like, this was the best true event of the year, and he did it in just 4 damn issues. That's all he needed, and how it ends, what he's building upon in other titles as well in this event. That's amazing, especially with Kick-Ass and his involvement with the ambassadors. Sorry, spoiler alert. And what's possibly going on with the nightclub. I'm ecstatic, and I cannot wait to see what he brings next at Dark Horse with his books. I shame on me for not picking up the trade yet. I think the trade just came out.
It did. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to read an event done right, this is it. Especially with you only needed 1 damn artist to do it. That shows you what you can do.
I loved the closing ending of the Kick-Ass story where our hero gets to be America, and he's now going to be one of the ambassadors as America, like spoilers, but that shit was so awesome. So, and
I said it in West, and when I did the best of the week with West and everything, like I always likened Kick-Ass character himself to the character Job from the Bible. They always constantly constantly tested, and he never wavered in his faith. He always kept his faith in being a hero, the superheroics, never quitting, and justly he is rewarded for his faith and everything at the end of the story. And I truly dig that.
And isn't that how we want all of our superheroes to be unwavering in their faith and their hope and their optimism? You know what I mean? Yes, there are stories that superheroes are deconstructed and it works, but for the most part, those should be one-offs. Those should be tales that are kind of Elseworld stories. For the most part, we want to see our heroes be hopeful, optimistic, and something to strive towards. And we're just not seeing that as of late. So, well, gentlemen, thank you so much. This is the definitive top 10 books of 2023 told by Dolan, Turd Burglar, myself, and McDizzy. I want to respect y'all's time. So I will say we can go through the games radar list very quickly if you guys just want a good troll and a fun laugh.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Okay. All right, why not? It's their number 1 is fucking astonishing.
Yeah.
What they
I
put
mean,
as their
look,
number one.
most of the stuff on this list is when I saw it and I was like, oh fuck, I've got to send this to the guys.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me share this bad Larry and get into it, and we'll get out of here for the evening. This is so chat. You guys have just heard our top 10 of 2023, our worst and best top 10 lists with some honorable mentions and dishonorable mentions. This is Games Radar's top 25 books. Oh, starting off strong, Josh. This was one of your top books, Local Man. All right. Okay.
Oh, so Josh wrote this article. Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Josh, that's why you sent this to me because you wrote this. Okay.
That's right.
Peacemaker Tries Hard.
Oh my god.
I didn't read
I
that.
read that first issue. I wanted to pull my fucking brains out.
Yeah,
I cannot stand
Like,
it.
what is this? Like, who remembers this?
Was that another Tom Taylor? Oh no, it was
No, it's Cal Starks. He thinks he's hysterical. He's not.
oh yeah. Kill Your Darlings? I think I remember it, but I don't I remember seeing it. I never read it. Scarlet Witch, Stunning and Brave from
God.
Marvel. So
Yeah.
stunning, so brave.
It's so stunning and brave. It's canceled ahead of time. Go figure.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, just after a few issues, eh?
Yeah, that's a shame.
2000 AD. Okay. Miracle
there's
Man.
we'll get into that later. We'll
Okay.
get into that off screen about that. I want to do that.
But Miracle Man, it's low at number 20. It's low.
I'll blame the inconsistency for that. How it's been coming out.
I'll blame that they're retarded and they don't understand what it actually means.
Fair enough.
Void Rivals. So that was the big Skybound event.
It's been good, not great. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I haven't been reading it.
ASM.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
The fact that it's even on their top list.
That's bullshit. That's
No.
absolute. What the
No.
fuck? They're not even reading it.
They're not. They can't be reading it.
Even League of Comic Geeks puts ASM like it's at like a 50% every week. Even League of Comic Geeks, and those dudes are shills. So
Look,
Yeah.
we're saying they can't be reading it. Just wait till we start getting in the top 10.
oh no. To be fair, I only saw number 1 because I just scrolled straight to number 1 to see what it was.
Oof.
So I actually haven't seen the rest of this list.
Oh, just get ready. Get ready.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
Hail to my man Nick, 32 Flavors. Great to see you, brother. Have a great evening. And Merry Christmas to you, man. I saw this on Comixology, but I never actually read it. The
Same.
art looks beautiful, but I mean, Scott Snyder.
Barnstormers?
That's Scott Snyder. That's all I need to know.
I think it was like
Ah.
a female piloting story where females get it done.
Don't say.
Whatever.
Yeah, girls get it done type of thing.
Yeah.
Do they
Or if you
constantly
don't
crash
pilot-
planes and
Yeah.
have to ask for directions about where to go? Got it.
It's about time.
Now,
Yeah.
Jean Grey issue 1 was good. After that,
It got repetitive. It was the
Yeah,
same
it
thing over
did.
and over again.
Yep.
and hey, I love Wheezy, but
Of course.
yeah, it was meh.
I would say it was okay. I would not put it in the top.
Yeah.
No. Rare Flavors? Do you
Have-
even remember
They,
this?
they spelled flavors wrong.
Like
have-
honor or color.
Drew or Kyle, have either of you read this?
I haven't
I
heard of it.
don't think so.
So
Yeah, I've never even-
it's what's his name that's writing detective and
Rob V.
Round V.
yeah, it's the same team that did the mini deaths of Layla Starr. So I just haven't gotten to it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I now remember Mini Deaths Layla Star. I think there was one issue where I felt like I was reading like a Looney Tunes comic involving a baby. And
Yeah, that tracks.
I tuned out.
This was like the big. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, Raphael Grandpa, like Batman," you know. Eh,
He shouldn't write. He just needs to keep drawing.
yeah. Oh, his illustrations are gorgeous, but yeah.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
Fuck that book.
I don't. I really don't get the fascination with this series.
And it's everywhere.
Everywhere.
I read the first few
Ooh.
issues that did get it.
Yeah.
Daredevil.
Oh, of course.
This one was a head scratcher. I
Yeah.
never would have put this in maybe 25, maybe, but
Maybe.
yeah, but
I mean, we didn't even have
Jeez.
it in our honorable mentions.
No, there hasn't been
it-
enough to even judge it other than it's
Yeah.
inconsistent.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
And
the
did they even
premise is
mention-
okay.
does the jackass who wrote this even mention like they've gone through 4 artists now?
Oh
Yeah.
no, they wouldn't mention that. At least I don't think so. I don't know. Ooh, Kyle, you put this on your worst list, Ultimate Invasion.
Oh my god. You cannot there's nothing in No. No. Densely plotted storyline. Yeah, that's the
densely
backhand
yeah,
compliment.
densely plotted. Oh my god.
Everyone's standing around rooms talking about things.
I was gonna say that's a good way of saying nothing happens.
Yep.
Densely plotted.
Oh,
That's Count
God,
Nick for you.
no.
People standing around talking.
yeah.
All right, guys, hold on to your butts.
Oh boy, here we go. We're into the top 10 now. There's no going back.
Specifically, Cy Spurrier, the Flash.
Oh, my.
and Mike Diodato Jr.
Absolutely not.
No.
This series has been too dark. It's been boring. It's been stupid. Reading the dialogue, especially in that first issue, I really wanted to blow my brains out. It was so incredibly stupid. And
Yeah.
what they're kind of hinting and teasing about maybe Linda and Wally getting a divorce, breaking up. It's like, hold you, Spurrier, you better push the fucking brakes on that. The fans will not let you do that. If you do that, you're a fucking dead man.
I don't know, guys. They say it's a fabulously unexpected reinvention of a major character.
Unexpected.
Unexpected.
Oh my
Subverted your
God.
expectations.
Nah, that makes it good.
Yeah. Oh my god. They put a distillery book on here.
So
This is
read
the,
that?
I think a
This-
jock. Is this the jock? Oh no, never mind. It's not.
No, Somna.
Oh, it's Becky Cloonan, half of the Wonder Woman team.
Becky Cloonan. Ugh.
Yeah, I look. I haven't read this yet. I do have it. If it is good, I promise you, Tula Lote is carrying most of it.
Mm.
It's only been one issue. It's only been one fucking issue.
Yeah.
I will say this. My comic shop could not give those away.
Oh, same
They
with
had-
mine.
They had way too many copies. Ordered heavy. No one wanted it. It's like a magazine oversized edition. The cover tells you nothing about the book. Each story is just kind of meh at best. Yeah, my comic shop was barely able to give them away. So
And, then, and real quick, on all of our lists, almost every single title we mentioned had at least 4 issues under its belt. This
Yeah.
only had 1, and it's in the
Yeah.
top 10.
it's just that good.
Apparently, it's possible.
Yeah, and I do think these are longer than 20 pages. This might be like a self-contained one and done story. I really don't know, but still questionable. But not as questionable as about the stuff we're about to get into.
Dude, this number 8, come on. Fantastic Four.
Fuck off. That's impossible.
Oh my god, no, hold on.
Oh,
a
guys,
second. Wait,
Jesus
hold on a second. Number
fucking way.
7.
No,
What the hell?
no.
I
Like I said,
recall
this is they're trolling. They are trolling at
Yeah.
this point.
this
No
is
way.
for sure just because they want to make someone mad.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, let's give it a chance. Let's like fuck
Give it a
Fantastic Four.
chance.
No.
I might change my mind. Hold on.
No, when I mean give it a chance, I want to hear what they say about it. Like I want to hear their reasoning, right?
Got it.
I'm not going to talk about Fantastic Four. It's inconsequential. If they're putting Fire and Ice in their top 10, done with being underestimated in Joanne Starr, Natasha Bustos, Tamara Bonvillain, effortlessly fresh and funny book.
What?
The Doom Beauty Salon in Smallville, robot Elrond, determined to make a name for themselves, taking on the enemies that have slipped through the cracks. It doesn't quite go according to plan. Neither does Fire's attempt to make it big on social media. Unexpected friends. Okay, they're just describing the book. Why did you like it? So when you're a turtle, what? So when you're a turtle, are you into other turtles or still ladies? And a community of hapless heroes and villains. Who needs Superman when Fire and Ice is so genuinely delightful and unexpectedly heartwarming?
Wow.
Ugh.
Genuinely delightful.
My God. This
Trash.
Is the worst. This is the worst book I've ever read, and this is their number 7.
No one can say that with a straight
Was this
face.
written by Chris
No.
Was this written by AI? Did ChatGPT write this?
No, because ChatGPT is legitimately more intelligent and better at writing. Like, legitimately.
Can you make it sound dumb?
Yeah. This, oh my God. Of course they would simp for Wonder Woman, Tom King. God damn. Daniel
So
Simperi,
strange.
but as the latest run of The Flash, it proved DC isn't afraid to take big swings with its tentpole characters. Emily, who's assaulted by a group of drunk thugs. Wow. You know what?
Whoa.
I'm surprised that they didn't say. Well, that I expected from them, but the fact that they didn't say a bunch of MAGA hat wearing January 6 protesters.
I don't think she was really assaulted. I think
some guy grabbed her ass,
and I think
Right?
or
it's
one guy grabbed her ass and
implied.
She
It's
killed
implied
what,
that some
10
guy-
people in that bar?
Oh, more. I think
20
she
people,
killed.
right, 20 people in that bar. Yeah.
And they're all. She kills all the men, though, Drew. She doesn't kill any women. It's all the men. Because Tom King has a fetish with being humiliated. She fights back and ends up killing them all, an act that sparks a new wave of anti-Amazon sentiment. Tensions rise, and the U.S. military dispatches here in kind of malevolent misogynist Ted Lasso. What? And then the army to deal with Wonder Woman, while they concurrently running Amazon attacks, fills in some bigger picture, more overtly fun of the two books. There's nothing fun about this book. Title has an urgency and an anger that feels very apt for our present Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah, no, putting in a young military man self-deleting. Yeah, go fuck yourselves. Very feels very apt for our present moment. Urgency and anger.
Greatest book of all time.
Yeah, right. No,
This won't
absolutely.
age poorly.
People are gonna look back at this stuff and be like, people liked this. Immortal Thor. I mean, it was the art was really good.
It was.
I don't find it interesting. The title, Thor is written like a dumbass. And
Loki is
Yeah, it just reminded me like all the shit that Loki has done. Thor is just like, hey, don't you go doing it again. All right.
He welcomes Loki right back into Asgard. Yeah. He's like,
yeah,
he's
just bebopping and scotting everywhere like, hey, Thor, you have another trick you got to solve if you want to save everybody. And he's like, oh, you Loki dickhead, I guess I'll go ahead and solve this problem. I love you. It's like, God damn it.
Too funny. This next one is like, okay, yep. Now we're getting predictable. Birds of Prey. Harley Quinn and Black Canary and Kelly Thompson and Big Barda and yep, all of our favorite characters. Damn, number 4.
Wow.
I still have not seen Batman Joker Deadly Duo. I've still not seen any Mark Miller, like zero Mark Miller at all.
I think we'll see it next. I have a feeling.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
Big game for sure, right?
It's impossible not to keep. You can't keep that off your list.
Yeah. Oh, No, sorry, it's not Kyle. It's World Tree.
It's World 3? World 33?
World 333.
Whoa. It's James Tiny Yen.
Tiny Onion. Tiny Onion.
Another great series by him.
Yeah.
Well,
Honestly,
he-
if anything
Hmm.
says Tom King or Tiny Onion, it's on a best list somewhere.
it has to be because he's the
Yeah.
greatest writer of all time.
Yeah.
The greatest.
Josh, why are you... Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, go ahead. What?
I was gonna say, why are you not responding to any of these picks on this list? Aren't these your favorite too?
Because I've already looked at this list. I'm just amused at watching you guys kind of discover.
Oh,
But,
so you suffered through this, so now you're watching us having to suffer through this.
That's
now.
right.
Okay.
I will say, like, this World Tree book, I did check it out just to kind of see what it was about. I think I read the first 2 issues. It's unsettling, but in a way that, like, I felt dirty after reading it. Like, I felt like I needed to go pray because
Yeah, the
Ooh,
first
yeah.
issue was enough for me to
Oh.
be like, I don't know if I want to go down this road.
right,
Yeah.
it felt inherently evil, but not in a way of like, yo,
Ooh.
like this is creepy. Like it just
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like. It's like when you watch those horror movies about like demonic possession, and there's like something unnatural and satanic about it, and you're like, no, I'm done with this. I'm not here for this.
Pay my fill.
This next one is interesting because it's actually the one that I probably agree with, but it's Transformers.
Okay.
Oh my god!
I
That's
mean,
fair.
they got one right.
Did they say issue 2 is the best issue of this?
This was
Yeah,
obligatory.
right.
They had to put this in here.
They're like, I love the way that Lona Steelrose or whatever the fuck her name is gives it to Cliff Jumper.
I mean, they
Yeah.
do put, but really the main reason for its success is simple. Johnson is a master of comics, his art style striking the right balance, detailed and cartoony, kinetic and weighty. If you're looking for a seriously fun, you're scrolling
sorry.
up so I can't read,
My bad.
non-superhero comic, then this is it. So,
Sorry, I
Okay.
was trying to see if this was written by Will Salmon. Is he this? Okay, so these are all Will Salmon then. Okay.
some of them were a few other people, but he's been most of them. He was the one that did Fire and Ice. So
And see unreal.
yeah.
You can't put
Yeah.
Transformers and Fire and Ice in the same sentence. You just
No.
can't.
At least they put Transformers.
I
Somewhere.
can't
Lower on the
comprehend a
list.
brain that operates that way. I don't understand. I don't understand that.
I mean, look, a broken clock is right twice a day. So
yeah.
It's true.
I guess it was obligatory, like, or they kind of have to put Transformers on the list because they know that DWJ is like very talented and brings in a lot of readers and probably sells the most out of anyone in the comic industry right now. So
Transformer #1, best-selling book of the year,
yeah, 150,000 copies, right? So
at least.
Mm.
you guys will not believe number one.
I
this
honestly
shit-
don't even know what it could be. I have no fucking clue.
Let me guess.
This
let me
shit
guess.
had me rolling. Yeah, if you want to guess, you're not going to guess it, but yeah.
What's the other James Tiny Onion book about the?
The Deviant?
The
No,
Deviant.
no, it's one. It's like the Mary Sue who's got the mask.
Something's killing the
something
children?
killing his children.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
No.
Eric
Think
Slaughterhouse 5. What is it?
Think Big Two, DC or Marvel.
Oh. Hawkgirl.
No.
Some X-Men book?
No. Well,
Okay.
you're close. You're close. We didn't have it on any of our lists this evening.
Interesting.
We read issue 1, I think maybe issue 2, but we read issue 1 and was like, fuck this. It is a book that recently got canceled because it was so bad.
Oh god, that narrows it down to everything.
yeah, I'm not saying it 'cause I know
Avengers
the answer.
Inc.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus fucking Christ. What are you kidding me?
They
title-
didn't even
one
read these
asked for.
books. The book that no one asked for that already has gotten canceled because it was so dumb.
Are there what 3 issues of this piece of shit out? I don't even understand. Like
It's only a few issues into its sadly truncated run, which will cap off at 5. Issue number 5. Conan's
love
already
how-
on issue 6.
I love how like the one buyer of this admit
Yeah, who's like, oh yeah, I love this series so much. It's my number 1.
Oh my
Unexpectedly charming Avengers spinoff. Janet Van Dyne back into the forefront. Big way while also rekindling her extended corner of the Avengers franchise.
oh, did I get cut off when I was talking?
God. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, you roboted. So
I love how the one fan, the one buyer of this whole series, they twitters to Tom Brevoort, oh, I love your series. It's so amazing. I hope we
Yeah.
get to see more of it. Nope, sorry, got canceled.
or what did he say? What did he say? He was like, yeah, I wish we had more fans like you.
Yeah.
But guys, it's far past due time for Janet Van Dyne to reclaim a seat at the Avengers table. Yeah,
Fine.
about time.
Sure.
He literally
Go
said
ahead.
it's about time. Yeah.
You know,
Who cares?
I
Fine.
consider this title like this is the Baywatch Nights of the Avengers. It just no one wanted this. I don't care what these characters do in their after hours, like a private investigation. Who gives a fuck? Give me the costumes. I don't want to see them wearing suits, walking around, eating, chatting. No, I want superheroics. I don't want early 2000s lack of costumes. We're doing investigating shit. No, that shit is boring and stupid. It's a time capsule form of telling stories. Get away from that. No.
I don't know, Drew. Looks like you're wrong. It was their number 1 pick. Games Radar is never wrong, so I don't know.
Never ever.
Never wrong
Yeah.
with Newsarama. Newsarama's never wrong. Yeah.
It's fair. They're batting 1,000, and it's
Yeah.
great for them.
What if like the last one, the number 1, instead of that Will Salmon guy or whatever his name was, it just said Josh McDonald. It's like, you motherfucker.
They see me trolling.
Yeah, it was you all along. That would have actually been pretty funny if you like legit trolled some Games Radar website and was like, yeah, I'll write you guys a best of the year. I read all the comics. But
Wow.
oh man, too funny. Well, I cannot thank you guys enough for being with me this evening for 5.5 hours. This has truly been so much fun. This was our big event of the year. You know, this was like our big culminating event where we got the Avengers and the X-Men and the Justice League, and we teamed up and we put our list together, and this is what we came up with. So
Our big game.
our big game, if you will. So before we leave, is there anything else you guys want to say about the worst or the best list that we have? Like I said, I'll put these up on Twitter and YouTube so that y'all can go read these and so that you guys can actually see what we had put down. And if you guys want any recommendations, please, we would highly encourage y'all to go look at any of our honorable mentions or top 10 for the best of. And if you want a good laugh, go check out our worst books, because that will actually make you smile and laugh a lot. So, but other than that, I think that's it. Josh, thank you for joining us, man. I know it
Yeah.
was last minute, but dude,
Of course.
that was coming in clutch. That was awesome.
Yeah. Hell yeah. You know, happy birthday, Mom. Thanks for ruining my night. I'm kidding. No, really, happy birthday, Mom. And
Happy birthday,
also,
Mrs. McDonald.
I guess the
birthday.
only way I can actually end the stream for mine is hey, go bang some chicks.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Go read Enfield Gang Massacre, some cowboys, go bang some chicks. Don't play Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Go
if you play Red Dead Redemption, it's gonna be more like I wish I knew how to quit you, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that one
Except
scene where
much
he goes-
gayer than that, if that's even possible.
spits on his hand.
Hell yeah.
And if you guys truly have
I mean, that happens in the movie, but okay,
Yeah.
carry on.
I'm just saying. I will also say before we leave, if y'all have enough testosterone, go read Conan the Barbarian issues number 1 through 4. Only if you have enough
But that's
testosterone.
it. Stop
But if
it.
you don't, then don't dare read it. You won't be able to handle it. So, but that'll be it for me this evening. Thank you to my lovely co-hosts, Dolan, Kyle, and our special guest Josh tonight. This has been fantastic. Chat, you guys are amazing as always. Please enjoy this. I know it's a long one, but we put this list together for you guys, and we hope that you guys enjoy. We will see you guys after Christmas, so enjoy y'all's Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone. Spend as much time with your family as you can, and we will see you guys after. And if you guys have any recommendations of your own for your top 10 for best or the worst, let us know in the comment section below. We love y'all. Have a great Christmas, and we'll see you next week. Take care.